Good morning, and thank you for attending today's RE Plus event. Our program will be starting in just a few minutes. Please download the conference app. That's the best way to access the event, keep up to date with the schedule, and keep in touch with our attendees. If you need anything at all, please connect with one of our members of the staff. You can find them throughout the conference area. Your badge and photo ID are required to get into tonight's networking reception. Please visit the registration desk if you have any questions.
Imagine a future where high-paying American jobs are on the rise, and not just for the privileged few. A future where we don't have to compromise between clean energy and affordable energy. We can have them both. A future where the energy you depend on is produced right here, using a resource that's both plentiful and renewable. Imagine a future where the average American can use clean energy just by plugging into the wall of their own home. Well, that future is here. And Blue Ridge Power is building it.
Now, please welcome your industry voice in Washington, D.C., the Solar Energy Industries Association and the Smart Electric Power Alliance.
Good morning, Texas.
Good morning.
Howdy, y'all. How are you? If you are in the back, come on in and take a seat. It makes us feel less lonely all the way up here on the stage. So good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm Abby Hopper. I am the president and CEO of SEIA, the Solar Energy Industries Association.
And I'm Sherry Givens, the president and CEO of the Smart Electric Power Alliance. It's so great to be in my home state of Texas, so welcome everyone.
So it's not my home state, but I wore the boots.
You did, and they look great.
We are so glad to welcome you all to that was from last year, RE Plus Texas. It is an exciting place to be. We have lots happening both in the sessions and the education opportunities on the exhibit floor. Lots of networking will be taking place. For those of you that don't know, the RE Plus events are a joint partnership between SEPA and SEIA. We are your two organizations that represent you, help educate you, advocate for you, do that thought leadership around the country. Our partnership started over 10 years ago. I'm sure you all know our flagship event, RE Plus, we call it the Big Show.
The Big Show.
RE Plus the Big Show in Vegas this year in September. But these regional events have been a really important part of our portfolio to bring folks together that care about a particular region and dive a little deeper into that.
Yeah, and this is actually my first time for RE Plus Texas, my third RE Plus Texas regional event. We had RE Plus Northeast just in February, and we had RE Plus NorCal in Sacramento just last week. We have 8 regional events. I encourage you to attend them all. And as Abby said, the big show's coming up. My team of SEPANs are here in the audience. So a number of them will be facilitating panels, and we're really excited to welcome so many great clean energy leaders from the great state of Texas to really share your insights, network, and get to know folks, and really help us accelerate that transformation to a carbon-free energy system.
Cool. So as you know, if you've ever put an event on, it does not happen without sponsorship. And so we just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. They're going to be up on the screen. So thank you so much to our media partners. Thank you to our platinum partners. Oh my gosh, you're going real fast. I can't read that fast. Go back one. I don't want any of the industry. Yeah, so our media partners, take a moment. To our silver partners, to our industry partners, to our terawatt partners. You just saw Blue Ridge Power's video, and they have cool stickers on the tables, and Pylon Tech. And to our megawatt sponsor, and our kilowatt sponsor, and our watt sponsors. So thank you all for that sponsorship. Please go visit those. A lot of the networking opportunities you have today are facilitated by those companies. I want to just say one more word, and then I'm going to hand the stage over to Sherry, but our series of events are a little different than some of the other events you go to. The proceeds from these events go back into the advocacy. So the money you spend at the RE Plus family of events goes back to help fund us, fund the advocacy, fund the education, fund the information and the education. So thank you for investing in us, and we will continue to do our best to be a voice for you. Sherry, take it away.
Thank you, Abby. And again, thank you for attending RE Plus Texas. It's so great to see so many familiar faces, including my own wonderful team here, that they'll be on panels and facilitating a lot of the discussions over the next 2 days. We have some great, exciting education panels, so I really encourage you to attend those and attend the show floor as well. I thought I'd spend this morning really kind of talking to you about, a little bit about the great state of Texas. I mean, you all know that we're #1 in economic development and jobs. We're leading the nation in energy capacity and leading the nation in renewable energy capacity as well. That includes wind and solar and energy storage. So we're doing a lot of things right here in Texas, and it really makes me happy to be here, to see all the progress that's being made and everything we're doing to progress carbon-free energy system in the state. I thought I would share a little bit about my background here in Texas. I'm a lifelong Texan, born and raised in Southeast Texas, Beaumont, the home of Spindletop, the oil boom that happened in 1901. We're a big energy state, and we have a long history of that. I actually lived in Austin for about 20 years, attended the University of Texas at Austin, Hook'em Horns, worked some time in the House and the governor's office, also went to the University of Houston Law School, and after graduating there, I was an attorney at the Public Utility Commission of Texas. I saw a couple of PUC folks earlier. Spent some time working with our commissioners, the 3 governor-appointed commissioners then, 5 governor-appointed commissioners now, with all the changes the legislature has made. Really trying to advance clean energy, thinking about transmission siting, working through rate cases, policy objectives, and other proceedings that really made an impact on residential, small business, commercial, and industrial customers across the state of Texas. I left the Public Utility Commission and worked at the Texas Workforce Commission, really ensuring that families had what they needed to enter the workforce and to stay engaged with the workforce, whether that was services for their family, childcare, assistance for food, assistance for education, and the like. And it was a great opportunity to serve the Texans. From there, I went to work for the Office of Public Utility Counsel. If you're not familiar with OPUC, it is the state utility consumer advocate representing over 20 million residential and small business customers across the state of Texas through their advocacy in Public Utility Commission proceedings, the legislature, and through the state courts as well. Really trying to ensure that rates are kept safe, reliable, affordable, and resilient effectively for all customers across Texas. It was an honor to serve the state of Texas for 4 years. In that role, I served on the ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas Board of Directors, really ensuring residential customers understood what was happening with our transmission network across the state, and serving on the Texas Reliability Entity Board, which oversees the compliance of ERCOT with the national standards that were set by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. Because Texas supports small businesses, I actually had my own business for about 5 years, working with the alphabet soup of trade associations in the energy industry. And most recently, I was working for an investor-owned utility in the Northeast, Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island, serving 20 million customers, really focused on clean energy. But what I'm here to talk about today is SEPA, the Smart Electric Power Alliance. I took the helm about 5 months ago. The organization itself has been around for nearly 30 years now. And it started out as a solar utility photovoltaic group, say that 10 times fast, really focused on helping the Department of Energy, helping utilities deploy large-scale solar projects. And for the long part of our history, we were really focused on solar deployment and development. And over the years, we saw a need to really start embracing other clean energy technologies to ensure we can all get to that carbon-free transition. So what SEPA does is we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We don't lobby. We do educate, innovate, and facilitate. We want to have those conversations, ensuring that all stakeholders are at the table. We have over 1,100 members nationwide, and that's a big table. So we have investor-owned utilities, we have municipal utilities or public power, we have electric cooperatives, and we also have corporate members, so think Hitachi Energy, Amazon, and Schneider Electric, really all focused on that one singular purpose, being impactful on accelerating solutions to get to a carbon-free energy system nationwide, to really help mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and other emissions in our atmosphere. So we're trying to focus on making sure that our members, whether it's a utility, a corporate member, or one of our many, many stakeholders, are focused on getting to a place of carbon-free. Not only do we have corporate members, we also have utility members We also have the utility commission, so those regulators that are really overseeing that clean energy transition nationwide. Over 70% of utility commissions are members of SEPA, including our own Public Utility Commission of Texas here. And again, we're there to educate and facilitate those conversations to ensure that we can all focus on carbon-free together. So it's an incredible mission, an incredible organization. We do a lot of our work through our advisory services, actually publishing different works, bodies of work for our members. It could be for a single member, it could be for a group of members, but really focus on, again, giving those solutions, not telling people what to do, providing them options and opportunities to really accelerate that transformation. One of the most recent pieces of work we did was called the Utility Transformation Profile. We just released this a couple months ago. This was our second annual report, really looking at utilities across the nation. And again, investor-owned utilities, municipal utilities, cooperatives, and generation and transmission utilities, G&T utilities. And what we do is it's a voluntary survey. We had over 120 members actually participate in this survey. And it really gives us a scan of the landscape of what we're doing as utilities nationwide to accelerate carbon-free. We look at their clean energy procurement practices, we look at their clean energy obligations, we look at their emission reduction goals, how they're being transparent, how they're sharing that information with their customers, with their communities, what they're trying to do to advance carbon-free. We also look and ensure that their actions are aligned with their statements, really trying to understand how they're engaging with their customers and their communities, and most importantly, keeping equity at the heart of it all. One of the things that we discovered in this profile was a lot of our members are looking at equity and thinking about it in the planning processes. But there's a larger amount of our members that actually participated in the survey that are not yet thinking about equity. And so when we think about equity, we want to think about where we're placing our generation, our transmission, our distribution to ensure that no customer is left behind. So there's more work to do in this space. But what we found with our members is that a lot of them are just really stellar and they're really kind of stand out amongst the crowd. We had 14 of our members that we appointed to a leaderboard, if you will. These are the top utilities across the nation that participated in the survey that actually provided information about how they're accelerating the clean energy transition in their own service territories. The majority of these utilities are actually looking at their own direct emissions and indirect emissions and have set plans, climate goal plans, within their service territories to reduce those emissions exponentially. They have milestones. They're showing their progress against plan. Again, they're keeping equity at the center of what they do. So one of the things I want to give a shout out to a couple of our member utilities here in Texas. We have over 30 members across the state of Texas, and two of those utilities, Austin Energy, right here in the city of Austin, as well as Xcel Energy, which parent company is across multiple states, but we have Xcel, Texas, New Mexico, out in the West Texas as well. So these utilities are really trying to find ways, innovative ways to meet their customers, their climate, and their community's goals. And what they're doing is they're focused on transportation electrification. They're focused on solar and wind and energy storage procurement. They're really trying to make a change within their communities. Austin Energy specifically serves over 500,000 customers here in Austin alone. They have this stellar program called Shines. So if you're a member of the Austin Energy community, you've probably heard of it. And they're really focused on solar and storage and transportation electrification, really trying to ensure that Austin meets its goals to be a net zero city. One of our other member utilities, CPS Energy, just up the road in San Antonio. They're the largest municipal utility in the nation. They're doing a lot to progress clean energy as well. They have a target to get to 100% carbon-free by 2050. I believe Austin Energy has a target to get to 100% carbon-free generation by 2035. These are utilities that have big, ambitious goals, and they're telling their customers, they're telling their communities, they're telling their stakeholders that they want to achieve carbon-free, but they know they can't do it alone. And that's why it's important for us to convene and come together and have these conversations about what we're doing as a society and how we're going to be implementing these carbon-free transition, really looking at all the tools in the toolbox. And that's one of the things I love about RE+ Texas. We're not just one solution, we're all solutions. We're talking about solar, we're talking about storage, we're talking about transportation, we talk about hydrogen, we talk about all the different technologies that are out there today, and we leave an open path for the technologies that'll be out there tomorrow. So that gives you a little bit of information about SEPA, about my background. Again, so happy to be here in Texas with y'all. Really happy to showcase and highlight some of the great work that our members are doing across the state of Texas, and really appreciate y'all being here. If you're not currently a member of SEPA, please reach out. We do a lot of work across the nation, bringing best practices, lessons learned, really helping our members find those solutions that are get them to carbon free. And so I welcome you to come sit at our table. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Abby.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Good morning. How are you? Guys, come on. Good morning. How are you? All right, if you're in the back, I see you. Come on up. We got lots of spots up here, and it's not comfortable, so just do it now while everyone's... Come on. Oh my God, we have one brave man walking down the center path. Well done. You! Okay, we got some followers. You led. You get to sit up front, my friend. So if I haven't met you yet, my name is Abby Hopper. I have the privilege of serving as the president and CEO of SEIA. We are your national trade association for the solar and storage industry. We are a C6, so I lobby my ass off for you. Let me tell you, I try to make it so you can make as much money as possible. But I want to talk a little bit this morning about kind of the big picture. There's tons of really important, really interesting, really critical sessions all day today and tomorrow that talks about a lot of those things Sherry talked about. Transmission planning and equity and how we ensure that the communities we serve are reflected in the policies that we set. So let me put sort of a national overview on that. Let you know what's happening in Washington, what's happening with IRA implementation, and how we're thinking about being the best advocates for you. So, oh wait. Hold on. Uh-oh. Okay. This is such a great title, you guys. The real work begins. So who was at RE Plus in Anaheim? Let me see your hands. Okay. How many times did you hear me say the real work, we passed this big piece of legislation, now the real work begins? Yeah, you heard me say it. It's true. The real work is beginning. And if you're on my team and if you're in a company, you know that we are exhausted because the real work has begun. So, the Solar Plus decade. We are in the Solar Plus decade. If you didn't know, welcome, you're here. By 2030, solar and storage will comprise 30% of America's energy generation. Currently, we're at about 4%. So think about that. Think about what that means for your company, what that means for your workforce, what that means for your pocketbook, right? If your market share, if your customer base, if your revenue expands from 4% to 30% over the next 8 years. Oh yeah, that's the slide I use all the time. I'm not giving it up, you guys. It's the best slide. So you helped deliver the most transformational bill, a clean energy bill in history, and now the real work begins. So let's talk a little bit about what that real work looks like. So when I think about what my job is, right, like what is a trade association supposed to do? One, we're supposed to put on events, and I think we do a pretty good job of that. But the second thing we're supposed to do is to figure out how we can help our members. How do we help solve problems that in a perfect world haven't even started yet, that haven't even stopped or hampered or hindered your work? And so, yes, on a day-to-day basis, we're doing hand-to-hand combat on a particular permitting issue or a particular legislative battle, even just right up the street. But when we are doing our best and most impactful work, we're thinking 5 years, 10 years out. What is the world going to look like when we're 30% of the energy generation? And how do we sort of solve those problems and clear those pathways before they even become hurdles for you? And so when I think about that, and our team thinks about it, we think about it in 3 places. And in particular right now, we think about supply chain and trade, right? We all have our own story of pain around trade issues. But as we think about what does a long-term solution look like for trade, how do we ensure a robust domestic supply of solar product here? When I think about a second risk, it's really around the political risk, right? I wish I could fly here from Washington on a direct flight, which I did, and say, hey guys, no worries, DC, I got it. Like, you keep doing your thing in Texas, I got DC. But I don't. DC is really challenging, and the politics are constantly evolving. And even though we all know that clean energy creates jobs, creates revenue, creates tax space, creates clean energy, we still have a pretty significant political hill to climb. And that hill evolves. If you see the welcome to the solar coaster, it's called the solar coaster for a reason. And so thinking about the election that took place in November, the House of Representatives change to a Republican-held House, what does that mean? That means a lot bigger focus on us as a political liability. It means a bigger focus on our supply chain. It means a bigger focus on China and the role of China in our supply chain. And so that's a risk that we are working to mitigate. And then last but not least, if you take it from the national level to the very local level, one of the things we're super focused on is misinformation. And I don't even like to say local opposition, because I am not persuaded it is local. I am persuaded, without a doubt, that it is a national effort that has localized pockets to object to your projects, to stop them, to slow them down, to make them non-financeable, to create too much risk so that your investors will not invest. And so we are working on that at a national level for a localized solution. So as I think about risk, those are the kinds of things that we are working on. And so what does that mean for our work for the next decade? Or I guess it's only 8 years now, 7? Is it right, 2023? Yeah, right? 7 years is this. I won't read it to you, but a bunch of different things. Workforce development, permitting, interconnection, transmission, state level, codes and standards, and manufacturing. So all of these things are how we think about what does it mean, what do we got to do, how do we reach 30% by 2030? So I would be committing trade association malpractice, which I don't know if that's a thing, but I would be if I didn't talk about the IRA. So congratulations to all of us for passing the IRA, and now the real work has begun. And part of that real work is getting the regulations right? Like if we pass this huge piece of legislation that has the potential to transform our economy, transfer our workforce, and transfer our energy generation, and we screw up the regulatory construct, it's not going to work. You're not going to be able to use it, right? You're not going to be able to get a 30% ITC. You're not going to be able to get adders. You're not going to be able to build domestic manufacturing. And so we have been not singularly focused. The state affairs team, the regulatory team, all those other teams would not like it if I said singularly focused. We have been very focused on that. So there's been a number of things that have already been released. Labor guidance, EV, the greenhouse gas reduction, low-income adders, 48C, and then just yesterday, the Energy Communities Adder Credit was released. My colleague Justin was at the White House for the Energy Communities Summit that they had to talk about that. What we have coming up next, domestic content, we could talk all day about that, I will not. And transferability and monetization, a number of other things. And then in the second half of this year, we anticipate some of the manufacturing things. So I just want to talk briefly about sort of how we are prioritizing these at SEIA. I do want to mention if you need some help understanding all of these policies, I need help understanding them, and I do this all day, every day for a job. So we see it as our mission is to translate a lot of this, right? To really make it accessible. So we have an energy communities map on our website. We have sort of information about what the ITC versus the PTC means under the IRA, a lot of additional information about what all of these new provisions mean. But like Sherry, we're around. Just find one of us and we'll be happy to chat with you about it. So our areas for IRA implementation for the next few months are domestic manufacturing, protecting consumers, and equity. We share the same core values as SEPA around equity and access. So we think about domestic manufacturing, and if you recall back to maybe 1 whole minute ago when I talked about trade as a risk that we're trying to mitigate, coming up with a very fulsome and thoughtful and successful domestic manufacturing strategy is part of how we mitigate risk on trade, right? All of us, many of us have been in this room and these rooms long enough to know that our industry, a huge part of the solar coaster is punctuated by challenges on trade, right? That's almost more than tax credits, the start and stop of trade wars has really impacted the growth of our industry. And so a couple of years ago in 2019, pre-COVID, if you can imagine, we sat down and thought, well, what is an aggressive, assertive, proactive strategy around trade? And obviously, it's domestic manufacturing. And so we have done a lot of work. We were instrumental in working with Senator Ossoff and others to get the domestic manufacturing piece in the IRA. There is it's twofold, it's actually threefold, I'd say. One is obviously the long-term ITC that creates the demand, right? The second is the domestic content adder, which I'll talk about in a moment. And the third is the 45X that allows for the production tax credit for the domestic content that is created here in the United States. We put out this map a couple of weeks ago when I was at Sierra Week in Houston that identifies all of the manufacturing facilities in the United States that have either been built already, announced, sort of where they're from, what their capacity is, who the investors are, so that we can start to map what this manufacturing renaissance looks like. I believe that it will happen, but it does not happen by accident. It happens because of thoughtful policy. So you can see at the bottom, 7 gigawatts of current solar capacity to 42 gigawatts of announcements of domestic solar manufacturing as of October of 22. And if you think about our supply chain, oh, look, there it is. If you think about our supply chain, a lot of manufacturing announcements around the end product, some around the components, not as many at the subcomponents. Why do I mention this? Why do I bring something up like this before 9 o'clock in the morning? Is because this is where the manufacturing, the 45X, right, for building a manufacturing facility sort of comes together with the 10% domestic content adder. So if you are a developer and you are using domestic content, then you get 10% more. So if you comply with everything and you have a 30% ITC, you get an additional 10%, so 40% ITC. But what does that domestic content adder mean? And let me tell you something, it's not decided yet. We are in deep and heated debate about what it means. But this is sort of the contours of what it could mean. Where does a 40% rule apply? To qualify, you have to have 40% of your project contain domestic content, and is that the end product, the component, the subcomponent? This is a whole panel on itself, but I just raise it for your awareness because as you're thinking, if you're a procurement officer, if you are thinking about manufacturing, kind of these distinctions are going to be really important to the financials. So that's what we're doing on domestic manufacturing. I would urge you to engage with us. We are having a manufacturing summit in November at RE+ Chicago. To bring together our latest thinking. We're also working on a storage manufacturing. So oops, I went too fast. If you think about protecting customers, and again, hearken back to the risks we're mitigating. So I am actually born and raised in the DC area, and so political risk is in my blood. Risk is in my blood, actually, but political risk in general is also in my blood. And I think this is one of the areas of biggest political risk for us. If you think about the IRA, the passage of the IRA, literally billions of dollars coming from the federal government to companies, to individuals, to manufacturers, that is an area of great interest for legislators. And in particular, the Republican House has created an oversight committee. Every committee in the House has an oversight committee, but this new majority also created a separate oversight committee. And so we anticipated a significant amount of political interest in the consumer protection aspect. And so we have always done a lot of work around protecting consumers, but we are increasing that. These are some of the things that we are doing. We see our job as educating both consumers, but also the industry, right? Not just homeowners, but people doing business here. What are your obligations under, consumer reporting requirements, under banking requirements? You guys are interfacing with actual humans all day, every day, and it's really critical to understand. We just released a new product for homeowners around that. We are also doing a ton of work. I don't know why I look so weird there. We're also doing a ton of work with attorney generals. So if you think about who is going to sue you, literally sue you and prosecute you if you act poorly with regard to consumer protection, it is the attorney generals of the states you're in. And so SIA has made investments with the Republican Attorney Generals Association and the Democratic Attorney Generals Association to ensure that we have an ongoing dialogue. Doesn't mean we're going to protect people that are bad actors. It means that we are going to work very closely with government officials to ensure that they have the right information around what our practices are. And then when we went to the Hill last week, We spend a lot of time talking about consumer protection. And then last, but certainly not least, and clearly critical to my heart, is equity and access. And again, if you think about mitigating risk, equity and access, we have made big promises as an industry around what our workforce will look like, about what our customer base will look like, and we must deliver on those. And so how do we go about doing that? Well, we fulfill the equity goals of the IRA. And so one of the ways is through the low and moderate income adder. Congress did a really good job of incenting behavior through policy, I have to say, they really did. And the low and moderate income adder is one of the ways in which they are doing that. It's 10 or 20% for additional ITC, so think about that, a 50% ITC for a project that qualifies under LMI. Yesterday, the Energy Communities Credits was, further guidance was issued. That, again, it targets communities that have historically been forgotten, that have been borne the brunt of fossil fuel development. And then Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, that's $27 billion, $7 billion of which is clearly earmarked for clean energy projects that start to address greenhouse gas pollution. I want to say that third bullet under LMI, emphasis on access for new entrants. So if you think about, we talk, I see the red light. We talk a lot about this revolution. I talk a lot, about the revolution that we're in. I'm excited to be part of a revolution. And to think about what that revolution can mean, a clean energy revolution. But it doesn't just mean that those of us that have always been sort of historically privileged are just going to keep getting privileged. It means that we got to create openings and avenues and pathways for more people to join us. And so that doesn't just mean that people come and get a job. That's good. But we want people maybe who have not historically been involved in the energy industry to come and have careers. And even more importantly, we want people, entrepreneurs, creative thinkers, business people to come and join our industry. And so there's a specific emphasis on access for new entrants, and particularly new entrants in partnership with the EJ community. So if that applies to you, I want to make sure you're well aware of that information. And so lastly, I think this is my last slide, it will be, why does this all matter? Well, because you're going to make more money. Let's be real. You're going to make more money. I am not here to represent the trees or the sky. That's great if the trees and skies get better. My job as the head of a business association is to represent businesses, and businesses exist to make a profit, and I'm 100% good with that. But if we get these details right, there will be more solar deployment, more storage deployment, more clean energy, more clean air, healthier humans, a better planet, more tax revenue, more profit, more employees. What is not to love? And so I leave you with that. As you go through these next day and a half, keep that bigger frame in mind as you dive deep into some of these events. And last but not least, I just want to say one word. We try to do a really thoughtful job of making sure that everyone feels welcome at our events, everyone feels included. You are all welcome here. We are happy that you are here. If you have any challenges with anything, find me, find someone on the staff, and we'll help navigate those for you. If you are a woman or identify as a woman, I'm hosting a party tonight for you. Men, you got a lot of parties you can go to, but if you are a woman and want to hang out with me and some other badass women in this industry, just hit me up, find me, I'll be around. I started this a couple years ago at these events because when you stand on a stage like this and look out, it looks pretty homogenous, you guys. I'm glad you're all here, but it looks pretty homogenous. And so creating some spaces where we can have smaller conversation is really exciting. So find one of us and we'll tell you where it is if you don't know yet. Anyway, with that, I have the privilege of bringing up to the stage our first panel. So it's so cool. I get to, these are my friends. So McCall is our moderator for this panel, Market for All Seasons. And with her is Michael, Frank, Katie, and Erica. Welcome.
Ooh, that's bright.
Okay, are we ready? All right. So thank you guys for joining us. This is an extremely timely discussion, also very important, and really glad to have these folks here to talk with y'all about market design and ERCOT. I'm McCall Johnson. I am a government affairs consultant for trade associations and companies in the clean energy space. We have Frank Sigonski,
Close enough.
whose name I can never pronounce, even though I know him well, Katie Coleman, Michael Jewell, and Erica Bierschbach. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves and kind of their view that they're taking on these issues. And then each of them is going to give you a little bit of kind of background on where they're coming from. But first of all, Michael Jewell is going to start us off with how did we get here from Winter Storm Uri until now.
So thank you, McCall, and very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Michael Jewell. I am SEIA's consultant here in Texas and focusing on what's going on at PUC, ERCOT, and Texas Legislature, which obviously is front and center right now. In addition to representing SEIA, I represent several companies that develop, own, and operate solar, wind, storage, and then into some related areas as well, including transmission. So McCall asked me if I would do ERCOT 101 in 5 minutes or less. And so I will try to do that. We'll move fast and always open for any questions. I'm going to gloss over a heck of a lot, though, so just know that
No
it's not
questions,
everything.
by the way.
Pardon?
No questions. We have a lot to cover.
Okay. So anyway, really when we're thinking about what's going on in ERCOT today, what's going on up at the Texas Legislature, we've really got to think about really some recent history. And the best place to start is not back in 99 or 2021 or 2022 or 99, but really to look at mid-February 2021. Why there? Winter Storm Uri. It was a series of winter storms that came through the ERCOT region, a significant loss of life due to extended electrical outages, and obviously a serious tragedy. But even before the ice and snow had melted, a blame game started, and with a massive misinformation campaign, blaming wind and solar for the catastrophe, rather than recognizing that natural gas was a major failure. And before the storm, we were all looking at a relatively quiet legislative session, primarily due to the impacts of COVID-19. Afterwards, a totally different situation. We had resignation of the PUC commissioners, resignation of the ERCOT independent board members, termination of ERCOT CEOs. There were multiple days of hearings where a number of different experts testified that the electrical outages associated with Winter Storm Uri was an operational problem, not a market design problem. Regardless, there were hundreds of bills that were filed on electric issues and a lot passed. The overall objective of the bills at the time was never let Winter Storm Uri happen again. It was a constant refrain during the session. One of the key bills that passed was Senate Bill 3, and it included provisions dealing with weatherization, including communication between the agencies, between the agencies and with the public, something that had been really needed. Weatherization is something that had not been focused on for over a decade, following a winter storm in 2011. Securitization of the massive costs of Winter Storm Uri, trying to find a lower cost way to be able to recover those costs. And finally, wholesale market design. There are some key provisions in there that dealt with that. In the market design provisions, the first order of business was, or after the legislature left town, that's when the commission really got going. They initiated about 20 rulemakings, again, focusing on weatherization, fuel supply for generation resources, and the securitization and proceedings on wholesale market design. In the market design proceedings, the first order of business was to look at more near-term operational issues that could improve the market. So there was lowering the price cap from $9,000 per megawatt hour to $5,000. There was a modification of the operating reserve demand curve to provide signals earlier with regard to scarcity pricing. Increased weatherization requirements for all resources, including solar. And we've had, since the initial requirements, we've had a second round of requirements coming in. This issue is not over yet. Prioritization of interconnection process for dispatchable resources. And not from the commission perspective, but ERCOT implemented its quote-unquote conservative operations, which was a significant change in how ERCOT operated the grid by bringing on a lot more reserves to be available for just in case something went wrong and they needed them. So that was phase one. Phase two was the process to look at larger changes to the ERCOT market design. And there were a number of different proposals that came out of that process that the Commission looked at. First was a decentralized capacity market, similar to California market design. They also studied a backup reliability reserve service, having resources contracted to be available in case of problems on the grid, and a dispatchable energy credit proposal, which is really an RPS-like a proposal to approach incenting new flexible generation. The Commission hired E3 as its consultant to evaluate the proposals, and then they released a report last November. Stakeholders filed a lot of comments, and then following that, the Commission decided to adopt a new concept that was in the E3 report that E3 did not recommend, called the performance credit mechanism.
And we're going to talk about performance credit
and we're going to talk about that in just a minute.
little bit later.
Yep. And so when they adopted it, they said that it was going to be subject to input from the legislature. But what they also said is if the legislature does not pass a bill to tell them to do otherwise, they're going to adopt the PCM. And so this is kind of one of the issues that was running through the legislative session. So the legislature started filing bills back in November. More bills on the electric market than I have ever seen before, and it is an intense and contentious debate that's going on at the legislature now.
Okay, thanks, Michael, for that overview. I appreciate that you talked really fast. So, Erica, one of the things I want us to jump into next is kind of your perspective from Austin Energy, a utility perspective, and the importance of a balanced portfolio and how solar, energy storage play into that.
Yeah, so Austin Energy, my role at Austin Energy is Vice President of Energy Market Operations and Resource Planning. So we manage all of our owned and contracted assets in the wholesale market, as well as manage our load price risk in ERCOT. So our renewable portfolio, we've originated our renewable portfolio, and it's up to close to 3,000 megawatts of generation. So we have 2,000 megawatts of wind and close to 1,000 megawatts of solar. And solar has been really is kind of our darling right now because it is such an important piece of helping continue the diversification that we strive to have in our portfolio. We have almost every technology represented in our portfolio. We're getting close to a utility scale battery, but we don't have solar storage yet. That is coming as well. So there's a couple things with the IRA is allowing us to be able to now, with direct pay, own, which we really haven't been able to enjoy, not having a tax appetite, we haven't been able to enjoy those PTCs and ITCs. We try and get some of that benefit through the contract price. We have a very robust RFP process, but those PPAs now are looked on as debt. So over the last 5 or 6 years, Moody's, S&P really looks at that as debt on my balance sheet. So that really hurts my debt to equity ratio. So we're wanting to move away from that being an off-taker and being an owner. But part of the diversification when it comes to solar, solar has such a wonderful profile. It hits right when all the AC comes on in the middle of the day, in the middle of the summer. We have located some great assets near our load zone. So we have I guess it's called East Blacklands. It's a little north of Austin. It's in Pflugerville. We had someone build the largest, I guess it was the largest at its time in 2010, solar facility in Texas, and it was the second largest in the United States. That was back in 2010. It's small now, and it's 30 megawatts, but it's also very near our load zone, which now is important. We are trying to locate more and more of our assets closer to our load zone. We have a very aggressive carbon-free goal to have our stack emissions be zero by 2035, and that's wreaking a little havoc in my load zone as far as price separation occurring at times when congestion is high. So that's how we look at diversifying our portfolio, trying to use those assets not only in times that meet our profile, but also that are close to our load zone, proximity-wise, and then also ownership-wise, wanting to control those assets.
Great, thanks, Erica. I would really appreciate that. Katie, will you talk a little bit about the consumer perspective and what industrial customers are looking for when they locate?
Sure. So I'm a partner at O'Melveny & Myers, but I am probably best known for representing the industrial community on all things market design. So I think that's why I was asked to be on the panel. So I've been doing this for going on 17 years now, and my client's position has been very consistent. They want to be able to make their own choices with limited government oversight or intervention in the market. And that's been the case. We were very involved in deregulation back in 1999. We tend to be resource agnostic, technology agnostic, but pro-market. And over time, that has kind of changed our views on ERCOT. So I would say in Michael's, I've been working with Michael for a long time, back in the 05 to 2010 timeframe, when the discussion around the renewable industry was, it's a fledgling industry. We should be giving them subsidies and carve-outs and things like that. My members were not a fan of that. Now the pendulum has kind of swung the other way, because now we do have a market that is preferring renewable technologies in a lot of ways. They've become more cost competitive. They're not fledgling industries anymore. And now there's an effort, I think, from the government to try to come in and slow down that growth, and again, step into the consumer's shoes and try to make decisions for them. And we also oppose that. My members would tell you that most of them have very ambitious sustainability goals, and being able to choose the right mix as between sustainable resources and reliable resources according to their own risk tolerances is really important to them. And that's something that was a really great economic development tool for ERCOT. But I think what's going on right now, particularly at the legislature, but also at the PUC, has really cast a lot of uncertainty as to where the ERCOT market is heading. And regardless of how this comes out, I think my members would tell you they have a hard time knowing what the market looks like here 5 years from now. We've got this PCM that my members really don't like, that's it's sort of a novel take on a capacity market, but it is, again, it's an effort. Michael talked about Uri. My biggest takeaway from Uri is Texas used to be really pro-market, but after an event like Uri, where it's a low probability, but really, really, high consequences, high cost consequences, the legislators and leadership are looking for control. And that makes people gravitate toward dispatchable generation, because it's something that they can push a button and they know what's going to happen. And so that is what I view as a big impetus for what's going on right now. But it is too heavy-handed. And so regardless of where this comes out, the level of intervention in the market and the level of uncertainty that we're experiencing right now makes it really hard to decide whether you want to invest in Texas, because you can't. If one of my members is citing here electricity costs as one of their top 3 considerations, it's usually electricity costs, taxes, and workforce. Texas used to be very competitive on all 3, but electricity now, nobody knows what their costs or what the model is going to look like a few years from now, and that makes it really hard to make investment choices.
And I think, there's a lot of uncertainty across this conversation. Frank, will you talk a little bit about the solar perspective? We have many of your colleagues here.
Yeah, so I think like a lot of the people perhaps in the audience, I am kind of new to Texas. So my background is actually at FERC. I was on FERC staff for 5 years. I worked primarily on capacity markets in the Northeast, which if any of you developers out there are working in any of those markets, you know that is not necessarily something that we want to replicate here in Texas. So I work now for a company called Pine Gate Renewables. We are a solar and storage developer, and we work nationwide, but we have a really big focus on Texas, and the reason for that is that we like Texas. It is an attractive market. We like the energy-only market. We like how easy it is to interconnect, and I think our biggest priority when it comes to this market design stuff is to keep the market as mostly the same as it can be because we kind of like it the way that it is. That being said, we also want a reliable grid. We don't like being blamed every time something happens, like a winter storm Uri, and you hear it's all renewables' fault. I think if there is a reliability problem, and we have a clearly identified, kind of surgical solution to that problem, that is something that we would absolutely support. So I think, related to this market design stuff, success for us looks something like a limited impact on the existing energy-only market in Texas, and also, not having the cost or the blame for any reliability problems that there are put on renewables.
That's great, Frank. We really appreciate that. So Michael touched on this, but essentially one of the questions that has come out of this phase 2 market design is, what problem are we trying to solve? Do we have a capacity problem? Do we have an operational problem? And I think that's been, one of the foundational questions that people have been trying to address, and where there has been great disagreement among stakeholders, legislators, regulators, everyone. So I'm wondering if we can take an up and down on capacity problem or operational problem across the group. Do you guys like that idea?
Yeah.
Okay, Erica, you're up.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. So being public power, we're part of TPPA, so I don't know if y'all have read much of what they have provided as comments, but our concern is that this isn't a capacity shortfall problem, but it's an operational, reliability issue. During Uri, we had, we can't really toot our horn because of all of the press that was out there with the Capitol being on and, load being shut, curtailed, but we did very well. So, I had a nuke unit trip. I had coal that was frozen. Yeah, sure, some of my wind was derated, but we did, our renewables performed quite well. So I feel like there's a lot of questions, or I should say, we feel like there's a lot of questions that remain to be answered, and this is too big of a gamble, especially, like Katie said, it's very heavy-handed, but we don't see a lot of detail behind what they're trying to do, and that concerns us. And we also, our investment in this state can be compromised. We have a lot of industrial customers or commercial customers that are coming to Austin. They love being here, but that's the big question, right? Should we locate here? Should we go somewhere else? Before that wasn't an issue; it was a slam dunk. But it is, those are questions that we're starting to hear when they come to locate to Austin. So another concern that we have is that as well. So that's where we are.
One for operational problem.
I'd say it's an operational problem as well. I mean, if you believe in the energy-only market, the energy-only market has been working. It has been sending the signal that what this market needs is fast-ramping dispatchable generation. Be it gas, be it storage, it's part of the all of the above mix of bringing a reliable service. That being said, as Katie said, she hit the nail on the head. The leadership is looking for more control, because an energy-only market, face it, it's scary. And you don't control it. And so the legislature is looking at how do we control it and focusing on dispatchable generation. And I think the thing that's frustrating to me is, I totally get why they want more dispatchable generation, why they want more control. But the question is, do you have to destroy the renewable industry while you're trying to get that additional dispatchable generation? I would argue you don't. You can have both. But I think that is a key debate that's going on at the Capitol right now.
Is one versus the other in terms
one versus the other, and it doesn't have to
generation.
be that way. It can be both.
Katie, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to do a right-in answer, which is I think we have a political problem.
Amen.
Under any reasonable reliability metric for long-term planning, we do not have a capacity problem. Even, I think the PUC had every motivation to make it look like we did in that E3 report, and even E3 says that we don't. We don't now, we don't in 2026, absent some, kind of far-fetched assumptions about retirements. So I think what we do have is, again, a need to have more control over what's going on. That has always been a little bit of an issue in an energy-only market, and so I think the key here that will determine whether this market survives or not is, can we get people comfortable with control that is not sort of like integrated resource planning at the PUC, right? And that is why my members have supported trying to build on what we have in a couple ways. Number one, you really can get a lot of investment and a lot of incentives if you price what you want, right? So we have always had a market that the pricing is based on supply and demand. If everybody is building a lot of resources that they can't guarantee are going to show up when we have high demand and low supply, that's going to send a price signal, and you should over time see the resource mix change to accommodate that. Maybe it's some mix of batteries and traditional gas turbines or whatever it is, but pricing that I think is a key part of it. But the other thing is, we believe that the market would benefit from a new type of ancillary service that has a little bit of a longer lead time. Most of the time when we have issues where I've heard Chairman Lake describe it as, on the verge of rolling blackouts, and I wholeheartly disagree with that description. But when we have had, maybe we're going to have a conservation alert events over the last couple years, what the driver of that has always been something happened in real time that was not what everybody was expecting, and we didn't have enough time for the market to react. And so what ERCOT has started doing to try to front run those types of events is just turning on every unit that they have so that they're all sitting there running just in case. And that is because all of the ancillary services that we have today, our sort of insurance policies, are like 10 and 30-minute start times. They're very, very high quality resources. And so you can bulk up on those, but we don't have a way to have longer lead time resources in reserves. So that's what the industry proposal has been, is to come up with an ancillary service where it's a 2-hour notice time and the resources have to run for 4 hours. We usually have 2 hours of visibility into these events, and they tend to be about 4 hours long. So that's what we're trying to tailor the service to support. And I think the goal is that will give people, ERCOT policymakers, a feeling that they have more control, they have more tools at their disposal without a need to, again, trend toward this sort of integrated resource planning centralized model.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. And I want to talk a little bit more about that product also in a minute, but I'm going to give Frank an opportunity to answer the capacity versus operational.
Thanks. And I'm not just saying this because I'm going last, but I don't think anyone thinks that it's a capacity problem. But I would like to also do a right-in answer, maybe. I think the problem is that we started this market design process without clearly identifying what exactly the problem we were trying to solve is. I think renewables and solar in particular have done kind of an amazing thing in Texas where they've flattened the net load curve such that there are far fewer scarcity pricing events in Texas. And that's a good thing, right? Like, consumers having to pay for less scarcity events is a good thing overall for consumers. One of the side effects of that is that it does decrease revenue opportunities for other generators, and some of those generators have operational characteristics that we like dispatchability. So I think it's okay to say, for us as the renewable industry, it's okay to say that maybe we do need to value dispatchability more in the market. That is not the same thing as saying that we need to build a bunch of new dispatchable capacity. That's just saying that you need to take the existing market structure and value certain attributes more. And I think that that's something that we could, and Katie did a really great job at describing this DRRS product. And I think that's one potential way to do that. And I think that would be complementary to, our industry's development.
It makes a lot of sense. And I know a lot of you guys have seen other proposals on this ancillary service that, SEIA, TSPA, APA, these trade associations who represent y'all signed on to at the commission. So speaking of the commission, we have so much happening at the legislature, but there is actually a lot happening at the commission, ERCOT, that maybe people aren't paying as much attention to. One of the things that could be ultimately the most important thing that we have in this market design conversation, depending on how it's structured, is what is our reliability standard, which would determine how we meet any of these market design goals. And so I know that Frank has worked on these issues across the country and recently in PJM specifically. But can you talk a little bit about what we're looking at here in ERCOT?
Sure. So for background, maybe it's important to keep in mind Texas doesn't have a reliability metric or a reserve margin, so that they have a reserve margin, but they don't have a mandatory reserve margin requirement. So like they can calculate exactly how much reserve margin they have, based on how the energy market is working, but they are not required to procure capacity to meet that reserve margin. So they know, how they perform in relation to this common industry metric, the LOLE. I'm sure most people have heard of that. That is the standard that you only have an outage one day in 10 years. So that is what most of the rest of the country uses as a metric, and it's something that I think most people think is kind of out of date. It measures the, kind of frequency or like number of days that you would have an outage, but it doesn't say anything about how long a particular outage lasted or how severe the outage was or how expensive the outage was. So I think everywhere, even in places where they do have a reliability metric and they're using LOLE, they're kind of looking to move away from that and explore alternatives. So after Winter Storm Uri, and the commission honestly probably should have done this before they started talking about adopting PCM or any market design, was to identify what is the target reliability that we are trying to achieve here. So they are starting to do that now, which we think is really good. I think it's important for us to have a conversation. There's always a trade-off between reliability and cost, right? Like you could build a perfectly reliable system that never had an outage and you had, more than enough generation all the time, but that would cost a lot of money. So it's important for us to have that conversation about what the trade-off is between reliability and cost, and I think that the commission is taking the first step towards doing that. And I think it's something that in Texas, it's really important for us as a solar industry to be engaged on, because this is kind of a cutting edge thing everywhere where, the increasing penetration of renewables is starting to change the kinds of reliability problems that we're facing. So I think it's important for us to be involved in that, and it's used as an input, not just in market designs like PCM, but it's also used, to set the ORDC curve. Value of lost load is used to set that, and I think it could ultimately be used as well for transmission planning to kind of measure the costs and benefits of new transmission projects. And as every renewable developers know, we need more transmission.
And we're not going down that road in this panel.
Yeah, it's a different panel.
Does anybody want to add anything quickly on reliability standard? And we're going to go to PCM.
So just one thing I'd add is, I think it's one thing to have a discussion about what the reliability standard is, whether it's 1 in 10 or any of the other things that's on the plate. The other question that is going to be really critical here, is it a target or is it a mandate? Because that actually drives the ultimate decision with regard to market design. Right now we have a target. The 1 in 10 is something that is used to kind of evaluate the health of our reserves. If we go to a mandate, then that then looks at a capacity market and really moving away from the energy only market. So there's 2 steps to this debate that is going to be critical.
So I think people forget this, but we've always, and you did get back around to this eventually in your explanation, but we've always calculated what reliability standard we have as a target and compared it to what we're producing in the energy only market to kind of assess the health of the market and the pricing signals and all of that. So we've done that analysis going back to 2000. Back in the 2013, 2014 timeframe, I think you were actually at the commission still at this point, we had this whole discussion about what is an appropriate reliability standard, and the commission wholeheartedly said, we are moving away from the 1 event in 10 years standard. It's arbitrary, it's nonsense, And we're going to move toward a model where we look at the cost of an outage as compared to the cost of building generation to avoid the outage. And we're going to try to have a reserve margin that is economically optimal. And that is where they settled. There was a commission rulemaking that was like a final choice that was made. We believed at the time that that was the right choice because it does look at not just how many outages do you have, but also the duration, the magnitude, the cost, and the cost of avoiding the outage to consumers. I don't know that an economically optimal reserve margin is politically palatable anymore because there has been a trend toward risk aversion, understandably, but I still think it's a really important starting point. And so we are advocating that the PUC look at that, but what I see happening right now is this idea that the 1 in 10 is outdated and we should have a more nuanced reliability standard is getting turned on its head because there is a view by some that we need to just come up with a standard that will turn into a mandate and put more money in the market. And so they are trying to come up at some level with a standard that we don't meet today. We actually have a very reliable grid from a long-term, planning perspective. If you do any of these types of normal standards, we perform well. So I think what they're looking at is, can we come up with some standard that is so conservative and kind of, take the next step in this risk aversion that everybody's feeling, and come up with something that we don't meet so that we have a justification to use a tool like the PCM to add money to the market. And that's something that we're seeing, like if any of you follow what's going on at ERCOT right now, they're talking about bridging solutions. Okay, well, the bridging solutions are literally, I'm not trying to be pejorative here, but they are literally what can we do to add $500 million a year to the market, period. There is no study that shows that that's needed. There is no reliability standard that's been adopted, but there is this perception that we need to do something artificial and interventionist to add $500 million to the market. So my concern is that this reliability standard discussion is not an honest debate that we're having, that the outcome of this is going to be something that was very much baked ahead of time that is meant to support a heavy-handed revenue sufficiency tool.
And just to add one thing on top of that, the additional $500 million is on top of $1.7 billion that has already been put into the market through the conservative operations, which I sometimes nickname spending like a drunken sailor.
Yeah, Katie, maybe I'm being naive, but I'm kind of thinking that the outcome of doing that kind of reliability analysis will maybe show that we don't have a capacity shortfall. I mean, the vast majority of outages, pretty much, they almost never are the result of capacity shortfalls. It's almost always like a squirrel chewed on a transformer or whatever. It's distribution-related outages, not capacity shortfalls. Uri was unique because in Uri that was a capacity shortfall, but that's why we had the phase 1 and phase 2. We did weatherization and stuff, and I think that gives you capacity sufficiency, and the PUC going through this exercise of picking a reliability standard and looking at all of those different metrics and what the likelihood of those are, I think will kind of force them to realize some of these things and whether it is worth the cost to dump all of that money that you're talking about into the market to build new generation. I do want to say I do think that there is a real, it's not a problem necessarily, but it's the grid is changing and relying more on intermittent renewables presents different operational challenges. And I think looking at metrics like EUE, we as the solar industry or renewable industry need to be honest about the kinds of things that the system is going to need in order to accommodate the levels of intermittent generation that we want to see happening on the system. And to do that, I think you need to look very seriously at metrics like EUE and decide what it is you need, whether it's a DRS or whatever.
Okay, we're going to shift gears and talk about PCM. So first of all, if you know what PCM is, please raise your hand so we can know how we want to get into it.
Oh, 2 people, wow.
I know what it stands for, but I'm not
Pretty
even sure
much.
I know what it is.
Does anyone know?
Different things to different people. Different things to
trying to
different
figure that
people.
out.
So essentially, PCM's performance credit mechanism, this is, as Michael said, the market design construct that the commission approved and that they have said will go forward unless the legislature essentially steps in. in some way and passes a bill. So like Katie said, yeah, we don't exactly know what it is, but kind of to give you an idea of what people have been talking about is, and what the commission has said, is it's essentially a product, like a capacity product, for lack of a better word, where generators will receive some sort of a payment on a credits on a look-back basis when at certain hours when reserves were the lowest for being deliverable. So we're going to go with that. And then Erica's going to start us off kind of talking about how she views the PCM and how Austin Energy is viewing this concept. And then we're going to hear from our other panelists as well.
Well, mine will be quick. We've looked at what is out there, which is not much. We have concerns about, why 30 hours? Should it, is that the right number? Again, going back to determining whether or not is it, we've kind of gotten on not daily, not monthly, seasonal, annual. Those are more minor questions. The larger ones are, should we be reevaluating, LOLE, the cone? That hasn't been redone in a while. So there's a lot of questions that we have with regards to how this would be implemented, the time frame that they're talking about that it can be done in. We don't feel like that's very realistic. And then, we talk about these bridging solutions that don't have a lot of data behind it. So again, I think one of the things that Mike said was, maybe I'm being naive about, talking about doing a reliability standard. I think, he's right. It is, the amount of resources in the market are changing, right? It's different than back in 2013 and 2010. But why is the PUC and the ledge not looking at some of the AS options that have been put out there? Several options have been put out that are very, very tenable for us to be able to help this market in a much more efficient and much more cost effective. But it's not very, politically, it doesn't really give them the clout that they want to be able to say, I did this. So I personally would like to see more time spent on the AS products that several of our market participants and stakeholders have put out there. I think those merit having, more study to them, but I don't, unfortunately, I don't think they're getting the traction from the ledge and the PUC that they deserve.
Yeah. I think one of the problems with the PCM is it's in many ways an amorphous blob on the floor that no one knows what it is. It's kind of whatever is in the eye of the beholder and how they want to define it at that time. McCall gave really kind of the substance of what we know its intent is. But, E3 did a grave disservice to the commission when there was one thing that they did not do, which is any sort of analytical backcast of what would it have meant. Is it predictable? And when the backcast started to come out, not from E3, not from the commission, not from ERCOT, but from market participants, it was like, this thing is totally random and unpredictable. And so how is this good at all for financing new generation? And E3 was honest at the outset. They're like, this is about retaining existing generation. Now everybody's still trying to say, oh no, it's actually about encouraging new generation. But they skip the fundamental part is, this is unpredictable because we don't even know what the metrics are. Is it at the hours of lowest operating reserves? Is it peak net margin? Do they have any, or peak net load? Do these have any relationship? The facts show no, they don't have that. And so it's like an effort to shove a bunch of money into the system that's probably going to benefit the existing thermal fleet, because they are talking about excluding wind, solar, storage. None of them are going to be eligible for these funds, potentially. I mean, it's not law. It's not. Those are all still decisions to be made. But the discussion about it and the lack of clarity on what we're doing is really a fundamental problem. Are we stopping Winter Storm Uri? Are we just trying to keep existing generation? Are we trying to build new generation? You got to figure out what you're trying to solve before you come out with a solution that is as undefined as the PCM is today.
We have a theme here. What the theme of the panel is, what problem are we trying to solve?
Yeah.
Yeah, so somebody described trying to, provide a substantive critique of the PCM as like trying to nail down Jell-O, right? Because, and it's a great tool politically to try to get this thing to advance, because I've personally been in the situation where whatever it is that I criticize about the mechanics of the PCM, I'm then told, well, we're not going to do it that way. But we do not have another like top to bottom description of how they are going to do it. We just have what's in the E3 report. So here's what I know about the PCM today. I know that it's a backward-looking capacity construct, and I believe that it will be for dispatchable generation only. That's really all we know about it. But I think the key thing that there's no way mechanically to get around this is that the objective of the PCM is for it to be a tool that allows the PUC to direct revenues from consumers to dispatchable generators in a manner that is almost entirely up to their discretion. And so all these questions, it's just like any capacity market construct. It's intensely bureaucratic. There's a lot of money that gets moved around depending on what these parameters are. And I believe, again, that this is a way that the commission can exert control over market outcomes by designing something that can be changed regularly. It will provide no regulatory uncertainty, that will allow them to say, consumers, we don't think you're paying enough to these thermal guys this year, so here's an additional cost that's going to go on your bills to support thermal generation.
Well, and just one quick thing on that. The focus is all on sending the money to the generators. Customers ultimately are going to pay. How do you bill this thing retroactively? And that's one of the things that's a real big concern is from after you figured out what the cost is and what the money that's going to go to the generators is, how are you going to even be able to recover this cost and still have a robust competitive market?
Well, so it's a great point. And again, I don't know that they have a mechanical answer to this part of it. So we express a lot of concern about how all the forward capacity markets are heavily dependent on forecasting, which is always wrong. And so you have consumers that are paying a lot of money based on forecasts that tend to be wrong. And then once you've done that 3 years out, everybody's position is locked in. There's nothing you can do about it. So I think the PCM was an attempt to be responsive to that and make it after the fact, but that creates a whole other set of problems. So if you're a retail provider and you're serving a large customer, like one of my members, say they switch reps in the middle of the year, you're going to get a bill for some capacity obligation that you have for a large load that you don't serve anymore. How do market participants handle that risk? I mean, do you have some like lingering, what if the large load, shuts down? There's just all kinds of issues with it that I think.
Or they switched for a reason and maybe they don't want to pay their old rep a massive bill after the fact.
Frank, what do you think?
So when I was working at FERC, we used to joke that capacity markets were 20% of the money, but 90% of everyone's time. Just because of how complex and like Katie was saying. And I think the PCM, some people were saying that PCM stands for pretty much a capacity market. And I think that that's mostly accurate. The key difference between a capacity market and an energy-only market is who bears the risk. So in an energy-only market, the generator bears the risk of building the project and you may or may not get enough revenue to cover your costs. In a capacity market or in the PCM, even if you don't want to call it a capacity market, the consumer bears that risk. So they're going to cover the cost of building a new unit no matter what, and they're going to inject that into the market. So that is a reason that it should, PCM should give consumers of electricity pause for that reason. As a solar developer, I think, we don't know how PCM is going to end up being implemented or all of the details of how it's going to shake out, but from the E3 report, I think they were estimating that it was going to be $5 billion. Someone can correct me if that's wrong. 5.7. Mm-hmm. So 5.7 billion, and for context, like the entire Texas energy market is something like 22 billion-ish. So this is, when I was saying 20% of the money, it's about a fifth of the money they're going to take out of the energy market and give to their preferred generation, whatever that is, dispatchable generation. So as a renewable developer, that should scare you. I mean, that's a fifth of all of the money is just being taken out of the market and put somewhere where you can't access it. So yeah, I'm not wild about
Don't
the
use the word scare.
Oh.
There's a lot of uncertainty. Just kidding. So we have a pretty good amount of time left, about 8 minutes. I want to hit a couple more things. Katie, I would like you to talk just about DRRS really quickly. And then you mentioned it earlier, but.
Yeah, I'll cover DRRS quickly. I do want to make sure that we get to the cost allocation discussion too, because I think that's an interesting discussion. So we've been advocating for this type of ancillary service product that's meant to cover off operational uncertainty for some time now. The independent market monitor, after the 2021 session when all these workshops were being held, Potomac actually brought forth a better formulated version of what we were trying to say, which actually had some analysis around how much lead time do you need and how long are the events typically. And so that's been branded now as Dispatchable Reliability Reserve Service. And the concept, again, is that you would give enough notice for resources that have a 2-hour start time or less to turn on to address what kind of intraday variability that you have. We don't have a product like this today. Instead, ERCOT is really leaning on existing ancillary services that weren't meant for that purpose, which is having a lot of unintended market consequences. Customers are paying for the reliability unit commitments. It's causing price distortions, and it's holding other pretty high quality units out of the market so that they can provide non-spend. So that's pretty much bad for everyone. This product would supplant the need for a lot of that, but at the same time, it is targeted toward dispatchable generation, and so we estimate that it would add about $1.5 billion to the market each year that would be targeted toward dispatchable generation. And we believe that with the existing pricing incentives to develop dispatchable generation, that gets you where you need to be without the need for kind of a heavy-handed capacity tool that's meant to guarantee some kind of revenue sufficiency. So that's what we've been supporting, and I think really it's got pretty broad support even from the PCM advocates. It's just that the PCM advocates don't want this implemented to the exclusion of PCM, but I think everybody really thinks this is a good idea. The issue that has come up, I think, is at the Capitol at least, this proposal, well, number one, you don't ever want to have an ancillary service in statute. Like, that's not a good place to be, but that's where we are because the legislature is trying to exert some kind of oversight over the commission based on what's been going on. So we are talking about putting an ancillary service in legislation, but it's been paired with this idea that it should be allocated to the cost causers, which means variable load, thermal generation that is having a lot of forced outages, and the intermittent generation. And so both of the bills in the Senate and the House that are aimed at implementing this service also have this cost allocation piece that's going alongside it, which I think is complicated and controversial, much more so than the service itself.
Complicated is an understatement. Yeah. It's incomprehensible.
Well, and I think one of the things about it is when you start looking at the cost that we're talking about being allocated, it's enormous. So look at the language that's out there right now, the cost allocation of ancillary services and reliability services. The commission has defined the PCM as a reliability service. So if you take $5.7 billion in costs and take $400 million of ancillary services and start allocating that to generators, and generators and load, depending on how it squares out. One proposal really would have just had it go to wind, solar, and load. So $3 billion of additional cost on the renewable industry is not an insignificant problem. And then the other thing about it is, shifting the way that this is allocated, it's important to remember ultimately customers are going to pay the cost. And so it's all going to come down. And I think one of the things, to use a different analogy, if Texas needs more money for roads, should Texas just go on ahead, bite the bullet, and make a determination that we're going to collect more money? Or should Texas go on ahead and call Washington and say, hey, can you raise our taxes? And will you give us some back? We're not going to get as much back, and customers are going to pay more. So this diversionary approach for cost recovery ultimately will cause customers to pay more than they otherwise would have had with a more efficient cost recovery mechanism.
Frank, I heard you clicking your pen.
Oh, sorry. I did not mean to make such an impatient gesture. I did want to say something. I mean, I think Michael's exactly right. Like in terms of how it's a lot of money and it would be allocated. I think it's pretty easy to understand in the abstract, that we as a developer could be allocated that cost and actually have to pay. But I think, the way I've been explaining it internally to our team, I mean, just the idea, we have a lot of customers, like I'm sure most people do, that have PPAs with, corporate off-takers that are very interested in quantifying the measurable carbon reductions that they're getting by, signing a PPA with your company. And just the idea that we would be specifically allocated a cost of subsidizing a new fossil generator that is down the street in Texas, I think would be a very difficult pill to swallow and, could really change the demand for renewable energy in Texas. More than even the cost might indicate.
More than even the cost. Erica, do you want to add anything about this cost allocation piece?
As public power, I mean, that's what we focus on, uplift, how our customers are bearing all the decisions that are made in the market. That's why the tool, this ancillary tool that we're focused on, we think is a much better answer to the problem that we're trying to solve, right? What problem are we trying to solve? We see, solar does a great job in the summer now. It's base load. We used to kind of grin and bear when it came to summer, but our difficult time now is winter in February when no wind is blowing and the sun isn't coming up. Those Monday morning or those February mornings or winter mornings are tough, and we need incentives to be able to bring on some of that dispatchable generation. I think gas is a bridge. I think it can help us continue to grow our renewable resources here in Texas, but the heavy-handed is just going to crush it. So we would like to see something more nimble and more cost-effective when it comes to solutions.
So we've got 40 seconds left, guys. We're going to do everybody's final thoughts. Frank, you're up.
Can I pass?
Yeah, you can pass. Katie?
Sorry, Katie.
I'll just say, we've got like a month and a half left in the legislative session. I know this panel's been regulatory focused, but I think that's going to tell us a lot about where we're heading. This is a market that I believe in, that my clients believe in. I think it's actually handled the energy transition remarkably well, better than a lot of the regulated markets or markets with capacity overlays have. So I hope that at some point, leadership and policymakers will understand that and try to save this thing that, I really do think it's the best model that there is.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the one thing I'd add is get involved. If you're not already, you're involved here with SEIA, there's different trade organizations that are involved, but I tell you what, legislators want to hear from individual companies as well. The folks where you're developing projects have got a key stake in what's happening. They need to be heard. We don't need to be quiet and take it. We need to have people speak up, reach out to legislators that you've got a connection with through a landowner, have the landowner call. Getting involved is just absolutely critical for this next month and a half.
I would say speak up. If it looks confusing, it's because it probably really is, and it's probably not a good solution. So it needs to be, these solutions need to be something that we understand and that we can hedge out in the future. That's what we do. We go out 4, 5, 10 years, and some of these products really don't allow us to be able to trade in the forward markets, and we need to be able to do that. So speak up. I agree.
Yeah, I was going to echo that same sentiment. For all the other developers here, we are not an infant, immature industry anymore. We are the majority of the new interconnection queue in most parts of the country, and I think we need to act that way. And showing up is a big part of that. Have meetings with commissioners and legislators even before you need something from them. And, you don't have to be super involved in every single detail of every single issue. That's what trade groups are for. And people like McCall and Michael. Excellent consultants.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. I hope that the discussion was useful to y'all, and this is a really important topic, so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Real quick.
insightful, really engaging. Love the passion and enthusiasm. We'll see more of this for the next 2 days. We have a 30-minute networking break, so grab a cup of coffee, grab a colleague, have a conversation. Join us out on the exhibit floor, and thank you again for coming to RE+ Texas. Great job.
So you want me to sit here next to you then?
Yeah, that sounds good. You don't have to, but if you want to, you can.
I need some water.
Would you like to sit between us as the pop of color?
That's right.
That's a good idea.
You want me to move over
No.
one so you can have the bright pink?
Oh.
I heard another one downstairs as well. That was like.
I didn't hear the first.
Will they tell us when they're ready?
Oh, what did the
They're like,
solar
you are
investor
live
learn?
I
now.
don't know. It's a bright light. I can tell
Can't
you
earn
that.
a fortune overnight.
No.
Yeah, there's
Or
tons
at
of
all
those going
sometimes.
downstairs.
It's kind of cold up here.
Well, I think the
is chilly.
punchline for everyone
Are you
downstairs
going
was
to the
put in a
conference at
battery.
all?
Tons of
I'm
battery
not.
vendors.
I'm not
I'm
either.
going
Set
to
up
go
in that
downstairs and go
exhibit
through the little
Where's everybody gonna
exhibit
know what we're saying right
that we
now?
were talking about when we were talking about. Said it's
I don't
really-
mind.
she
I don't
said
think I've
it's
said
really
anything.
nice.
To I'm just
I'll
like,
run through
Before I
it.
leave.
I'll run through
We can
before I
start telling
leave.
jokes.
Yeah.
another one was like the.
How are you? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Today, our panel is going to be talking about reliability and resilience, how to have the best of both worlds. We are focusing on the following topics: weatherization, planning for weather and building resilience, reliability, how the industry and market signals are contributing to resiliency and reliability, and policy and market planning. So up on the panel, we're very fortunate to have Sean Alvarez with us today. He's the Chief Operating Officer of Guadalupe Valley Electric Co-op. We have Wen Zhang. She's the Deputy Director of ERCOT IMM. And we have Stephanie Doan, the Director of State and Regulatory Affairs for Solve Energy. I'm your moderator, Lene Willett with EDF Renewables. And we'll turn it over to Sean for his introduction of himself and then move over to Stephanie and Wen.
Thank you, Lene. As Lene said, my name is Sean Alvarez. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for GVEC. GVEC is an electric cooperative here in the state of Texas. We serve really the northeast corner of San Antonio, and as I was telling the other folks, we work our way up I-35, and then we quickly get off of I-35 because there is so much traffic and demand going along that corridor, and we head east towards Houston. We serve about 100,000 electric consumers over about 3,500 square miles. And so our service territory gets very, very large, and it's something that we deal with all the time, especially from a grid resiliency standpoint. We also have an internet company as well, where we serve roughly 23,000 internet customers over fiber to the home, over wireless point to multi-point technologies. And so we really like looking at that as kind of a bridge or a partnership that we have with our utility space and our internet customers to build a smart grid, which we'll talk about some of that stuff here in a little bit. The final piece of who we are as well is we actually move beyond the meter into the home, which most utilities will stay away from, into what we call our BTM services, beyond the meter. So we sell and service HVAC units. We sell and install and service solar and battery installations inside of the home. And then we also do in-home generation as well. So kind of a multitude of services, and we'll certainly talk about that, but you can certainly see it covers the spectrum from a generator all the way down to the end user and the things that they're doing inside of their homes to try to build a resilient home and a reliable service for our customers. So looking forward to talking through some of those topics with y'all and answering any questions that you might have about it.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Doan. I'm the Director of State and Regulatory Affairs at Solve Energy. Solve Energy is a EPC and O&M service provider. Excuse me. We're the largest contractor for utility scale solar, battery storage, and some high voltage work that we do as well. In Texas, we have 3.5 gigawatts of utility scale solar in operation. We have a pipeline of another 1.5 gigawatts, and we currently have another just under a gigawatt in construction in Texas as well. Over the last 5 or 6 years that we've been operating in Texas, we've created about 5,500 construction jobs. We've invested about $2.5 billion into the economy, and that includes about $1.8 million in the form of wages. We are a national company. We're headquartered in San Diego. We have a 26-state footprint. All in all, over our last 10 years or so building utility scale solar, we have 8.5 gigawatts in operation. We love being in Texas. Our project teams love it. I would like to talk about what some of the panel earlier was talking about, the politicalization of renewables and the blaming. I think that we can get to reliability and resiliency in a way that incorporates all resources, an all-of-above approach, and just being more thoughtful about utilizing the variable resources in a smarter way, and how that can integrate into, like I said, an all-of-above technology approach. But we'll talk about more of that later.
Hi, I'm Wen. I recently started with Potomac Economics in the role of Deputy Director of the ERCOT Independent Market Monitor. Potomac Economics is a leading provider of market monitoring services for independent system operators across the United States. And Potomac Economics is currently serving as the market monitor for the Mid-Continent ISO, ISO New England, New York ISO, and ERCOT. As the ERCOT IMM, we contract with the Public Utility Commission of Texas to monitor the wholesale electricity market, including all markets for energy, ancillary services, congestion revenue rights, as well as monitoring aspects of ERCOT operations that affect supply, demand, anything that impacts the functioning of a competitive market. And so today I'm here to share the IMM's perspective on how the market can respond to climate change, as well as how, if properly designed, can provide incentives for reliability and resiliency.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, let's get into weatherization planning, what it is and isn't. So Sean, what does weatherization mean to GVEC? What is it, and what are some of the best practices to ensure strong electric grid performance?
Yeah, perfect. I'll transition to talk. I guess when everybody thinks of weatherization in the state of Texas right now, the first thing that comes to mind is Winter Storm Uri, right? That's what everybody thinks of. Then we just had this winter freeze here recently and went through that. Here's what I'll say though, weatherization is not planning around just cold weather. Weatherization in general is planning around summer heat, winter storms, winter freezes, and things like that. And so you have this delicate balance that you're trying to perform here in Texas, where the vast majority of the days of the year, it is extremely hot, not extremely cold. And so you're trying to plan around those. And so really what we look at from our standpoint is two different things. One, I stand and look for what we call proactive maintenance. And so those are the things that I can do on a yearly basis, monthly basis, weekly basis. So very simple things like pole inspections, tree trimming on annual cycles. You can do breaker maintenance and substation inspections where you're inside the facilities themselves and you're trying to identify anything that might cause a disruption should an event occur, whether or not that's very high load based upon air conditioning loads or whether or not that is very high loads based upon just winter heat strip is a big issue in the state of Texas. And so those are the normal things we look for. You know, we're trimming trees, we're doing pole inspections. We have folks that are driving around the territory at all given times, trying to identify vulnerabilities or weak spots on the grid. But in addition to that, almost all of the assets that I would define as critical assets in the grid, things inside of a substation, transmission breakers, large scale power transformers, those things are monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They all have thresholds and alarms that send out triggers, alarms, and alerts to those control centers to say, hey guys, something is going on. You might need to look at this before you have a premature failure. And so what I would say is a lot of the preventative stuff is there, it's in place, and it's not just at a utility like mine, it's all the way down to the smallest scale utility in the state of Texas or across the nation as a whole. Those triggers, those alerts, those alarms are there. Those systems are sophisticated enough to tell you if something is happening. There's also the next aspect of winterization, which to me is the responsive side of it. So it's not only proactive, but it's also reactive. It's how do you respond when these things occur? Because a show of hands, I'll make this interactive. How many of you think we can provide a 100% power on all the time resilient grid? All right, so you're either checking your email or you're
Not
with
too
me.
many hands.
You also agree that the fact and the cost of paying for 100% reliability is, one, it's improbable, but not only that, it's not cost effective. And so you're trying to design an infrastructure that handles reliability 99.999% of the time, and then you respond when those events occur. And so that's what we spend a lot of time on, is finding passionate people who care about rebuilding the grid when something does go wrong, whether or not that's a winter storm, a tornado, a hurricane, whatever it may be. Those are the types of things we look at. So when I look at weatherization, I really look at it from the standpoint of heat and cold. What types of things can I do over and over again to ensure that we identify something that might occur and that we can fix prior to that occurring. And then we just deal with the chaos when the chaos happens.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, so Stephanie, over to you. What is a flexible grid, and can it help with extreme weather situations?
Phoning a friend. So grid flexibility, I think, is a great tool or a necessity for more inclement weather, more severe weather. And I think there are five components to grid flexibility. One is operational, grid operations, and thinking about how can we react quickly to current needs. How can we get power one place where it needs to be, utilizing all the tools that we have. In some cases, that could be shorter intervals of resources being supplied. Also, it could be just thinking about, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Thinking about what resources we have in one piece and being able to respond very quickly to those extremities. Or extremes. We can also make sure that we have more demand side response. So if there's energy efficiency, customer usage of DG or DERs aggregated into virtual power plants, that's something that could help fill up the duck curve belly. Storage resources would help push that belly up so it stays smooth, and the combination of aggregated resources could help fill that up. A third piece is better transmission and distribution planning. So if we could have those networks open up pathways by allowing distribution networks to access transition networks, that would be useful and helpful in a lot of ways. And then at the end would be having resources like natural gas, but thinking about how we're utilizing them. So renewables get blamed for being intermittent, and they are, but the intermittency is blamed for blackouts and power outages and just all around inconvenience. What we could do is look at how we are applying these resources to the grid. So if we have natural gas, we ought to use it for a power supply rather than a constant energy supply, meaning natural gas is useful for high ramping or quick ramping and being able to put bursts of energy where you need it, or bursts of power where you need it. The intermittent resources are always putting out some sort of energy into the grid. It's just utilizing our tools to figure out where it needs to go and when we need to apply those very intense resources like natural gas. I think in the past we've relied on, we have relied on natural gas for so long, it's easy to just throw a lot more natural gas on the grid and say we're going to have a reliable and flexible grid now, except for when it drops, the temperature drops and it freezes and gas, and then the person ahead of, or the person on the other panel, Erica, talked about having frozen coal piles and frozen gas, but renewables did really well. So if we play to what renewables can and cannot do and plan our resources and allocate resources according to what those renewable resources can do, we are starting to create more flexibility and be able to respond for when extremes come, and have just a better, more reliable power or energy grid all along. So demand resources, utilizing gas in a more in a smarter way, and battery storage, transmission planning, I think I already said that, and just grid operations, having a better sense of how these renewables work together with other more conventional resources, thermal resources.
Sounds great. Thanks, Stephanie. So now that we understand weatherization basics and what a flexible grid can do, are there economic incentives for weatherization, and how is the market currently reflecting reliability needs post-Storm Uri?
Yeah, so I think we've seen historically extreme events correspond also with extreme pricing outcomes. So resources that have weatherized and are able to operate in those extreme events are able to capture market opportunities and outcomes that resources that cannot operate would have missed. And so in this way, right, and resources that have promised their output through bilateral contracts or through the day-ahead market or whatever, that are not able to meet that obligation are also equally penalized at those high prices. So the market and market pricing signals, expectation of those pricing signals, can naturally incentivize resources to weatherize so that they're able to operate and are available during those events. And so after Winter Storm Uri, we've seen a lot of emphasis and additional financial value placed on operating reserves. And so we see that reflected through ERCOT's additional procurement of ancillary services, as well as something that was mentioned in the previous panel, the shifting of the operating reserve demand curve, or the RADC, ERCOT's scarcity pricing mechanism, and that shift went in at the start of 2022. And so in 2022 alone, that shift has produced an additional $1.7 billion in energy revenues. And so that's pretty significant. And also in 2022, with the additional non-spinning procurements, the whole pool of resources that are offering into that service haven't fundamentally changed. And so with the extra procurements, we're seeing also fairly significant pricing for those ancillary services that are now procuring extra for. And so the market is sending signals that it is placing additional value on reserves ahead of scarcity condition, and also for investment into the market.
Okay, so panelists, any other weatherization comments before we move on? Okay, let's transition over to reliability. We know that reliability is an essential function of a grid and electric service for Texans. So Sean, back to you. What are some technologies that your co-op is utilizing to improve reliability to your customers?
So I think before you talk about reliability, you kind of got to understand what reliability means. And so here, I mean, at GVEC, the things we focus on obviously are metrics. We are always looking for grid performance. We're looking for how reliable is my system. You heard me mention the 5 nines concept. So, we study our 177 circuits on a monthly basis. We look at them, we determine whether or not we're providing reliability to the 5 nines level. If we're not, and for those of y'all who don't know what that means, that just means take the hours out of the year, multiply it, the 8760 times the number of members, and how many member outages do I experience to calculate how many times when you flip a light switch on does it come on. And so 99.999% of the time, that's what our metric is. That's our standard. That's what we hold ourselves accountable to. If we're not meeting that, then we start diving deeper into why. Because again, you heard me mention the grid will never be 100% reliable. And so what I'm looking for is, if you're not meeting my specific criteria for a standard, what are the causes that I'm seeing that are creating the outages? And then how long is it taking me to respond to those folks? Because you heard me talk about all the really good people that get up every single night or every single day, passionately trying to serve the people throughout the entire nation. From a standpoint of the grid reliability, those folks are getting up and doing those things. Well, how quickly are they responding? And so those are the metrics we look at and try to identify the grid performance, because in order to try to improve reliability, you have to understand where you're starting from. You also heard me talk about us owning and being a part of an internet company. Well, the vast majority of the infrastructure to serve our internet subscribers is fiber to the home. Well, fiber to the home is an outstanding product that you can use for something that's very valuable inside of the home, which is broadband, but it's also something that's very valuable to a lot of the intelligent resources that are being installed in electric grids today. So transmission lines, the interconnectivity between them, intelligent breakers that are going in, intelligent sensors that can be installed on lines today, automated metering information, so the ability to bring back thousands and thousands of data points from the end user, which is all the way to that very end user, being able to bring that information back, processing it in a really fast time, and being able to understand how your grid is performing. That is what we are really focusing on, is trying to build out that infrastructure so we can understand the end user's experience, and so we can respond to that end user's experience maybe even before they know something is going on. You know, maybe just the fact that they're seeing a periodic blink, and that blink could mean that there's trees in the line, there's an overload issue, there's something that's going on while they're at work and they don't know that's happening. And we're able to dispatch crews, respond to it, and go and improve their service. The other thing that I really like to touch on is, you heard the term VPP and the whole virtual power plant concept. You heard me talk a little bit about us being behind the meter, and there's a reason that we are behind the meter, is because we believe a lot of what you heard the panel talking about is those are virtualized power plants, and it's not just large-scale solar, and it's not just large-scale gas or coal or water or whatever you want it to be. That's going to be the generation resource. There are many, many things that are going on inside of people's homes, and I always ask the folks when I talk to new employees at our company, I say, how many connected devices do you have inside of your home? Do you know that? And a lot of people go, I don't know, 5, 8, 10. Well, I have a 12-year-old kid, and I can tell you the first thing that any kid that walks into my house asks me is, what's your Wi-Fi password? And the logic behind that is there are so many virtualized power plants that are sitting there inside of every individual consumer's home throughout the state, throughout the nation, that are loads. They're power plants. If I can make your air conditioning load disappear or your heating load disappear, or I can get your pool pump to turn off because it's 100 degrees outside and it doesn't really need to be running right now, if I can get your rooftop solar and your battery, the deployment to kick on and serve back onto the grid when we have this ORDC curve that is going like this, those virtualized power plants are the things that we are recognizing and saying that is the future. It's not going to be just generator pushing power over large transmission lines to serve the end user. It's what we call the bidirectional flow of power, and how I manage that on a day-to-day basis has changed in the 25 years that I've been in the business. It used to be very elementary. It used to be delivering electron to that end user, and I managed the protection of the infrastructure on a one-way street. Now that has changed. Power is going both directions at any time during the periods of day, and I've got to be able to still protect those poles, those wires, those transformers, those breakers to ensure 5 nines worth of reliability. And so that is why we are firm believers that I'm building this great communications infrastructure to support the grid of the future, and how I am doing that is in order to protect my grid, but oh, by the way, there's also this really cool byproduct called broadband internet service that is another very, very viable product that people need. And so that has been our philosophy, and that's why we're in the business. And I think it has played out pretty well for us over the last 24 years. So that's how we view reliability, is again, understanding where you are today by metrics, building a grid of the future in order to manage this bidirectional flow of power and these virtualized power plants, along with real-time generation and how you manage the flow of the electron. So I'll pause and allow you to move on in case, but certainly would entertain questions when we get to them.
Thanks, John. So Wen, what role does the market play in meeting reliability needs?
Yeah, so we believe that the best way to achieve reliability and resiliency needs at least cost is through a competitive market solution. So the ideal process is you quantify whatever that need is, either based off of historical data, off of future forecasts, off of what you expect the future grid to look like. You make a product for that, you specify the performance attributes, technology neutral, and then you let the market come and provide it. And so through innovation, through competition, consumers should be able to get that reliability benefit at least cost. And so something that the previous panel talked a lot about, and we still want to recommend, a product that the IMM recommended in their 2021 State of the Market report was a uncertainty reserves ancillary service product, something that has also been rebranded into the, what do they call it, the dispatchable reserve R service. I forget what the second R was. But essentially, it's to be able to combat some of the operational uncertainty that ERCOT is seeing. And so with increasing load forecast error, whether that be from extreme weather events or maybe high electric vehicle adoption outpacing expectation and large load swings during the day, from renewable forecast error, from forced outages, from thermal generation, ERCOT has seen hours during the day where the capacity needed to reliably serve load has swung in one direction or the other. And so ERCOT is currently procuring a lot of additional non-spinning reserves, as well as committing these long lead time, long minimum runtime resources in order to be able to combat that. And we think instead of these administrative actions, it would be much more cost effective and also provide a greater reliability benefit if we convert that into a product, the uncertainty reserve product or the DRRS, that ERCOT could then procure, essentially procured and co-optimized with existing energy and ancillary services so that they can then deploy that when they need, but also it's not distorting market outcomes by utilizing these existing services or RUC in a way that is potentially harming the market. And also, something that was mentioned in the Commission's Phase 1 market design, a voltage support service. We've seen voltage ride-through issues, maybe some issues with interconnecting large flexible loads, and so if that is a reliability need, a resiliency need that the ERCOT is seeing, we should be able to translate that into a product and let the market provide that.
Thanks, Ann. So, Stephanie, how can renewables help keep the lights on during extreme weather and support a reliable grid?
I think that incorporating some of the five principles of a flexible grid will help, and grid operations, better forecasting. I know it's not perfect, but we have better modeling and forecasting than we have, so we know when certain resources are going to show up and when they might not be as prominent or prevalent in the mix. I think that we saw in Fort Myers, Florida, just recently, the Babcock Ranch, which maintained their power run off of solar through some of the worst hurricane that we saw certainly last year. And it's a good indication of what we can expect when these resources are deployed more frequently and can be relied on for those kinds of extreme events. I also believe that the incorporation of more VPPs will help if we encourage customers to put aside, well, turn off their heat pumps for one. I know that's been a real problem in other states, but turn off their heat pumps to get them off of the main grid, but allow that transfer, that two-way transfer that Steve was talking about, and having a greater, asking people to set aside like 5%, 3%, 2% of what they're using to go back into the grid. I think people would do that. I think they would do that if they were paid, but I think they might do it too if they weren't. I think that keeping the power on for their communities is more important. And I think that's a resource that's just going to continue to grow and grow, and we shouldn't just have it sitting there in someone's house. We should be able to provide an incentive for them to put some of that back onto the grid to help in these kinds of conditions.
Thanks.
Or de-incentivize them through rates.
Right. Yeah. But also to have more and more batteries, as we continue to incentivize and make products that reward that kind of resource and battery storage in a better way. And as the cost comes down, it keeps coming down. We'll see a lot more. We'll see how solar and solar plus storage, wind, can help in those kinds of conditions.
Thanks. Any thoughts on reliability before we move on? Okay, we're moving on to policy and market planning. Texas is currently holding its state legislative session. Just down the road, we have a bunch of policymakers, and policy is often driven by in-district and statewide concerns. So, Sean, how do you engage with your customers to address their concerns about the frequency of major weather events that can lead to prolonged power outages?
I think we engage them through communications. Just consistently and effectively communicating with them when events are either approaching. Again, you heard me talk about statistics. I'm very big on spitting out statistics to folks when they talk about the reliability of the grid. I like to defend the grid. Obviously, I'm an operational guy. But then also I like to communicate them, again, the passion that we have to serve. And I think the other thing that to me is important is if I can communicate to you what reliability looks like, and if you're telling me an event you've experienced, I gotta sympathize with you when they do occur. If you're out of power for days, that's obviously not a good thing. It's not good. It's not good for either party. It's not good for you. It's not good for me as an operator. But the other thing is I understand that breaks, fails are going to happen. How do I use technology to isolate and restore as much of it as I can possibly restore, and leave those that need to be out of power until repairs can be made? And so that is what we have spent a lot of time and effort on, is putting intelligent breakers, intelligent interruption devices that are out there that can basically sense a fault, isolate the fault, and restore the masses within cycles. Some of our largest manufacturing customers, we're doing that in 12 cycles or less. 60 cycles in a second. So you're talking about that's faster than the blink of an eye. They're not seeing anything. In the residential customer space, we're doing that in 20 seconds or less. There are things in grid automation, self-healing stuff that we have done that basically identifies that fault, and within 20 seconds, it's isolated and restored everybody that it possibly could. Not only does it do that, but then it also tells my guys in the field where they need to go specifically. When you're troubleshooting, we serve over 10,000 miles of electric lines. When you're trying to narrow down where is that fault, where is that failure occurred, or where has it occurred, and dispatch, well, when you can isolate and use an intelligent grid, I know where to send those individuals. And when I send them there, it increases the response time for restoration. And so the biggest takeaway I would want from anyone to take out of this deal is just the fact that you're never going to build a 100% reliable grid. You're not going to do it. And if you did, the ratepayer's not going to want to pay for it because even if you put all of it underground, you would still have failures. It might not be in my career, in the remainder of my career, but it will happen someday. Somebody will have to fix it. And when they do, it's how do you respond to that and how do you minimize the impact of it? And so that's what we spend a lot of time on, is trying to isolate those that need to be out and then respond and repair as quickly as possible.
Stephanie, what role can policymakers play in meeting reliability and resiliency goals?
A lot, actually. It's imperative that policymakers start looking at, in Texas, continue what was pretty much the norm to be all of the above, tech neutral, let the markets determine what resources is necessary. It seems that after Winter Storm Uri, the legislature is kind of moving into a different direction and starting to pick winners and losers. Understandably, I mean, people died. It's an important thing. It's an important discussion, and it needs a serious and important cure or response. But having, just going back to what we're comfortable with and what's been the norm for many years is not necessarily what is what's needed, and it has been proven that we can't really rely on oil and coal, or gas, sorry, and coal and those types of resources when we need them. Creating a framework where more transmission and distribution can be built, and so that we can move resources better into where we need them. Incentivizing more adoption of the VPPs, as we've been talking about. Basically taking a more holistic and thoughtful look and approach at how, here's what we have, here are the resources we have, we want to incorporate all of them, how can we make adjustments to our operations and to the to grid planning to make sure we're utilizing all the resources at the times that they can be used, and not expecting them to be there when it's not possible for them to be there. Like we hear, the sun at night type of thing. And that's true until you put batteries on it. So having a framework where people can be incentivized and rewarded for adding more dispatchable resources to the grid, but including batteries in that discussion. Right now, I don't think that those, I know those discussions are not including the addition of batteries or considering batteries as a dispatchable resource when it's been proven that they can be considered a dispatchable resource. So having lawmakers, policymakers, regulators take a step back, kind of look at the portfolio that is possible, and how do we diversify it so that we're not putting all our eggs in the gas basket or the coal basket or the renewable basket, frankly. I think that there's a role for all of the resources together to utilize them and to make sure that we're getting as much as we can out of each of them, so that we're having not 100% reliable grid, but maybe that 99% reliable grid.
Thank you. Long-term planning is often driven by policy. What is the impact that long-term planning for reliability and resiliency can have on the market?
Yeah, so I think key to this is making sure that whatever criteria are being studied in long-term planning for reliability and resiliency are also somehow reflected in the market. So I'm thinking of something like, let's say a transmission project is put in to serve a resiliency need. Once it's put in, it completely quashes economic signals in an area and causes resources that were otherwise serving maybe a different reliability need to retire because they're no longer able to operate economically. And so this is a case where the consumer has not only paid for that transmission project, but they're now also losing that reliability benefit that maybe those resources were providing. And they also in the future would have to pay for whatever additional capacity to replace the resources that were forced to retire. And so I think there is a balance to be struck in. Yes, you do want to meet resiliency and reliability needs, but make sure you study what effect that has on existing supply. Is that reflected in the market design? Are there market incentives to be able to meet those reliability or resiliency needs today, and making sure that all of that sort of works cohesively together? I think that's fundamental to ensuring long-term market health as well as overall minimizing consumer cost in the long run.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, audience, over to you. I'd like to open up the floor for questions to the panel.
Hi, yeah, I have a question about load growth and whether or not anyone on this panel sees that as something that could threaten reliability in ERCOT. And I don't mean necessarily people moving to ERCOT and creating load growth. I mean specifically data centers. I know data centers are supposed to dispatch down when load is high, just to avoid some of those concerns, but I'm just curious to see, there's 10 or 15 gigawatts of them in ERCOT, if that threatens reliability.
So the question is, can load growth threaten reliability?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I can take this one. So yeah, currently in ERCOT, there is something called the Large Flexible Load Task Force that is underway to try to enact policies and to better incorporate those loads onto the system. I think currently there's probably something like 1.7, 1.8 gigawatts of those types of loads that are participating in the market as well as incorporated already on our ERCOT system. And I think with the way that the market currently is, I don't think there are necessarily the right incentives for those loads to be able to participate in the market in the way that best benefits the system, as well as a way that most utilizes their capabilities. So that is currently a discussion that is underway on how best to incorporate them and how they could participate and provide benefit to the grid as well as maintain reliability on the system.
Did you have anything you wanted to say on that, John?
The only thing that I would add to it is, to me, there's a lot of load growth occurring, obviously, in Texas, whether or not it's commercial and industrial, which are obviously really significant loads that we're seeing as more and more folks move to this location. The other real risk for the state of Texas is the fact that the biggest consumer is really that HVAC unit that's inside somebody's home. During summer times, that load is 54, 55% of the load of the entire grid. So as we talked about before, if you can incentivize consumers to be comfortable at 72 degrees versus 68 degrees, you can somewhat send market signals or price signals to those folks. The other thing that we're seeing from a load standpoint is a lot of electrification of oil and gas loads that exist today. Those have become critical loads as defined by the Railroad Commission. And so those folks have to be there. And the more of those that come online, the more when issues and what we call EEA events do occur, that's more impacting than it can be onto the residential consumer, because I run out of circuits that I can operate to take you out of power to save the grid. And so those things exist, those things are problems, and then everybody hears about the crypto loads and the data centers and those things that are coming on. The beauty of those things, at least the ones that we've experienced, the vast majority of them are these large flexible loads, and so they have price triggers that they will run at, and if that price starts to exceed that from a kilowatt hour standpoint, they make their loads disappear. And so it's a lot, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. It's a balance of many, many different types of loads that are coming to this area that we're having to try to manage, and whether or not that's done through pricing or whether or not that's done through who pays for it, who upgrades the transmission infrastructure, the substation infrastructure in order to support those loads. That's a lot of the things that are going on in the legislative session right now.
Have you experienced a lot of crypto growth?
I wouldn't say that we've seen a lot of it, but we certainly have seen our share of it. But again, the ones that we have are very, very specific. They know their rate, and if that rate goes above it, they go away.
Well, I mean, that's just also reiterates the importance of looking at what's coming and what we have more holistically, and figuring out how do we benefit from that flexible load? How do we make it part of our solution? I'm not saying that we haven't been doing that, but I think that's what we have to continue to do, so that we can get, so those resources can participate, like Wynn was saying.
The panel, two participants on the panel mentioned bidirectionality, which I assume that there is a battery resource somewhere either in a home or a commercial resource. I take that to understand that to be vehicle to grid related activity. Can the panel speak to what a vehicle to grid future might look like, utilizing a battery, an electric vehicle battery as a resource dispatchable either in the home or in an industrial environment?
I'll definitely grab that one. So in today's market, when I'm referring to bidirectional flow of power, I'm more talking about if I'm a prosumer, if I'm producing more power at my home via solar or even battery, storing the battery and pushing it back onto the grid. We have not experienced the whole vehicle to grid yet. I think it's coming. I think a lot of the V2G manufacturers are not there yet as far as being able to use that battery as a dispatchable generator. There's no question in my mind it's coming. The ability to, why would I install a battery in my home when I can park one in my garage every single night? And I think that there will be time of use rates and incentives for the end user to store and create charging of that vehicle that's sitting in my garage at night when power prices in Texas sometimes go negative. I can store that at a no-cost fuel, and then I can dispatch it back to the grid in times of peak pricing, which in our grid can be up to $5 a kilowatt hour. So I think without question, those things are coming. It's going to be an operational challenge as well for the grid itself, because we haven't planned for 10, 20, 30, 40% EV penetration in the distribution systems that have been built. And so how do you identify when those mass adoptions are truly starting to occur? Because as an end user, you don't have to call me and ask me to install a car charger inside of your garage. And so what we are putting in place now is using data and analytics to try to figure out when the load growth is occurring at an exponential rate that doesn't match the normal. And then we start to dive into that, and then we would have to upgrade transformers and wire sizes and things like that. Or do we change our planning and how we deploy our infrastructures today in anticipation of it coming? And so those are the conversations that we're having. But there is no question in my mind the V2G thing will be a big thing here in the not so distant future.
Well, thank you. And thanks to the panelists, and thank you for joining us, joining our session. We're now going to have a 15-minute break before the next session, Texas to Outshine California, Residential Solar and Storage. So thank you. Enjoy the break. Feel free to check out the show floor, and we'll see you back here at 11:30. Thanks, y'all.
I would love for
What
that.
happened to him?
You know,
I don't know him very well, so it's not.
Okay. Can everybody hear us? All right.
Apparently, yes.
Well, I'll start by saying
I know.
and
And we have a
acknowledging
person
this
on
is
our
a
board,
whoa.
so- Yeah,
it's a
we
bright
should
light.
try to do something together.
This is a
Drew
very
Higgins.
large
Oh, yeah.
room.
Drew loves him.
So
He's
if
on my
folks
board.
would like to move up so we can have a little bit more intimate discussion, since this is a panel discussion, we can wait a minute while everyone gathers towards the front. We will save some time at the end for audience Q&A. So it'd be best if we have folks a little bit closer. We'll have a mic ready at the end. So if you do have questions when we open it up to audience Q&A, please raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. My understanding is that we are streaming live on YouTube, so we want your questions captured. I'll kick us off. I'm Courtney Welch. I'm with SunPower. We're a residential solar storage EV charging grid services company. We operate nationally across 49 states. We're very active in Texas. And I will be your moderator for today. I'm joined by a whole host of really wonderful panelists. We have Anita, Margot, Tyler, and Sterling. And I'm going to hand it over to them to each do their own introductions as to what their title is, what their role is in their organization, and how their organization is involved in residential solar and storage specifically. We'll also have some time to dig into some national trends as well as how Texas fits into what we're seeing at a national level. And then we'll open it up to a little bit more panel discussion. I've got a bunch of prepped questions, and then we'd love some audience engagement as well. So really, as you can see, the title of today's session is Texas to Outshine California. That sounds like a huge lift, given that California is a massive solar market, but we're really not that far. And I think you'll hear more about that from some of our panelists, particularly from Tyler with SIA, as to just how close Texas is in terms of catching up and what the real capabilities are there. Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over. Why don't we just go down the row? So Anita, if you wanna kick us off with introductions, would be great.
Thank you so much. Well, first let me say it's wonderful to be here. I'm really excited about this panel and talking about this subject that we're all so passionate about. My name is Anita Ledbetter. I'm the Executive Director of Build San Antonio Green. We are a nonpartisan official partnership of the City of San Antonio, CPS Energy, and Bexar County, and our mission is to protect and enhance the quality of life of the people of San Antonio through our work. So we work in climate adaptation, green buildings. That's mostly what we're known for, being the Green Building Program of San Antonio. We have a program, Bring Solar Home, and we're founded by Solar San Antonio, which was a advocacy group that was formed in 1999. So we've kind of been there since the beginning. So yeah, green building, solar, EV, and we want to make green building and solar and EV affordable for everyone. And so that's really what we're doing.
Great. Hello, I'm Margot Weiss with Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute, or TEPRI. We're a nonprofit organization, and we advance solutions for affordable, reliable, and clean energy, specifically with a focus on households with low incomes. We do a lot in the solar space. We do research, so we do a lot of surveying throughout the state on what the priorities, concerns of low-income households are. We do education, but probably most of our effort goes to our pilot projects. So we're trying to pilot out the newest innovations to try to scale different kinds of solutions for affordable, reliable, and clean energy. And several of them right now are in the rooftop solar space, so we're really excited about talking about that with you all today.
Great. I'm Tyler Thompson with SIA. SIA, as I'm sure many of you know by now, is the trade association representing the solar industry, both nationwide and here in Texas as well. We have a terrific team working to advance the interests of Texas solar companies here, by working with regulators, working with state governments, and trying to, grow this market. and turn it into a really powerhouse in the solar industry. And I'm really excited to hear from you all, your perspectives on Texas.
I'm Sterling Clifford. I'm Government Affairs Manager at Sunnova Energy. We are a solar and storage and EV charging company based out of Houston, Texas. Our market is primarily residential, but we do commercial and industrial as well. And looking forward to not only growing in Texas, but talking about how we're going to do it.
Great. All right. Tyler, I'll hand it over to you to do some landscape and where we're seeing national trends and how Texas fits in.
Sure. Thanks, Courtney. Okay. So I do have a couple of slides here. This is going to look at the residential market, the solar market as a whole, both with a national perspective and dig in a little bit deeper on what we're seeing in Texas specifically. So about SEIA, I gave you a little bit of background already, but we work to advance the interests of the solar industry at the federal and state levels, as well as provide data products and other resources to our member companies. Just about all of the data that I'm going to present in these slides comes from our Solar Market Insight report series. We put these out every quarter alongside our partners Wood Mackenzie. This is a great resource to get an overview of the state of the solar industry, both at the national and state-by-state level. It includes forecasts that provide outlook on where we expect the industry to go over the next 5 to 10 years. And it's a really great resource for getting some really interesting perspectives on the state of the solar industry. So just to kind of set the table here, this is a chart showing cumulative US solar installations, and it's broken down by segment. Utility scale, as many of you I'm sure know, is the main one, but about a fifth of the total solar market is in the residential sector. And that has seen some of the stronger growth in the last couple of years, particularly in 2022. Thanks to a host of policies, including the ITC, as well as lowering prices across all segments. We actually hit a really important benchmark this year as solar energy represented 50% or more than 50% of new electricity capacity in the U.S., which is really remarkable growth, and that's something that we're going to want to see year in and year out as we kind of seek to green the grid and bring solar to more people and bring solar to more states and kind of get companies into new markets. So as I mentioned earlier, price declines have been a huge driver of the growth that we've seen, particularly in the residential sector. Prices are down over 50% per watt since 2010, which is really remarkable, and it speaks to the work of companies expanding and reaching new customers, as well as technological advancements, and that has really driven a lot of the growth in the residential sector. In 2022, the residential sector nationwide had its strongest year in history, and this was a year that was disappointing in many ways across all sectors, largely due to continued challenges from the pandemic, as well as some trade issues. Many companies are having difficulty getting supply of modules. But the residential sector was extremely resilient in 2022 and performed at a record pace. And part of that residential sector is the third-party owned market, which has been on the decline over the last 3 years. As you can see, the share of TPO within the overall residential market is at its lowest point since the beginning of 2020. But there are some reasons for optimism on that front, particularly with the IRA. TPO systems, which are systems that are not owned by the homeowner, are eligible for a number of the adders in the IRA that customer-owned residential systems are not eligible for. So there's a lot of hope that policy can kind of improve the TPO market and really drive growth there over the coming years. So I mentioned that overall prices have been down over the recent decade, but really since the pandemic, we have seen price increases over the last couple of years. There's a number of reasons for that, as I mentioned, supply chain issues, both from the pandemic and from trade disputes are the big reason. As this graph shows that, I think that bottom wedge there represents the cost of PV modules, which has seen some larger growth as well as labor. Inflation as well is a huge factor in this growth since Q1 of 2021. And this represents a really significant price increase, which has really has put a damper on the residential market, but seeing the growth that it has still been able to produce really speaks to the resiliency of the market and the demand from consumers who really want to invest in solar, have a reliable source of electricity, and have solar on their homes. And we have seen there are signs of encouragement here. This represents about 2 years of price changes, but just looking at prices from Q3 of 2022, prices are only up about 3 cents per watt, which is relatively small and kind of indicates that they could be leveling off and hopefully eventually falling back down to previous levels, which would help produce this. This is showing growth that we expect to see in the residential market out through 2027 nationwide, and we expect to see very significant growth. As you can see, this is it's expected to stay either at or above 2022 levels throughout this entire next 5 years, and that is still happening at the same time as some policy issues in California that we're kind of thinking might slow down that particular market, which I'm sure you all know is the largest market, the largest residential market in the country. But yeah, there's a lot of hope and a lot of reasons for optimism for the residential sector. And fittingly with this panel's name, do expect Texas to outshine California. Starting in 2029, we expect Texas to overtake California in terms of annual capacity that's coming on in the residential sector. A lot of that is due to the NEM 3.0 policy that is getting implemented in California, which is less favorable to solar customers, and when we expect that to lead to a slowdown in growth in that market. Whereas Texas, which is a far less penetrated market, we expect a lot of growth there as companies start to engage more broadly, and customers continue to get access to solar on their rooftops. So there's a lot of reasons for optimism, a lot of excitement about the Texas residential space, and I'm excited to hear from you all more about it.
Great. Thank you so much, Tyler. That was some really good data points, and I think that this is a great jumping off point too for us to talk through the Texas residential solar and storage market, because it has been very stable, and as we can see, there's a lot of expected growth. So maybe we'll just kick off with a general question to the whole panel about why are customers interested in residential solar and storage in Texas? What are some of those major drivers?
I can start off by saying I think it's hot. I think it's not like a big leap for people to be like, wow, man, it is hot.
Physically and literally?
It's just physically hot, and so I think that it makes sense to people. It's like I said, it's not a big leap. I think that's one of the reasons socially, it makes sense to people, and there's a lot of conditions that came around at the right time to really help make that happen. So first, I think because people really wanted it. I know in San Antonio, Texas, of course it requires education, but probably not as much education as other places because of that one reason. So one, people have the desire, and then we had a wonderful rebate that came into place that was since 2010, that was basically paying 60% of the cost of it in San Antonio. And I think that those two things really kind of helped, spur what happened, at least in San Antonio, Texas. Yeah.
I think the competitive market is a huge part of it in Texas, right? So if you're an electricity customer in Texas outside of a municipal area, you're already shopping for electricity every year or every couple of years, the same way you would with car insurance or anything else. You're looking at 4 or 5 or 2 utility plans, and you're evaluating them for cost and for reliability and seeing what matches your lifestyle. So Texas consumers are shopping for power already, and then as solar prices come down and utility prices go up, that shopping effort kind of ends up in our favor. So I think the fact that we are able to compete with traditional utilities in a competitive marketplace here, I think it shows how useful that is and the value of residential solar.
I'll just add that along with that, I do think people like to see the connection between clean energy use and having it directly on their rooftop. I don't think most consumers are super sophisticated about how energy works and where they're getting it, and so to actually physically be able to see that connection, I think, is one reason. I think people think it'll be improvement in their energy bills. In some places that's more or less, but I think people want to see lower energy bills. And then I think the storage piece is becoming more popular because people are seeing outages and people are concerned, and they want to have a battery on site. It's starting to perhaps replace generators on site as a way to provide reliable energy in the case of an outage. So I think those are some of the drivers as well.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, Margot, I think another big driver here is that customers are really interested in being suppliers to the grid by installing solar on their homes, and that really is and especially as you mentioned with the outages, that can be like a real source of pride, I think, for solar customers, because they can see that they're actually generating and providing electricity to the grid in times where communities really need it.
Great. And I know that we've seen a pretty strong ramp up in interest, whether it results in adoption or not, after Winter Storm Uri. Just customers realizing that they want that resiliency piece, and I think that ties into the whole solar plus storage conversation, which we can get into in a couple of minutes. I'd like to ask, what do each of you see as some of the remaining greatest challenges for expanding residential solar and storage?
So it's really, this equity piece, I think, is the big new frontier that we're all, I think, at least in San Antonio, really looking at, thinking about, how are we going to scale this up where everyone can participate in it. Not every roof is a good roof, or a new roof, and at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for that. And so when you combine the roof issues with putting solar on it, even in a situation where you're giving it away, that's part of the problem, I think, that we're all trying to solve.
So we focus specifically on low-income households at TEPRI, so I'll just speak to that because it's where we see the biggest challenges. One is that low-income people often live in homes that have sort of more degraded roofs, so that's one problem. 2, they're more likely to live in rental or multifamily housing, and there's some specific challenges around getting solar on multifamily. So that's the other. I think the third is the upfront cost, is that they just don't have the cash on hand, and they don't qualify for financing. And a lot of them probably shouldn't be taking out more debt to begin with, because we have a lot of people in Texas that are pretty stretched as is. So there's some real challenges with financing. So we're kind of working on all 3 of those challenges at TEPRI, and we feel pretty hopeful. But that's where we see for low-income households. And lastly, I'd say education. I think that in our surveying, we see people want to participate in a clean energy economy. They like the idea. It's just that they have so much on their plate with sort of getting food on the table. It's just not really on their radar screen. So the number one way that people sort of start adding solar is by seeing that their neighbors are adding solar, and in low-income neighborhoods, because of the challenges around cost in older housing and rental housing, there's just less of that around them. So there's also a little bit of a community outreach education piece.
Yeah, I think Margot, you're totally right in mentioning that neighborhood piece specifically. The neighborhood effect is extremely real with residential solar, and I think in terms of ways that there can kind of be growth sparked in Texas, I think third-party owned systems, particularly for customers that might not be able to afford the upfront cost or, like you said, qualify for financing, especially in the current condition where interest rates are so high. I think that there's some real potential there to kind of provide more access. And I think with the IRA and some of the policy that is going to really help TPO expand its market in places like Texas, I think that there's some reasons for optimism there in expanding access in that way.
I think you're exactly right. Third-party owned, a Sunnova lease system customer averages $40,000 in savings over the life of their contract, and that comes without upfront costs, right? So you don't sign up for a solar lease if the bill is not already lower than your electric bill. And I think you will see a pretty significant curve in the growth of third-party owned systems. I think all the challenges we've identified are pretty significant. We're making progress, I would say, as an industry on reaching lower income customers. 40% of our customers have household incomes under $70,000. And again, in Texas, where it's, this is a competitive utility marketplace. People don't get solar that they're paying more for than they would otherwise pay in electric bills. And so as we see those costs come down, it becomes an attractive option for more and more people. And driving those costs down there's a whole bunch of ways to do that. One, just overall growth in the industry is good and brings costs down. And two, making those systems more valuable to the customer. So here in Texas, where there's a pilot program now to aggregate residential solar and batteries and bid that energy into the wholesale market, that is a value point for consumers that changes the cost of solar versus just buying electricity from a utility. And it makes it a more obvious choice at more income levels, more price points. Certainly multifamily is a great example of we need some regulatory and legal changes in order to be able to meter solar in multifamily situations. And that's true in Texas, and that's true everywhere else in the country. And those are hard things to do because it's complicated, and obviously there are other business models at play when you start talking about changing the way systems are metered. But there is enough growth happening already. I think you're going to see some acceleration as we are able to help customers get more value out of their systems.
I was going to just, sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say very quickly, I also think that, after Winter Storm Uri, we saw such a surge in interest in solar and batteries together. Mm-hmm. And I feel like we've really gone through a societal shift where we're past the early adopters and we're in the mainstream. And I think people, at least the people that we're talking to, they see it more of a necessity, something that they need in case something happens. Yeah. That resiliency piece. It's almost becoming an appliance, if you will. And so I think as we standardize those plug and play, make it easy, the solar battery EV together as a product off the shelf, that's what people want to see. And so I'm very, very optimistic about the future. And I also think it's incredible how people will come together and get it together when they feel like they need it. In terms of as a community. So a lot of these kinks have been they've started, making rules and trying to work them out because I think that people really see it as something that they need now.
I was going to add that because we don't have any policy around requiring retail electric providers to sort of provide a standard credit or sort of net metering in Texas, that it's a real challenge. But I think when you add the storage piece, and we potentially have sort of the future that's going to create aggregations of the dispatchable energy, it's really going to change that. Because right now it's sort of unclear how much people will be credited for the energy that they provide to the grid. And so it's just, without sort of unknown and that need to sort of shop it out to see who's going to give you the most, and that could change. People don't really always want to do that brain damage, and so I think that there's just less of an impetus to invest in your system. But I think as we look at what's going to be going on in the future with storage and aggregations, I think there's going to be a much clearer benefit and incentive for people to get involved and to put solar and storage in their house, whether they do it through a leasing agent or whether they purchase it themselves. I think there's going to be options for them to make money in both circumstances.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I think that what we've seen to date is that storage is typically sold as a resiliency option for residential customers only, and they're not getting any additional benefit from the services that they're providing to the grid. So as we start opening up those opportunities where they might be fairly compensated for exporting to the grid when in a time of need,
right,
and then retaining their batteries so that they can either offset a time of use rate or just make sure that they're running their own, hopefully green smart appliances off of that battery during high peak time. I think that that's where we'll really start to see that delta, where it's not just a very expensive alternative to backup generator, right?
I think the virtual power plant kind of coming online could be a real game changer. So.
One thing we didn't really talk about was how the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, really factors into a focus on, I know we jumped right ahead past 3 of my questions into the equity piece, but I do think that that's really important, and I know that because it came up as one of the greatest challenges for expanding residential solar and storage here in Texas. I think it'd be great to hear your takes on how IRA is helping to alleviate that for low-income customers and those in disadvantaged communities. If you think Texas will really see sort of a boon from IRA funding and the opportunities there.
Yeah, I think the IRA is a huge step forward in terms of the equity piece. Between the Energy Communities Adder, the low-income adder, there are lots of ways that this policy is specifically trying to expand access to residential solar and storage, as well as the tax credit being expanded to the ITC being expanded to storage is huge. And I think that as sort of the shape that these adders are going to take becomes more clear, and as the education piece that so many of us have touched on kind of gets into gear, and communities learn what they qualify for, families learn what they qualify for, and learn just how much of a difference some of these credits make. I think that's going to be huge for these communities that maybe haven't had the capital or the knowledge to invest in solar.
I'm going to be a teeny bit more circumspect. Obviously, the IRA is a good thing. It contains a lot of fantastic incentives. The tax credit alone is a huge deal for our industry. The devil is always in the details. So everyone in this room, I'm sure, knows at this point, IRA implementation is a little bit of a different animal. So what these incentive programs end up looking like at the end of the day will have a pretty dramatic effect. I would say I view the IRA is really important to getting the residential industry a few steps forward, I think, everywhere in the country. But for us, the really important thing is going to be, in the next few years, assigning a legitimate and clear value to the energy produced and the value that residential solar provides to the grid. And that's what's going to determine the growth of our industry moving forward, right? So the example that I've been using last summer, Uri was a weather event that you shouldn't, but it's easy to say this is a one-off, this isn't gonna. Last summer I got 4 separate emails from my utility saying we're gonna exceed capacity today, please turn down your air conditioner and turn off all your lights between 4 and 6 p.m., which is a pretty janky way to do demand response, because you can't model that, you can't plan on it. Like, you can hope that people do that, and they did it 4 times, but would it have worked a 5th time? There's really no way to say. Now, in those hours, a customer with storage, or for a portion of those hours, a customer even with standalone with solar, is already off the grid, right? So they are 100% removing themselves in a demand response situation. So what's the actual value of that? And what's the value of being able to dispatch batteries either to the grid generally or to take people off the grid at specific times of peak demand? We don't really have those numbers or how that's going to be integrated into grid planning going forward. And doing that so that people who purchase systems understand what their investment is and what the value is, that people who lease systems are getting a better deal, and that the companies that provide those services have some clarity going forward into what these investments are going to cost and produce, is the thing that's really going to drive growth in the industry, not just over the next 5 years, but in the next 25 years.
I think that it remains to be seen I think that the IRA has the potential to be very positive. I think it's a step in the right direction. Personally, I think you need a carrot and a stick, but that's sort of up for discussion. So I think with just a carrot alone, we'll just have to see. I think one of the really powerful pieces of the IRA and the other legislation in the infrastructure bill is the Justice 40 initiative. Because I think there's so many incentives for the private sector to get involved and to innovate, which is fantastic, and they are having to be competitive for the money, which is a lot of money. They're having to have a community benefits plan as a piece of their proposal. It's just something they're not used to doing. At TEPRI, for anybody in the room interested, we have a community benefits planning service. So we're joining teams to help them develop their community benefits plan and then manage that community benefits plan should they get the money. But without the Justice 40 initiative, I think there would be much less of a focus on low and moderate income communities. And the challenge there is that we cannot have a scalable response without including 40% of the people that live in this country. So the Justice 40 initiative requires companies to start thinking more broadly about how their product or service or innovation can actually serve residents, households at large, rather than just sort of the piece that can pay for it, which would get us not very far in finding solutions. It's just requiring companies to be much more creative and really invest time and money into thinking about how might their product serve a broader base. It's going to be good for everybody because it allows them to sell more and be more innovative, and hopefully then the benefits will accrue to low and moderate income households. So we're really interested in seeing that and coming up with some really creative ideas about how these sort of private sector products and services might, in a non-subsidized environment, which in 5 years from now, that's what we need to be looking at, is let's invest now, test, evaluate, figure out how to scale in the community at large rather than just the upper end of the market.
And I also think that, a big part of the potential success here is going to be the community that, the response there. It's going to be everybody kind of coming together. In San Antonio, we have, we have the city of San Antonio, CPS Energy, SAWS, the community. They want this. They have, again, resiliency has become a very big part of the story of San Antonio, especially after Winter Storm Uri. I think that you see the will coming together to really organize around this and maximize the opportunities. And I think that honestly is going to make a really big difference, because we've seen other money come and other things happen in the past when it maybe wasn't on this, people didn't buy in as much to the potential for it. And so I think people now are really seeing this as a major opportunity, and I think they're gonna move on it.
Great. I think we're already sort of tapping into a question that I had around what is your long-term vision for residential solar and storage in Texas? And what I'm hearing is that, it's going to be kind of a mix of rooftop, and we somehow also need to address multifamily and make sure that we're including those that don't traditionally or haven't traditionally had access to solar as a starting point, but also storage and hopefully EV charging and electric vehicles. So along that vein, given that we have so many different types of options for residential customers, I'd love to hear, what you think the mix is, and then more specifically, if you think there are specific policies that are really needed in Texas to move that forward so that we have an all-in approach. I know nobody likes to talk about a silver bullet, and I don't think that's what we're talking about up here either. So I'd love to hear, I know there's a bunch of pieces of legislation right now in front of the legislature around HOAs, solar access laws, interconnection, Solar App, which is an online permitting tool. So we'd just love to get your thoughts as to, specific to Texas, what we could do to move the needle a little bit.
Well, I think that you have to, look at it in different pieces, right? So part of it is setting yourself up for success in the future as well. So things like building codes, also have something to do with it. Making sure that we're doing things that are solar ready, EV ready, battery ready. Making sure that we have an environment that is welcoming for that to happen in the community. I think that's kind of like a big piece of it that sometimes we kind of look past, but when you look back at what happened over the last 20 years, you start thinking, well, hold on, what's going to happen over the next 20? And I think solar, for us at Build San Antonio Green, we look at it more and more as a part of the climate ready home. At least in San Antonio, Texas, it's like, well, I think the future of it is of super efficient building, that has solar storage. You have your EV charger. You have all the things to make sure that you are climate resilient. But also the proposition has changed, as you were talking about earlier, Sterling, and that is the cooperation with the utility. Again, building out a friendly environment for it. I think that San Antonio, I definitely credit CPS Energy as creating that environment in San Antonio. It's why we became #1 in Texas, even though we are the largest, most impoverished city. We were able to accomplish that because of that spirit of cooperation, which I think is, a really important part of, the future of solar and storage.
I would say that, if our grid market redesign could include renewables, that would sort of help. But I think that's not where we're currently headed. I think that the most promising move is with this aggregation. I sit on the aggregated DER task force. I think that virtual power plants and aggregated DERs will give us the opportunity to start using existing rooftops that already exist across the state to start generating energy and having a way for that to be profitable. So I really think the future, it's hard for us to imagine. When I explained to my friends, I was sort of blown away when I first, several months ago, heard, about being able to sell negative load. I was like, wow, you can sell negative energy, so that if we need 100 megawatts, you could have a company that's going to control people's thermostats and bring it all down and sell that actual negative load onto the grid. That seemed really mind-blowing from an economic perspective of just how innovative we are going to be in the future. It's hard for people to imagine. I think we're going to have a lot of work to do about how we communicate and make sort of the complexities of what's going on behind the scenes, which is just so complex. Because it's not just infrastructure, it's not just technology, it's not just policy, it's not just market rules, it's all of these things that have to align and come into play to make sort of the future of what our energy sector is going to look like possible. But I do think that work's being done, and I think it's hard for us to imagine, just like we couldn't imagine being able to have meetings with each other on our computer face to face. I don't think we can imagine what sort of our energy future is going to look like, but I think it's going to be really different than it is now, and I think a lot of it is going to be happening at the household level with generation and storage, and we're going to be able to accrue those benefits to people. So that's, I think, the most promising piece that's going on across the country and in Texas is the ability to aggregate the DERs and sell that on into the wholesale market.
Yeah, and I think specifically with the solar plus storage piece, just to talk about what we've kind of seen, what we're expecting to see. I think in 2017, about 6% of distributed systems had storage attached. In 2022, that was about 10%, and by 2030, with all the IRA bonuses and adders and credits for that, we're expecting for about 30% of the distributed capacity in 2030 that's brought online to have storage attached. So the trend line there is fantastic. There are a lot of great signs for solar plus storage, and we've talked a lot about Winter Storm Uri, but there's these grid outages are happening across the nation, and all sorts of communities are facing these issues because of these weather issues and grid overload, and I think that customers are seeing that, and there's a lot of interest in solar plus storage, and we're going to see that kind of develop over the next decade.
I think that's right. I think Texas and every place else, we are slowly all facing the reality of what's coming in terms of exponential load growth with the electrification of our vehicle fleet primarily, and just load growth generally, right? So, we had Winter Storm Uri where things froze and went offline, and that created a problem for the grid. And then last summer, we just had summer, right? There wasn't one giant event. It just got hot like it always does. And all of a sudden there were days where we weren't producing electricity at the capacity the state needs. And that's not a problem that's going to get better without some real serious planning. And part of that planning is going to have to be, what can we do with distributed generation? How many people can we take off the grid? What do we do when suddenly we're plugging in 500,000 or 1 million cars in a year, and most of those cars get plugged in at 6 p.m., right? So, at Sunnova, we have what we call the adaptive home concept, where we talk about solar, storage, demand management, EV charging, all of it wrapped together and managed by sort of a single system. And I think making that possible in part through just do no harm, right? We don't need, I love my homeowners association. I'm not interested in their opinions on my rooftop solar system, right? I think we're past the point where they need to be worried that, my solar system causes gamma ray disturbances or whatever it is that people are using to throw up those impediments. There are clearly tools in place now to speed permitting everywhere. Not just solar app, but other things available to make that go faster. Interconnection as well, right? So just to use an example, in Texas, CenterPoint has stopped doing in-person inspections. They are just going off the drawings and granting PTO, and it's done, and it moves a lot faster, and every utility can and should be doing those things to make the interconnection process faster, so that we can get people's systems up and running on a shorter timeline, which reduces our costs and increases their savings. So do no harm would be the first thing I'd ask for, and then really, really focus on and pay attention to integrating distributed generation into the grid is the second part.
Great. I know Margot, you touched on aggregated DER or ADER, which we have a pilot for right now, but I was wondering if you and perhaps Sterling, Tyler and Anita, if you want to chime in as well, if we could dig in a little bit more to explain what aggregated DER is, what it means in terms of the benefit to the grid and utilities, and what that means in terms of benefit to consumers if they're participating.
That's a big one. I mean, I like to start by explaining, because I think even people in the energy industry don't really understand how just a virtual power plant might work. And because every virtual power plant model is a little bit different, there isn't really one clear explanation, although TEPRI does have a 2-pager on it if anybody's interested. But I think you start there before we talk about aggregating, like what even is a virtual power plant? Because that's really what is going to be managing the aggregated energy that is going to be sold onto the grid. So maybe I'll just give a really quick overview of that and then pass it off to sort of talk about then what the aggregation means. So we have right now, we're trying to solve the multifamily problem. So we're looking at putting on a virtual power plant on multifamily, affordable multifamily buildings in Houston and Galveston, where we think that the benefits are most important. So the way it works is that an energy company, a rep, in the deregulated market has to project how much energy it's going to use ahead of time. And they don't want to project too much, because then they have to buy more energy than they need, and they can't sell it. But if they project too little, then they have to buy that excess of what they need to provide to their customers in real time. They have to buy it in real time on the wholesale market, and it's very, very expensive to do that. So they get it right about 80% of the time. And they make up, and in that 20% that they don't get it right, they probably are buying their energy at a higher rate than they're providing it to their customers. They have to buy it at a very expensive rate, and they're making it up the other 80% of the time. So what a virtual power plant does is it comes in, it pays for the installation, it owns the assets of the solar and the storage, and they are providing about the 80% of the time, they're providing directly the energy from the rooftop to the residents of the building. And 20% of the time, when the retail electric provider has not projected well, they will buy that battery storage, that dispatchable energy, directly from the virtual power plant company, because the virtual power plant company can sell it at a pretty good clip, make a pretty good profit, and still be charging less than what they have to buy off the wholesale market. So they can actually compete on price if they have a relationship with a rep. So they have two revenue sources. 80% of the time, they're actually charging the residents for the energy from the roof, because the residents don't own the asset. And hopefully, we're testing this at a lower rate than they would be paying from the energy company. And then 20% of the time, the residents are just buying from the retail electric provider, and the virtual power plant company is selling that energy directly to the rep. So that's how that works. That's sort of a basic how a virtual power plant company makes its money. It's selling to two places. From there, to do that right now, generally, a virtual power plant company has to have a relationship with a retail electric provider to buy that energy. With an aggregation, what they'll be able to do is aggregate all that battery storage and sell it directly onto the wholesale market. Is there anything you want to add to that? That's kind of how the aggregation will work that's a kind of a crass but overview of how it's.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing, what you're really looking at in the case of the pilot program is those batteries are owned by individual consumers in a lot of cases, right?
Yeah, right.
Some of them will be owned by.
It's not a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah, that's right. So I, in fact, signed up my batteries last week. So I'm excited to make those squares earn their keep. But that's it's exciting from a technology perspective, from a grid perspective, and from a consumer perspective as well, right? Because it's the first time that you can make the same investment that traditionally has only been open to utilities to make, right? Which is this thing, electricity, that we consume tremendous amounts of, that we're never going to stop consuming tremendous amounts of, that is a pretty consistent moneymaker, as they say, right? So you're using a lot, but now for the first time, you're able to turn your investment into a sort of revenue generator for yourself as well. And I'm excited about the prospect of the same opportunities being open to you and me that have always been open to gigantic utilities.
So like to say before that, like right now, there's no clear way to get credited for the energy that you're providing. There's nothing in Texas that requires somebody to pay you anything for money that you're providing onto the grid. Now there's going to be a really big incentive, because if you can aggregate all that little individual batteries, then all of a sudden that becomes useful to the wholesale market. And so now there's a way for individual households to get compensated, and for these companies who are doing the aggregations to be incentivized to make money to be aggregating all of your rooftop storage. And that's a lot of rooftop space in Texas, where we have a lot of sun, a lot of rooftops. Other than Central Texas, not a lot of trees. So there really is just tremendous capacity in Texas to aggregate all of that parking lot, rooftop, industrial space, rather than just using land, which there's some challenges with using all the land. I mean, it takes a lot of land to put all those, big sort of industrial solar sites up. So now we have a whole new way to start making money off sort of urban area rooftops and individual households.
Great. We were at 9 minutes exactly, and now we're a little bit under that. So I'd like to open it up to audience questions. I think we have a mic towards the back. So if you could please raise your hand, we'll make sure we get a microphone to you.
Hi, I'm Pete Parsons. I'm with the Texas Solar Energy Society. I have a couple of questions. What I'm seeing is that a lot of the utility providers are moving away from, farther and farther away from net metering and into different types of, particularly some of the co-ops, I hate to point that out, but are moving more into more anti-solar, more punitive rates. How do we collectively head that off at the pass? I mean, my concern is that they're going to make this more and more expensive based on the fact that homeowners are going to be provided less value, and that it's not going to make any sense. So my question is, if you had any ideas about how we do that. I mean, I understand that we need boots on the ground and people really speaking out, but what other things do you see happening? As well as, I mean, I know how Sterling feels about this, but the idea that all these new legislative policies are maybe going to get passed at the legislature, how do you feel about the fact that homeowners are going to be passed this giant bill coming down if we start having to build new gas-powered plants? Those costs are going to be passed to the consumer. How do you see that affecting rooftop solar?
So many questions in there. Yeah, who wants to take a start? That's okay.
I was going to demand that Pete lob a softball up here, but this is okay. So the second question first. A dramatic increase in electric costs is going to make residential solar systems more attractive. And we see that in every state, right? And the fact that Texas really doesn't have net metering or a net metering equivalent, and there's still the kind of growth there has been, is a real testament to the value that we can provide people in terms of consistency in their energy bills and lower energy costs. I think you're right that we have seen a push by utilities and certainly a lot of co-ops to not only sort of be agnostic about residential solar, but work aggressively against it. And I think the best answer, and I may have mentioned this once or twice before, the more we make residential systems into a wholesale market asset, the more value there is for the utilities to get out of the way of people installing them. If I'm producing my own energy and I'm not buying it from you, I don't expect you to love it. And that's just how it's going to be. But the other reality is load growth is going to be exponential. So utilities are going to have to give up a little bigger slice of the electricity sales pie, but that pie is just growing. So there's plenty of room for utilities to keep profiting in the electricity marketplace. But the more we can make a grid asset out of an individual asset, the less reason there is to oppose people installing it.
I would just say that's right. I mean, I think people will be able to start signing up with some virtual power plant provider, and that will be an incentive for them to continue to put solar onto their roofs. I think it's the only thing we have in Texas right now. And hopefully this will come online fast enough that we don't need those power plants after all. Unlikely.
Any other questions from the audience?
You know, I just kind of want to throw this out here too, that, you know, we were sitting here talking about this, and, you know, I just think, you know, not all of the utilities out here, you know, there's been a lot of change over the last 15 years. And I think San Antonio and Austin are both municipally owned utilities, are kind of a good example of that, because they, you know, they opened it up and became very friendly to solar very, very early on. I think at one time, you know, CPS Energy, we had the fattest rebate in the nation. It was, you know, like, again, 60% of the cost. This is back in like 2010 or something. So it, you know, again, I think since then kind of our issue is more about, you know, we've started heavily investing in the diversification of solar. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, super solar friendly, but the community has said, hey, we want to focus on, you know, diversifying it. We want community, we want utility scale, we want, and so in the beginning of all of this, it was just rooftop, and it was something that was very nurtured and looked after, and so I think right now, you know, we've kind of moved away from rebating that and now down to like small business, nonprofit, churches, and really kind of diversified. So again, I think not all utilities in Texas are anti-solar, but at the same time, I see a less of a concentration on only rooftop, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we have another. Here we go.
Yep. Hi, I'm Shereen Brathwaite with Aurora Solar and Helioscope. And my question, you mentioned a lot of tools to speed up permitting and interconnection. I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about some of those tools that you've been seeing, since we are working on tools in that space.
Yeah, I mean, solar app and solar app equivalents, right? There are obviously a bunch of those out there, and I think we're not the only industry that would like to see accelerated permitting. But there's also simple things like smart meters can be installed ready for bidirectional metering. That's a pretty simple fix that eliminates an entire truck roll when you install a solar system, for a guy to come out and go click and then leave. And those meters can be installed, set up to do that already. So, you know, they're really simple fixes, from software to, you know, permitting for municipalities. Frankly, so I got a residential solar system. My homeowners association has no authority to stop me from getting it. I still had to get their permission for some reason, right? So that was like an extra 5 days. Making it clear that you don't need to get a homeowners association okay in addition to your city permit would just streamline the process even further for everyone involved. So I think there are a lot of things like that that can move the process forward quicker.
Well, I know we have about a minute left, and I have a couple instructions for lunch. And I thank all of you for your attention and your time and your great questions. And thank you to our panelists for some really thoughtful discussion. So quick round of applause. And then we will send you off for a 1-hour break for lunch. I believe we are next door in the Lone Star Ballroom C. And thank you again. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. You can feel free to move up closer. I won't bite, I promise. All right, we're just waiting for some people to trickle in from lunch, and I'll get started here in a minute or two. All right, well, thanks for joining me today on this discussion on developing a diverse workforce. I'm going to talk about some things that I've done from the HR perspective and organization perspective in the renewable energy industry. And then I'll open it up for questions and we can have a discussion if we want. So let's get started. I work for Forefront Power. They are a solar developer in the C&I space. We serve private businesses, local governments, nonprofit space, healthcare, lots of schools. If you have flown into the new LaGuardia terminal, we helped develop that solar array there. We've also done some of Anheuser-Busch's craft breweries. So that is the company that I work for. I am the director of HR there. I oversee all things HR, including our DEIJ initiatives, which is something that I'm very passionate about. I've been working in the solar industry since 2011 in HR, and I have my master's from USC in Human Resource Management. So back in early 2020, Forefront Power decided to really focus on what we were doing in diversity and inclusion within our organization. Part of that was understanding where the industry was. SEIA and the Solar Foundation produced this study in 2019. Hopefully the stats have been updated since then, but in 2019, this gave us a really good idea of kind of where the solar industry was versus the US workforce. And then I could then benchmark where Forefront Power was to kind of understand. The study revealed that obviously we had a long way to go in creating a diverse workforce within the solar industry, and how it kind of matched up to the US workforce. One of the things that struck me, which you can see from this graph here, is how underrepresented women were in the solar industry. So this was kind of our starting point to understand what we needed to work on and what was really important for us and what we wanted to focus on. In late 2021, I believe, SEIA launched their Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice certification. Since we were already working on a kind of a programmatic approach to DEI within Forefront Power, we pursued our certification with SEIA. We were one of the first two companies to get certified as a silver certification. This certification is really great for if you're just starting out, you don't know exactly what you're doing with your company yet, kind of how do you approach DEIJ. This is a program that helps give you feedback, helps kind of guide you along and where to get started. I also felt it was really important when I first started talking about this with my executive team is what is diversity and inclusion and how do they differ and why is that important? So diversity refers to traits and characteristics that make people unique. When you think of diversity, you often think of race, ethnicity, and gender are the most common things that come to mind. But it really encompasses a lot more than that. Sexual orientation, gender identity, your appearance, your socioeconomic status, education level, personality traits, language, whether or not you speak with an accent. There's a lot of things that encompass diversity. Inclusion refers to the behaviors and social norms that ensure people feel welcome. So you, as an organization, you may be very good at attracting a diverse set of employees, but how do they feel once they're there? Do they feel welcome? Do they feel part of the culture? Is your culture inclusive? In my opinion, diversity and inclusion go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. So you need to focus on both, and they are different aspects to work on. I took a very programmatic approach to launching our DEIJ efforts at Forefront Power. It was a multi-pronged approach, including executive support and buy-in, internal and external benchmarking, recruiting, internal training, policy and culture review, and ongoing review and assessment. So what does that look like in each of those buckets? So leadership buy-in, this was the first place that I felt that I needed to start. Executive and leadership commitment and buy-in to advancing DEIJ efforts is key. Without that, you will not succeed. The most successful efforts are ones when a top executive is assigned the responsibility for sponsoring the diversity, equity, inclusion efforts. Also, as an organization, you want to create a behavioral standard and hold leaders accountable. The culture comes down from the top, so if the leaders aren't involved in this, you're not going to be successful as an organization. Benchmarking, so again, this is internal and external benchmarking, monitoring what's happening in the industry, in the US workforce, and then what's happening within your organization. How does your organization measure an employee diversity? If you haven't already, committing to an ongoing formal tracking of diversity stats and also pay equity is really important. And that should happen. I usually do it on an annual basis, so you should do that on a regular kind of juncture. And then remembering that diversity is more than just race, ethnicity, and gender. There are a number of other characteristics that should be included in that tracking, in that formal tracking. Policy and culture. Launching DEIJ efforts is a really great time to take a step back and really look at your organization on what's happening with your policies and your culture. You may have some policies that were written 10 years ago and need to be updated for current times. Are your health benefits accessible to non-traditional families? I think this is really important, and how, if you want to attract diverse workforce, looking at those benefits is really important. How flexible is your workplace? If you were to hire, say, a single mother, would she be able to pick up her children after school? Leave policies, this is also really important. Is there time off for families, for new families, paid maternity leave, paid paternity leave? What other kind of vacation, sick time is built into your policies? Professional development as well. And then reviewing accessibility for disabled persons. So this is in your office space, but it also includes on your website. If somebody was visually impaired, would they be able to read your, be able to access your website? How are they able to apply for jobs with you? So you have to extend that accessibility both online and in your physical workspace. And then how inclusive is the company culture? Going back to this idea of inclusion, one of the questions that I ask, we survey our employees on, is how can you be your authentic self at work? And is the higher they agree, then I know that our company is doing a good job of being inclusive. So I feel that's a really important question to survey your employees on, and I think your employees are the best ones to tell you whether or not your workforce is inclusive or not. Recruiting. So this is really important. Again, another great time to step back and look at your recruiting practices. Wording and job descriptions is really important. This is something we did. We went through, and there is language that you can put in a job description or job posting that may encourage more male applicants than female applicants. So updating those job postings, making sure that you're posting open jobs to a variety of different job boards. There are a number of different diversity job boards out there, so making sure that you're getting your job posting in front of different applicants. Some companies take on blind applications, so when they see applications come in, they remove the names. That is another great recruiting tactic. Also looking at the interview process. We encourage, at Forefront Power, we encourage our hiring managers to have at least one diverse candidate in the final pool so that they are making it to the end of the interview process. And then partnering with workforce development programs like Solar Austin's programs. These are often internship programs for students that are new, just coming up in the world and will be new to the working world soon. I know Solar Austin attracts BIPOC students, so getting them into the industry early so that they are interested in being a part of it in the future. And then targeting graduates from universities like HBCUs. The main message from this is recruiting has to be proactive. Diversity candidates aren't just going to come to you and fall into your lap. So you have to go out there and make sure that you are targeting the places that you want to see people apply for and get them into your recruiting system. Training. So this was a big part that I pushed in my organization for internal training. You want to, as an organization, you want to promote a diversity mindset, requiring diversity-focused training. At Forefront Power, every employee from CEO down to entry-level employees all do unconscious bias training. We also put all of our hiring managers through a mitigating bias in the interview process. This was a 2-day workshop that helped hiring managers identify what some of those biases are and how they can mitigate them in themselves. We also do a lot of informational talks kind of throughout the year, so we'll bring in guest speakers or have a host that will host a lunch and learn, and some topics that are great to speak on are LGBT history, Black history, being an ally, things like that. And then revisit and review. There is no finish line in this process. This is an ongoing effort. It should be reviewed for success and revised as needed. I think transparency with employees is really important, reporting on goals, measuring your progress, and reporting out. So that is the end of what I wanted to talk about. Do I have any questions or any follow-up that anyone would like to ask? Yes?
Are there any programs that kind of do what you were reviewing here today that you would recommend to energy professionals, like their own HR folks to attend to be more successful?
Yeah, I did a diversity and inclusion certificate with Cornell. They have a couple of different certificates out there. There is a diversity professional, even more in-depth certification. It's escaping me right now. The people that run the SEIA DEIJ certification, they are those certified professionals. Those are the two that come to mind, but I think there are a few other certificate programs out there as well to get your hands in this. Any other questions, comments, shared stories, challenges? Yes?
If you were to start a mentor program, what age do you recommend starting that at? And what do you think is the most important, usually most essential thing about these mentorship programs to make them effective?
And when you say mentor program, are you thinking of mentoring someone outside of your organization, or are you looking to pair up more experienced employees with younger employees within your organization?
I'm actually looking to do it externally with Solar Austin.
Oh, well, there you go.
But I'm just curious, they're doing college level, so I was considering going more.
Even younger.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's great. We actually, Forefront Power does do some education programs where we do it at the elementary school level. And it oftentimes is where we have arrays at schools. And so we develop curriculum to, teach them about the array, and if the array is actually on the campus, they can go and look at it. So I think that kind of programming is really great. My last organization, BlackRock Solar, we did the same thing, and we would bring out a solar blender and make milkshakes for the kids or smoothies for the kids with the solar blender. And I think the earlier you teach kids about solar energy is really great, and you can make it really fun. So I guess it's a mentorship program. I kind of think of it as an education program for, elementary school age kids. Any other questions or challenges that you faced on this front in the renewable energy industry? Everyone have a good lunch? Yeah, sure.
Well, I've spent some time in rural utilities, and I think the very foundational concepts of DEIJ are really lacking in those workforces. And, I've even attended some conferences, and what's considered diverse in the utility industry is pretty astounding, because it's not. But it's coming into those cultures is really difficult, because you're really chipping away at this concrete bedrock of understanding. So is there any advice you have towards these institutions that foundationally don't understand these principles?
Yeah, I always think of an analogy of either really big organizations, and in particular organizations that have been around for a long time. I think of a ship analogy. So they are really, really big ships. And to turn them and to get them to turn is a massive effort. We're a smaller organization, leaner organization. Something that I've been able to, experience is turning the ship of Forefront Power is a lot quicker, because we can make a lot of impact. So thinking that you need to work a lot to make moves within a long-standing organization like that, you have to just keep chipping away at it and just keep pushing the wheel and keep turning it, and maybe start small and just start with little bits. Training might be an easy kind of leadership. Will be like, yeah, sure, internal training, that's great, and so you start actually changing the way people think within the organization. So I say just keep chipping away at it and start small, and try to be targeted and methodical in where you're getting everything done. It's not all going to change overnight, and we know that. And even with making some of these changes that we did, it's still changing very slowly for us. And so it's going to be even harder in a bigger organization, an older organization. Other questions? Shared stories, any experiences you want to talk about? Yeah, I also wanted to mention that, the multi-prongs up here, that's not everything that is encompassing. You can also start employee resource groups, which are really great. It's really important for senior leadership to hear those employee resource groups and get them involved. Having a diversity committee within your organization can also be really helpful. And yeah, it just needs to constantly be worked on. I think there's a lot of young, great people out there that want to join the renewable energy industry. We just need to figure out how to get our jobs out there and get those people trained and get them interested in working in what's going to be a great, bustling industry in the future. We have a few minutes left, so any other questions, comments? Yes. Sure.
What do you find to be the most challenging portion about trying to have a diverse workforce in energy? What do you think is the biggest hurdle?
I think for my organization, one of the biggest hurdles is when we look for people that need to have already a certain amount of experience in the solar industry. Our organization's pretty lean, so we can't hire all entry-level people, and we don't have the time to train all of those. So I feel like right now, there's a lot more jobs for experienced people than there are those experienced people in the industry right now. Hopefully that will change in the future, and I think it will be in sort of a tipping point. but everybody right now is trying to hire experienced project managers or experienced project finance people, and there just aren't enough of diverse candidates with experience out there. And everyone in the jobs, the bustling industry, and especially now that anyone can hire kind of all over the country, and so you don't necessarily need to be in one specific area, those candidates get snapped up almost instantly. And so I've had managers that are very conscious, and they'll call me up and they say, Michelle, I'm sorry, I really tried to get a diverse candidate through the end, but it just, I couldn't do it. It just didn't happen. And I said, you tried, and so that's the best you can. I know you need to fill this position now, and so we have to make that decision to move forward. Any other questions or comments? Yes?
Can you comment on the IRA requirement for apprenticeship and how diversity can be brought into that aspect?
I will admit to not reading a ton in that, but I am a huge fan of apprenticeship programs. I can speak to one that we did at my previous company, BlackRock Solar. We were building a lot on Native American tribes in Nevada. And so one of the things that we did is every site that we were on the Native American tribe, we had to hire 1 to 2 people from the tribe to help do the installations that we were doing on those tribes. We ended up keeping several of those installers that became full-time employees with us. And so I don't know exactly what's written in the IRA, I'm sorry, so I don't want to comment specifically on that, but I think apprentice programs are great. It's a great way to get people that wouldn't otherwise be involved in the industry and get them some experience, and hopefully that will continue on in their career. Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Going once? Going twice? All right, well, thank you guys so much for joining me today on talking about building a diverse workforce in the renewable energy industry and in Texas. There is another session in here at 2:15. That is part 1 of the generation mix is changing. Is the Texas grid ready? So you can hang out here or go out and come back at 2:15, and that will be the next session. So thank you so much.
the deal? Just put it right there, and then I'll forget it.
Do you have a preference?
I'm fine. I
Nowhere
can
to
sit
go?
anywhere.
I want to be here so that I can exit quickly.
Yeah, this is.
If it's okay with
Get
you,
away.
I'll
Okay.
put you in the hot seat.
Okay, in the center.
What's right there, Warren?
What's right there?
The
With the time. For
Oh,
us.
there you go. That's
the time
perfect.
for us.
Rena,
the shot clock.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. And you're good with your topo?
I'm good.
Okay.
You do live in Austin.
Yes, I do.
That's very nice.
Are you also in Austin?
What's up?
Are you in Austin?
Okay.
I'm in Colorado.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How are you feeling in Austin? Cold? Warm?
It's kind of coldish today.
Yeah.
I went for a run and.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm realizing our mics are on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Mike's wrong.
Yeah, I was trying to go for a run on the trail and I got caught in the cold front. It was really windy this morning. But nothing like Colorado. Pretty warm.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I got to
Sure.
adjust something here.
Warren, are you going to ask us about a fun fact or something? An anecdote?
Yeah, of course.
Fun fact. Okay.
It would be remiss if I didn't. It's past 2:15, so I think we will go ahead and start, if that works. Everyone wants to take a seat? So welcome to the next panel session. My name is Warren Lasher. I just had to check down to see who I was on the little screen here. My name is Warren Lasher. I'm going to briefly introduce myself, and then I'm going to ask Rena and Matthew to introduce themselves, but I'll start off by saying Rena Bott is the Transmission Planning Manager with EPE Electric Power Engineers, which is a large consulting firm doing a lot of transmission type work in Texas and beyond. Matthew Crosby is Senior Director, Policy and Strategy with Cypress Creek Renewables, and so I'll ask him in a few minutes to kind of talk through what they're working on and where they are. Starting with me, though, name again is Warren Lasher. I was the Director of System Planning up until at the Electric Reliability Council of Texas up until about the end of 2021 when I started a small consulting firm helping clients with a variety of different issues. So beyond that, Rena, can you give us a little background on you?
Sure thing. Thank you so much, Warren, and thank you so much, RE Plus, for giving me this opportunity. Myself, Rena Bhatt. I'm a transmission planning manager with the Electric Power Engineers. I graduated with my bachelor's in the electrical engineering back in 2009 from India, and I started my career as a power system engineer with one of the state transmission utility company in India for almost 4.5 years. And after that, I moved to the States in 2015 and I joined EPE. So majority of my work experience is around the generation interconnection as well as the transmission planning service. As many of you may already know that Electric Power Engineers is the leading global power system engineering and the consulting firm, and we provide our engineering services to the variety of our clients, including, say, the transmission service provider, generation developers, ISOs, RTOs, cooperatives, or the municipalities. And on top of that, I also lead the GIS mapping department at EPE. So that's a little bit about myself.
Okay, thank you. Matthew?
Good afternoon.
A little background on what your company's up to.
Thanks, Warren. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Crosby. I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Strategy with Cypress Creek Renewables. We are a community and utility scale solar and battery storage developer. We're very active here in ERCOT and really in most other markets throughout the United States. The main role that I play is to lead our engagement in regulatory and legislative and increasingly at ISO RTO stakeholder processes. So we've been very, very busy in the PUCT process, in the ongoing legislative process, and our main focus is on market design and transmission issues. So glad to be here. Thanks, Warren.
Your main focus is on market design and transmission issues.
Pretty broad.
I wouldn't call that a focus. I'd call that a wide angle lens, I think, is what I would call that. Okay, so we're going to hit on a bunch of different topics. I think I'm going to try to start with transmission type topics and then move on to topics that are more associated with the changing resource mix. So, I'm going to start off, I'm sure we're going to get some opinions on just interconnection of new resources. Are we keeping up? Do we need changes? Rena, where do you think we stand on kind of just the process of getting new resources onto the grid?
Sure thing. So as we all know that the penetration of the different inverter-based resources increasing in ERCOT. As of March 2023, there are around, say, the 127 gigawatt of the solar projects and the 96 gigawatt of the utility-scale storage projects and 27 gigawatt of the wind projects, which are already in the queue. Mm-hmm. And while only, say, the 1.3 gigawatt of the conventional projects came online since 2008. Also, I would like to add that out of, say, the 1.3 megawatt capacity, that we are also seeing some, say, the retirements, like the 6,500 megawatt of the conventional projects have been already, say, retired from the grid. Mm-hmm. So this clearly indicates the huge dependency on the variable, say, the inverter-based resources to meet the peak demand in future. And as we all know that majority of, say, the renewable projects, they are located either in the Panhandle region or the West Texas region, whereas the load centers are located in the Houston area or the San Antonio or near the Dallas area. So this ultimately requires, say, the long power transfer from the generation pockets all the way to the, say, the load pockets, and essentially it triggers several, say, the reliability aspects which needs to be triggered, including but not limited to the, say, the stability issues or say the inertia and the frequency control, the system strength issues. So all these reliability issues are already there in the queue, which needs to be addressed to make sure that all the generation projects can come online in the timely manner.
Yeah, and just to highlight, I really would agree the interconnection process of new resources is becoming increasingly complex because of all the stability issues. Correct. And the low system strength issues that you're talking about. So, in addition to the fact that we've got all of these projects in the queue, we also have to take more and more time with each individual project. And I'll go to Matthew in just a second, but I would like to also add one of the struggles that ERCOT has, and I know your company is working on this as well, is at the very tail end of an interconnection process, they run a quarterly stability assessment, which looks at the interaction of the operations of various units that are coming online at the same time. And sometimes it's only at that moment that they realize, hey, there's an interconnection issue here. And by that point, the project is supposed to be synchronizing within 6 months.
6 months, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Matthew, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons to actually look at ERCOT as a solar developer in many ways compared to the other RTOs as somewhat of a success story. Mm-hmm. And even though these studies can be much more complicated, the scope of this study is typically confined to the local area network upgrades. Right. That does create some congestion risk on the back end, something that obviously we're going to talk about transmission planning and how that should account for future interconnection needs. But ERCOT, I think folks are probably familiar with the report that they interconnected 15 gigawatts of new solar in 2022. That was 5x more than any other RTO. We are very active with FERC at this moment that's looking at interconnection and transmission planning NOPRs. And there, one of the things that we're advocating for is to take a more holistic look at what are kind of the success stories of what we and Brattle and others call connect and manage, which effectively is what ERCOT does. It treats all energy resources as effectively energy resources, or ERIS resources versus network resources. That is obviously going to be different in PJM, which has capacity markets, capacity delivery obligations. Mm-hmm. But I think the scope of that study is something to really pay attention to. How are they able to produce that kind of volume in terms of interconnection studies and getting projects online? We think it has to do with the scope of the study. And at the same time, we think that transmission planning models in ERCOT could be redesigned and to take into account the future interconnection needs of the supply mix.
Give me a little bit more on that.
So right now, ERCOT, over the last decade or so, from 2012 to 2022, they only looked at and approved 2 economic transmission planning projects. The rest were entirely driven by reliability needs. And those reliability costs are actually increasing pretty significantly. And I think in the February planning report, ERCOT mentioned that those costs are in 2022 are over $3 billion, which is about 5x from where they were in 2019. So the cost of serving just reliability-focused upgrades is increasing, and it's inherently reactive. ERCOT really only looks 6 years out in its planning tests, and then their production cost models compare the first year that the line is in service when the cost of that line is its highest, right? It's not depreciated, and they're comparing that against the benefits in that first year, and that's when they're at their lowest. We know transmission benefits increase over time. So the test is kind of designed so that economic projects are really face challenges in their approval processes. Something that we really advocated the commission take another look at, and I think ideally the legislature is also taking a look at that issue. And what has that resulted in? That reactive planning has created significant congestion. In 2022, that cost was, I believe, $2.8 billion, according to the IMM. And so even though I think ERCOT is very much focused on let's not overbuild the system, it's pretty clear that it's underbuilt right now and consumers are paying for it.
Interesting. Rena, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think I completely agree with you on this aspects. Definitely, we see because of the current economic planning criteria that ERCOT has in place, it does not allow to addition of a project which can provide, say, the indirect benefits under the certain circumstances such as, say, the extreme weather conditions, because they do not qualify, say, the economic planning criteria, and essentially it increases the cost.
Yeah, so, I mean, from my perspective, if you go back in time, we built the competitive renewable energy zone projects they were completed in 2014. And it felt like at the time that we were almost pre-building a whole host of economic projects for kind of the next generation of new technologies. So we've grown into that. And we've grown past that, right? It's kind of like a toddler that kind of grows out of the 6-month outfits. So advocating, I hear you advocating for getting back to more economic planning, but is there a need for an even more fundamental, more proactive planning process? As an example, do we need to be starting to look at different technologies? Do we need to be looking at higher voltages? Do we need to be looking at HVDC? I'm just curious your thoughts. Start with Rena.
Sure thing, yes. With the emerging, say, the new changes in the fuel matrix, I think it's a high time to start adopting the advanced transmission technologies. There are different aspects, like let's think about from the software side. So the addition of the, say, the real-time contingency tool or the DSAT tools, or utilizing, say, the dynamic line ratings. It can essentially provide some additional, say, the operational flexibilities for the short-term solution, and also it can be utilized in the real-time operations. If we talk about, say, some hardware solutions, for example, utilizing, say, the advanced cables and the conductors, or get the HVDC transmission line in ERCOT to transmit the power from the one region, like the far west Texas, all the way up to the, say, the Houston. That can be the alternate option which can provide, say, the large-term reliability to the grid. Also, there are a couple of the other options like the non-wire transmission alternatives, utilizing, say, the microgrids or the distribution generations that could also essentially help to alleviate some of the challenges or the issues while providing, say, the additional efficiencies to the grid.
Interesting. Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about CREZ a lot, obviously, and I think the cost was around more than $8 billion or so.
7, yeah. It hasn't inflated since it was done.
And I think the benefits have almost doubled that. I think what we're really advocating for is not a public policy-driven transmission regime that you see in other markets with more aggressive policy goals like the NYISO or the CAISO. In Texas, the RPS has long been surpassed. We are much more focused on creating competitive markets and maintaining competitive markets and making them all access. And I think what we're really advocating for is that the lines not be built unless they pay for themselves, unless the benefits exceed the cost. But as I mentioned, the way they measure those costs is purposefully confined such that the test really does favor more reliability focus instead of the economic lines.
Yeah, no, understood.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. So just to poke at a bear here, generic transmission constraints. I'm going to start with Matthew on this because he's already nodding his head. So let me tee it up for the audience. So increasingly, we have stability limitations on moving power from one region of the state to another. Some of these regions are fairly small. We have stability constraints moving power out of an area called Solstice, Texas, kind of just getting it out of that small little area. We have stability constraints, grid stability, reliability constraints, moving power in and out of the lower Rio Grande Valley area. We have a huge stability constraint, which basically cuts the state in two, involves the power transfer along 16 345 kilovolt circuits from west to east Texas. The limit on that set of circuits is about 11,000 megawatts, give or take. So these generic transmission constraints, they seem to be more and more every year. Some of them only arise when there's some sort of a maintenance issue, a circuit that's out of service. Some of them are binding in everyday operations pretty much continuously. I'm asking thoughts on, are these issues that need to be addressed? Should we leave them to economic planning criteria? Is there a reliability concern? Start with you, Rena.
Definitely. So traditionally in ERCOT, the majority of the transmission was built out in response to the growth in the load. And it was not an issue in the past because majority of the projects which were built were mostly, say, the coal or the natural gas projects, which usually takes longer time to come online compared to the inverter-based resources. And as I said earlier, with the penetration, huge penetration of the inverter-based resources and their current siding into the grid that required the power to transmit over the longer distance and essentially trigger, as you said, the stability issues just because of the lack of the reactive support to provide the, to maintain the voltage limits within the acceptable limits. So definitely the current the transmission planning methodology or the assumptions which needs to be improved to make sure it aligns more the ERCOT operation scenarios into the input assumptions. Also when evaluating, say, the transmission exit strategies for these GTCs, it is very important to take into the consideration the indirect benefits from the those transmission alternatives, such as how that transmission upgrade will provide the additional benefit under, say, the extreme weather conditions or the forced outage conditions. So definitely I say that it is very important to develop the holistic transmission plan which could address this issue. Essentially, I know that the majority of, say, the alternatives which have been identified to mitigate those DTCs, they are not the economic projects, but definitely it impacts to the reliability of the grid. For example, say the South Texas project, right, the Rio Grande Valley import GTC. So some changes in the, say, the criteria, some changes in the planning that needs to be incorporated.
Interesting, thank you. Matthew?
I think I'd go back to the earlier statement about just how the current model is really just to focus on reliability needs, sort of a retroactive view. And so looking forward, looking at the long-term system assessment, I think you would have a much better opportunity to see these GTCs on a more proactive, holistic basis and to build out the grid that could help address some of those stability needs in a more proactive way. You know, I'm not the technical expert in our company by any means on interconnecting our projects around some of these stability limits, but I mean, they're there for a reason, and we need them to operate the grid effectively, but they do have a real impact on our pro formas as we're looking at the potential for curtailment risk increasing. So, you know, one thing that we've kind of played around with beyond kind of that more proactive long-term view of upgrading the system is, you know, it's solving a locational issue, right? And typically ancillary services are procured on a system-wide basis, be it RRS, reg up, reg down. You know, we think maybe there's an opportunity here to look at location-specific inertia or voltage support that can help address some of those location-specific balancing and stability needs. So, you know, interested to have more of a conversation around that, while at the same time looking at cost-effective opportunities to deal with a portfolio of these GTCs kind of through that more holistic planning process that I described.
Interesting. So let me give a little bit of background for those of you that don't follow ERCOT operations that closely. In the day-ahead market, ERCOT actually procures a small amount of reserves, and it procures this reserves to prevent something bad from happening on the grid. So as an example, if a unit over the course of a day were to stop functioning and to go offline all of a sudden, ERCOT would want to have backup power that it could replace that unit with instantaneously, almost instantaneously. And so ERCOT buys a set of different ancillary services, and the ancillary services basically they're designed to respond within a different duration. We've got some ancillary services that respond within a half a second. We've got, or actually a quarter second for some batteries. We've got other ancillary services that respond within 10 minutes, some that respond within 30 minutes. But all of those ancillary services are purchased across the whole system, regardless of where they are. But as we get more and more system needs with new technologies coming onto the grid, we find ourselves in a situation where maybe we need more system inertia in certain areas, or we need short circuit strength in certain areas, or we need more voltage support in certain areas. And so the idea would be maybe we need some locational ancillary services. The drawback of that is you know, ERCOT has a whole set of different projects it's working on to try to improve the market systems, and that would be a doozy.
Yeah, it would require a sophistication that's not currently there, but then they're also moving to real-time co-optimization. I mean, there are movements in the market to really improve how the system is managed.
Yeah, and we can argue whether they're actually successfally moving to.
They're moving
in that direction. They're moving in that direction. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. So, kind of shifting topic a little bit. I'm curious your thoughts on transmission planning, transmission needs, with specific focus on variable loads, large, flexible loads. And the idea would be if you're a large flexible load, you have some ability to curtail your load in the face of high prices. To avoid high prices, typically when you start running low on transmission capacity in a certain area, the prices go up from congestion. And so the question becomes, if we have a large flexible load that is purposely going to be reducing its usage when prices get high, do we need to fully build the transmission system to serve their load reliably under all conditions? So I'll start with Matthew and see if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, first I think when you look at the benefit and production cost models of transmission, obviously like serving load is one aspect of it, but you're also looking at a number of other production cost benefits, right? So we shouldn't just build transmission just to serve new load, right? Yes. Although it is a significant component of it. And we would argue that taking into account these these large flexible loads is something that ERCOT should continue to look at. They have one case in their long-term system assessment where they're trying to look at, what is the price of Bitcoin? What is the market movement around hydrogen? Right now, there's I think still 20 gigawatts or so of Bitcoin seeking interconnection, another 10 of hydrogen. How much of that is built, I think, is anyone's guess. It depends on long-term price stability. So yes, we should absolutely be building for it, but it's not the only benefit. There are other benefits of transmission, including reducing, the amount of generation that's needed to maintain a specific reserve margin. If you increase supply diversity, you improve resource adequacy. So I just want to mention that there's a lot of other benefits beyond just serving some of these large loads. I think the other thing, just as a developer, folks are obviously, probably going to be in a similar position, is there I think is a lot of interest amongst solar developers, especially given our curtailment risk of co-located large flexible loads. I think creditworthiness is something that is right now preventing a lot of that activity. As these companies mature more, as we gain more experience, I think you'll see more investment as creditworthiness improves.
Rena, any
Yeah, sure thing. So if I'm not mistaken, as of March 2023, around 2.3 gigawatt of the large flexible load has been already integrated into the ERCOT market, and still, as Matthew mentioned, around 30 gigawatts of the large flexible load is still in the queue, and ERCOT is getting the more and more attention and the interest from the large, say, the data centers and the crypto mining load centers to build the infrastructure into the West Texas region. So we have been monitoring the impact of this, the large flexible load on the grid. It is still new for everyone, and the clear impact, like the overall impact of this, the large flexible is still not, say, the clearly visible to everyone, but we have started seeing the trend that the reduction of the power output from the West Texas to the other region. Also, we have seen the reduced number of the instances where the West Texas was having the extremely low, say, the energy pricing for the loads. So after implementation of this large loads, definitely it helped to reduce or absorb some of the generations locally. But when it comes to the development of the transmission infrastructure for them, I would say it would also help to export the power out from the West Texas. It would not be essentially built for just to serve the demand in the West Texas region, but ultimately it also solve the reliability benefits to the grid.
Okay. Yeah. So we're going to talk a little bit about changing resource mix, but first I wanted to go back to something you said, Matthew, the congestion risk. So I'm specifically curious, how much is too much? Are we getting close? Is it a situation where developers are starting to avoid certain parts of the ERCOT grid? Your thoughts on congestion risk.
If I'm looking at stability limits, that's what's setting the congestion, right? The actual operations and needing to maintain the system. If I'm looking from a consumer perspective, I think 2.8 billion, which is a record amount, is too much, right? I think you can argue that there are long-term benefits that exceed the cost and help us to minimize that congestion. In terms of how much is too much to to the different investors in our projects, I think we're still working with that. And we're trying to make projects that, even in West Texas, looking for large, load opportunities, settlements in those areas to avoid some of that risk. So it certainly plays a factor in our siting decisions and in our contracting decisions right now. Again, we feel like ERCOT is so successful because it's been a competitive market, it has had access to that market, and it should continue to build out the system so that we can continue to make the market worthwhile and save money for Texans.
Yeah. Rena, any thoughts on that?
Sure thing. So if I would have to develop, say, the project, I would say I would avoid some areas such as the LRG. I would not build my project over there because I know all the issues and the constraints in that. But rather than I would prefer the area very close to the load center so that I can make sure I can export the full capacity of my project into the grid, just to stay away from the risk.
Yeah. So I personally think I have a theory, a prediction. What we're starting to see, at least from my view, is because of some of the stability issues out in West Texas, we're seeing a lot more interest, especially from solar developers, in other parts of the grid. Trying to get closer and closer, as you say, closer and closer to demand centers. But I think what is going to happen is we are going to start seeing similar stability issues start cropping up across the whole grid. I think in a year or two, We may have an ERCOT grid that looks more like a kid with mumps, kind of red dots kind of scattered all over the place, where you're seeing dislocation of pricing. And I think that will change the topic of discussion a bit, because there is some thought that if developers did a better job of choosing their location, there would be less congestion. So, but I think, if to the extent we start seeing real priceless dislocations between San Antonio and Houston, with low prices in the center and high prices around San Antonio and Houston, I think it's going to be harder for people to look at that and say, well, that was a bad siting decision. If you're building as close to Houston as you possibly can, you're in Wharton County or something like that, as close as you can, and yet you're still experiencing significant congestion. I think that will change the topic of conversation some. I'm curious if you have any thoughts. We'll start with you, Rena.
Definitely. I mean, I can say we see the changes in the trends, as the phenomenon of the transmission planning keeps changing. The majority of the renewable projects that gets traction in the Panhandle and the West Texas, the region behind that, the penetration of the solar and the wind energy is huge compared to the load center, right? So they know that they will get the maximum clean energy to produce the power, and ultimately transferring it to the grid so that they can export to the max capacity of their project. Whereas when it comes to the siting of the project close to the load centers, there are also the additional the issues, such as the capacity of the line could have been occupied already to serve the load, right? There may not be the availability of the suitable load land just to build the transmission, the new generation project close to that location. So it can also definitely trigger, the different issues. But in general, like if it's my own perspective, like if I have to choose, where to go, then I would choose the area where I see my projects would export the power without, the much curtailment and the congestion, creating the congestions for the grid.
Matthew,
a couple comments.
Yeah, please, yeah.
One, developers are like wildcatters. We're looking for the best resource,
Absolutely.
right? So that's where the best resource has historically been in West Texas. It is moving east, and by the way, that provides benefits to the grid, right? You have more supply diversity. You can provide better ELCC overall. If you look at the system, you increase geographic diversity. So there are some benefits to that. Price volatility, we see maps that do look like measles already today in some places. And some of this is, and not to necessarily call any one sector out, because we really need all of the above energy resources, but you do see some forced outage rates in older thermal plants when they go out and ERCOT's not expecting it. That's where a lot of the prices can really occur, even within Houston zone. So we think a diverse supply mix with a grid that can deliver low-cost power into those load centers is a useful strategy to help manage some of those price risks that you were talking about. The last thing I'll say is volatility is not necessarily a bad thing. As a battery storage developer as well, we definitely seek volatility in markets. I think a lot of developers are looking at energy arbitrage as an opportunity after looking at ancillary services. And so, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing to have volatility.
Excellent, excellent. So shifting gears a little bit, obviously a lot of the talk at the commission right now, a lot of talk at the Capitol is associated with reliability, associated with the changing resource mix. I'm curious about thoughts in terms of what's the path forward? What's the path forward on reliability? Matthew?
I think what we and others in our industry and our trades have advocated is that ERCOT and PUC and the legislature, really has to define the problem that they're trying to solve. And that's been difficult to arrive at consensus around that problem. From our perspective, there are really two. There's a day-to-day grid operational need, and there's we've seen obviously system stress during extreme conditions. On the operational flexibility thing, there are three obvious drivers of uncertainty. You have load uncertainty. In both Winter Storm Uri and Winter Storm Elliott, the prediction of the amount of load for winter heating was well below forecast, and you had the need for new resources to come online quickly. There's obviously the renewable energy day-ahead forecast to real time, and then there are the forced, unplanned thermal outage rates. And actually, we put this in our comments to the PUC. If you look over time at how ERCOT is doing on predicting the day-ahead renewable output, it's getting better, and it's getting better because of the geographic diversity, because of the software improvements. The thermal rates are unfortunately going up a little bit, and so there are three obvious drivers, and that really matters for cost causation of a new reliability type product to deal with that operational flexibility. We would be supportive of the type of uncertainty product that the IMM originally proposed, as long as cost causation is maintained and allocated to load. And then on the other issue, resource reliability during extreme weather. Obviously this is a very hot topic. The steps that the PUC and the Railroad Commission have started to take around supply chain mapping, we think are positive direction. We are supportive of the firm fuel product. To have fuel on site for generators is a step in the right direction, and more of that is needed. And then at the end of the day, what Uri really exposed is that these are two interdependent systems, the electricity grid and the natural gas system. And so over time, better coordination between those systems, I think, can go a long way.
Yeah, and behind the scenes, obviously, the electricity and gas are held to different reliability standards,
right.
and they're regulated in completely different ways.
Exactly.
And adding complexity onto that, even within Texas, the natural gas system is the interstates pipelines are regulated differently from the intrastate pipelines, completely different regimes.
Last thing I just want to add is, we're not a transmission developer. We had no skin in the game on the proposed interregional line. That unfortunately was recently rejected by the PUC, but I think a lot of value in considering import-export capacity increases would be very valuable in extreme weather conditions. And we saw a lot of that during Elliott, transfers from MISO to PJM, PJM to CERC. FERC jurisdiction, I don't think is going to be an issue. If it's a DC line, there's acknowledgement that doesn't trigger scrutiny over the waiver. So the system has to be looked at as a whole, I guess, is my point.
Yeah, absolutely. Before I let you say anything, I would like to note, interestingly, in Winter Storm Uri, in the Eastern Interconnection, there was massive power that was flowing from PJM and CERC into MISO and into SPP. In Winter Storm Elliott, there was massive power flowing from, especially northern MISO, where it was incredibly windy, down into PJM and into CERC. So it's, that's one of the benefits of transmission is
switching.
Go both ways. Rena, thoughts?
Definitely, yeah. So after as Matthew already mentioned, that the Uri winter storm event, there are several, the improvements which have been already implemented by ERCOT in the reliability standards, such as the improvement in the weatherizations and the inspections for the generation units, as well as the transmission asset. Also, there has been improvement applied in the firm fuel supply, where the generation units can have the additional, the fuel capacity on site. Also, the communications between the different agencies that have been also improved after the Uri winter storm event. But I would say there are still some other areas where the improvement in the reliability needs. For example, procuring the additional ancillary services, as we discussed. It can definitely help to address all the issues or the challenges that we see in the real-time operations, as well as under the extreme weather conditions. Also, it would also help if the flexible dispatchable generation will start getting, the incentivized, right? They would stay available to serve the demand when the situation is critical or the system is stressed, essentially. So there are a couple of these things that definitely help to increase the overall reliability of the grid while maintaining the efficiency of the grid.
So, quick question, doesn't have to be a quick response. I'm going to make you king for a day, Rena, from a, what the grid needs right now. What would you do? What would you have people focus on? What's the priority in your reign?
So I will speak about the two, say the short term as well as the long term goal. Okay, if I have to address the short term issues, definitely we need the enhancement in the toolkits that would allow us to manage, say, the supply chain issues. That could include, say, the facilitating, say, the volunteer additional, say, the load reduction, as well as the procurement of the additional ancillary services which is needed to reliably operate the grid. If it comes to the, say, the long-term planning, I would say the enhancement in the transmission planning it's surely needed by incorporating, say, the regional modeling across, say, the transmission and the distribution, say, the system to have the better visibility to see what is happening on the downstream side, not addressing only the issues from the generation or the transmission side.
Okay. Matthew?
Single item to link the long-term system assessment with the regional planning group process.
Ooh, I like it.
Make it an actual case that sits in RPG and is considered and doesn't just sit on a shelf.
Yeah, make it actionable.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
It's something that, by the way, was recommended in 2013.
Well, sometimes good ideas take a long time to develop. Just ask all those folks over in Bordeaux. So I would say my priority would be integration of battery resources. I still feel like the ERCOT staff have not yet fully come to grips with the implications of a limited duration device and how to account for, I guess, two things really, the limited duration of the resource, but then also the fact that, and Matthew, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this, a battery developer operator thinks more in terms of opportunity cost rather than variable cost. And I think ERCOT and kind of the way the ERCOT market works is just very focused on variable cost. And it's a bridge that we really have to get across in order to fully bring batteries into kind of the ecosystem, not to mention the actual modeling changes. ERCOT is still kind of jury rigging the systems in order to account for batteries in their accounting. But I'm curious your thoughts about the opportunity cost issue.
Yeah, it's one that, honestly, looking at the market and seeking volatility, I'm a little less familiar with our pricing strategy there, but I do think it is looking at, again, what I mentioned, energy arbitrage versus ancillary service. Eventually, as you get to real-time co-optimization, you'll be able to, you'll see some price suppression effects, right? But for now, yeah, I mean, when we're looking at those two opportunities, we are thinking about the opportunity cost of participating in one versus the other. In general, glad to see ERCOT moving toward faster frequency response, more flexibility on the system. I think some of the proposals under the legislature right now may not entirely be economic, but we see the market already supporting a significant amount of new storage.
Yeah, interesting. So I am going to ask for just a couple questions from the audience. There is a microphone that is coming around, so it is incredibly important that if you do raise your hand, you speak into a microphone. Are there any questions that someone wants to raise? It's kind of hard to see because of the lights. No questions? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, there's a question right there. Please.
Hey, Rex Bergeson, ConnectGen. I have a question about the allocation of congestion costs, because I know you alluded to how some projects get really high interconnection costs on the front end, and could be 50, 60, 70, 80 million, whatever, and they might drop out of the queue because of that. But other times they'll get $0 of allocation, and then they'll get all the congestion on the back end and suffer from it. So I know you alluded to that earlier, but I was wondering what a solution would look like to that.
Yeah, so I mean, ERCOT obviously is different. It doesn't have participant funding, so we're not allocated the costs right now of interconnection. That is a subject of discussion right now under one of the Senate bills that's active today. You know, I think it's an attractive market because we can move quickly, but then on the back end, it is buyer beware. You have that congestion risk. Would we be willing to, you know, pay more on the front end to reduce some congestion risk on the back end? You know, possibly. But I think we're not just looking at how does this transmission upgrade impact the congestion to our projects. We're looking at what is the broader case for transmission investment writ large in the grid, and then as part of that, how does that benefit our project? So I guess to answer your question more specifically, you know, that cost right now is allocated to load. Would some developers be willing to take on more of that in exchange for some protection on the back end? I think that's a conversation many are having.
Interesting. Another question? Anyone? Ooh, you're a quiet bunch. Must have been a very big lunch. That's all I've got to say. Okay. I actually have thought I had, yeah, so one other question for the panel from me. What is it that we are not really talking about today that was going to be a really big topic of conversation in 2 or 3 years? Give me a prediction.
I would say that the new technologies, AI technologies, integrations of the AI, how I think after 2 or 3 years we would see how the AI would impact the cybersecurity of the power system. Probably this would be the subject of the discussion within the next 2 to 3 years coming in.
I hate talking about cyber and I hate talking about AI. So that's why we're not talking about it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we're continuing to talk about Texas as an open for business market. There's a lot of proposals on the table right now that would constitute effectively re-regulation of the market, and I think that is to the detriment of Texas consumers everywhere. So, you know, we're focused on continuing to make this market attractive for investment and save customers billions of dollars every year. So that's what we're working on every day, and encourage folks to pay attention to what's happening down the street, as I know many are.
Yeah, so I would add, I think the optionality that's coming to customers. Customers are just going to have a lot more things they can do at their residences, at their small commercial facilities to take advantage of cost-effective technologies and either limit their participation in the market or, you know, or go out and actually participate in the market. I think electric vehicles, distributed generation batteries, et cetera, that'll be a big increasing thing. Yeah. I know we're already talking about it, but we'll talk about it more.
We're very excited about flexible load. Electric vehicles is a huge part of that. You know, one of the opportunities I've had in my career was at Austin Energy, where I was working on their EV program, and they explicitly, you know, married the concept of wind purchase RECs for battery charging for electric vehicles, and there's a real cost advantage because in part of the renewable fuel mix that's helping to be a hedge and lower costs relative to natural gas. And so I think part of the opportunity here is to look at how can you lower that cost, that operating mile cost, with renewable resources, and that will accelerate adoption of EVs.
Yeah, absolutely. Rena, last word.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Definitely, yeah. So there are several things, there are several issues, challenges that we can see. ERCOT has already implemented some of the changes in the operating guides, planning guides, but I guess there are still some other issues with the large flexible loads or the weatherization or say the implementation of the new technologies, advanced technologies that still needs to be addressed.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so before you go, we're going to have a 30-minute break, but right here on this same bat channel, you're going to have part 2 of this conversation, but it's going to be a completely different group of folks talking about the generation mix, and I think they're going to be focusing on, no, I forgot what they're going to be focusing on. I think it's going to be more of a regulatory focus. It's going to be here at 3:30. So take a break, visit the show floor, and be back here in 30, and please thank the panel for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from the break. I am Tanya Miller. I am the Executive Director of the Texas Solar Power Association. I'm delighted to be moderating this panel on the strategies Texas needs to shorten the internet connection queue. We're a part 2 of a 2-part topic, and I think our focus is more on local interconnection issues. As you heard from the previous panel, they focused more on large-scale interconnection issues. First, I will let the panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll get right into the topic. Kurt?
Thank you, Tanya. I'm Kurt Lyle. I'm with engineering firm HDR, and I'm based here in Austin, Texas. And I've been in renewables for about 15 years, and happy to serve on the panel. Thank you.
My name is Sterling Clifford. I'm Government Affairs Manager at Sunnova Energy, which is a residential and rooftop solar company based in Houston, Texas.
Thank you, gentlemen. So let's...
Real
yes.
quick, just because we've done this at other panels. I can't see that many of you because of the lights. If people came forward, that would be awesome, so it feels a little more conversational for us.
Yes,
and when we get to Q&A, I won't take questions from anyone who's not in the first 3 rows.
Yeah, if you have not been up here, it is like blinding lights in your eyes. And the only people we can see is these first 2 rows of people. The rest of you don't exist.
That's right.
I would estimate about 925 watts per square meter intensity on, on the stage here, if I could use that reference.
Right, if we're sweating, it's from the lights, not from the topic.
Speak for yourself, Tanya.
All right, with all of those opening statements, let's get started. With the various types of renewable technologies out there, do we need to be discussing different strategies for interconnection? And if so, why? And what are those strategies? I'll start with you, Sterling.
The answer is yes, and we should prioritize connecting all residential systems first and worry about everyone else later. No, I think, obviously there are different interconnection challenges for projects at different sizes and scales. And then there's also the issue of what does the grid need overall, right? So there are a lot of much easier ways to speed up interconnection, I think, for residential systems, for DG below a certain level, for projects that are located closer to the major cities in Texas. So I think we have to be realistic about each of those segments serving a different purpose, and then the speed of interconnection that comes along with it, and the cost of interconnecting at different levels, as well as just the available technology to do it.
Kurt, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I would agree. And I think part of being in a market-based economy is that when you do see constraints in terms of grid capacity, that the market does seek solutions for, kind of avoiding those constraints. And so I've seen some great business plans around shifting of energy to avoid the peak constraint and the peak loads and the peak times. For example, running ice in the night to provide cooling for the day. So I think that the marketplace, there's some really sophisticated people and some smart people in the energy space. I know that they talked earlier today about the broad market in Texas and ERCOT, and I think, looking at it statewide, you can see that there's a case to increase, economic benefit for the state if we were to expand capacity and transmission lines from high energy centers to high load centers, for example, West Texas to Houston or Dallas. And I think that there's an economically compelling case to make those investments. But I think with that being the macro level, looking at the micro level, if you're an industrial load center, for example, a wastewater treatment plant, a manufacturing facility, or an oil and gas facility, that you could see putting renewables on the client side of the meter, could really be beneficial given some of the load constraints. So if we see high prices in Houston for the retail customer in the grid, that's going to give signals to put renewables on the retail side of the meter. So I think that the markets are smart and sophisticated, working with what they have to work with. But I think that there is opportunity for looking at the state level and economic development for how we allocate those investments.
I think there's an argument to be made to doing it now too, right? So we're already looking at market redesign and some pretty significant changes in power production and consumption in Texas. So why are we not also looking at how we're interconnecting all of the power production and consumption at the same time? So if we start from a place where we say, look, we have to have all this new generation coming online. We have to have massive utility scale, I'm just going to say generation, so there's enough concern in the market redesign process about favoring one technology over another. I'm just going to say generation, but you guys know what I'm talking about. We have to connect distributed generation systems. We have to connect resi systems. They all have to plug into the grid and participate in whatever this new sort of overall grid, healthy grid looks like. So knowing that we have to do it, the next question is, how do we do it fast enough that we don't get caught behind the 8 ball just forever of always trying to catch what the actual demand is with interconnection? So using an example from residential systems, CenterPoint, with some prodding, has stopped doing in-person inspections before they interconnect a system, because by the time the interconnection application gets to them, it's been approved by a municipality, electricians have signed off on it. Like, it's gone through a whole process. They don't really need to. They look at the drawings, they approve it, interconnection happens. It takes about a week out of the process, right? Because there's a truck roll that used to happen that doesn't now. So that's an example of looking at an existing interconnection process, realizing that technology has passed up what the process is, and adapting accordingly. And we should be doing that at every level of generation as we go along.
So do you think Texas has lagged behind other states? Are there states that have better strategies of interconnecting in a faster, more efficient manner?
I'll go first.
Yeah,
go first?
you take that one.
I don't like to compare states in that way. I mean, the answer is yes, right? We are behind some and we're ahead of others, and that's always going to be kind of how it is. I think the danger, and we see this in other elements of market redesign, the danger of comparing Texas to other states too much is you say, eventually someone says, well, I don't want to be like place X. So whatever they're doing.
California?
California. Whatever they're doing, that's the thing that we are not going to do. Whether that's justifiable or not, right? So rather than say, you know, is Texas behind, I would say there are best practices from all over the country that can certainly be adopted, and there are things happening in Texas that I would love to export to the rest of the country. So it's really about looking at what is happening for us on both the generation side and the demand side, and finding the processes that make connecting those two as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, Sterling, I like everything you said. I agree with. When you said fast as possible, I certainly agree with that. But you know, my mind thinks to like an economic component of it as well. Whereas, you know, I think about a home that might be a 2 kilowatt system on a rooftop, and that's all you have available space for. And if you're talking about, you know, rolling a truck out from CenterPoint and a cost associated with that, and let's just say it's a $300 inspection, it might not sound that big, but if you're talking about a 2 kilowatt system that's maybe $6,000, you know, that $300 component it's like 5%, right? And so every little bit of that adds up, and I think as you get towards the residential space where, you know, adding 5% to the cost might tip it one way or the other on the economic spectrum. And then if there's utilities that say, oh, we require this, you know, you have a switch and you have the, you know, this particular kind of meter, and, you know, the costs keep adding up and up. You know, I really think about that marginal house that's 2 kilowatts and how the policy and the interconnection process is going to impact them and that particular set of economics,
So
but
now,
also the time.
Yeah, I mean, the economic point, that you make a really good point there, in part because even a system that's much bigger, we can 5% it right into the ground, right?
Yeah.
Like there are more and more like, well, a little $100 charge here and a little $200 charge there, and the next thing you know, you've added $1,000 to the cost of the system, and that really gets into people's pocketbooks. So the other part is not looking at interconnection as completely separate from the rest of constructing, whether it's a residential system or something much larger, right? Like accounting for those costs in a meaningful way from the start for everybody.
So one of the utilities that I've noticed here in Texas that we hear some issues with is the municipal utilities and how their interconnection times maybe lag behind other types of utilities. Can either one of you address that? Maybe Sterling, do you want to take it first?
Yeah. Municipal utilities and co-ops have a different purpose, which sometimes makes it difficult for them to adapt in the same way that other utilities can adapt, and a different level of comfort with the competitive marketplace, right? So if you're a utility co-op in Texas, you exist at least in part as insulation from the competitive marketplace. And so then to say, well, we're going to accept this competition in the form of residential solar, sometimes that makes people a little bit uncomfortable. And I try to not sort of investigate people's motives more than is reasonable, but it's certainly true that on the muni and co-op front, sometimes interconnection rules are less about what's good for the customer and the grid and more about how do we slow down the adoption of residential solar. And that's something that really does need to change and that needs to be addressed. Every utility system in the state needs to take advantage of distributed generation, whether it's residential or small commercial or whatever. It just has to be part of the demand solution. And the faster people accept that reality and take down unnecessary barriers, the better their grid is going to be overall.
Kurt, do you have anything to add on to that?
Well, being an Austin resident, within the city of Austin, you could have Oncor as your electric provider, you could have City of Austin as your Oncor or your electric provider, or you could have another utility that's, kind of like more of a municipal utility.
I have Pedernales Electric.
I wasn't going to name any names. I'll leave it at that. But among those three cases, I think it's really interesting that if you're an Oncor, that you have a competitive market, you can choose one of 400 electric providers, and some of them have, different strategies and tiers for selling renewables and buying back renewables from your distributed energy system, buying those back from you. And then there are other co-ops that might charge for your solar installation and then add I think the last I heard it was like a $20 or $30 per month fee for having an interconnected rural renewable system. So if we go back to my little pet project of a 2 kilowatt home system, you might generate $20 of savings a month, maybe 15 from that system. It's not huge economics. And so if you're going to add a $30 a month renewables interconnection penalty to that $15 a month savings, I mean, you can kind of see how that would be pretty much an anti-solar strategy for that co-op. And so, if you compare that to Austin Energy, they'll take everything that your solar array produces, they'll give you a premium rate for that, and then they'll sell you back electricity at the retail rate. So, you have a case where the city of Austin recognizes, hey, this is a great thing, this is a benefit to our society, it's a benefit to our generation strategy, it's a benefit to the consumers, it's a benefit to the people that live in Austin, all great things, versus we're going to charge you $30 a month, which is probably twice what you're saving from the renewable system. So, just in this one city, you can have a very different experience from trying to get your system integrated online, and then, where the where the resident would see the impact in terms of monthly savings or monthly expense in one of those cases. So, and that's kind of been a long-standing, Austin Energy is very friendly. There are other co-ops that maybe are less friendly. I think you might have mentioned one, Tanya. I won't make that direct connection. And then you have Encore, where you have a lot of different supply opportunities. But I think that tale of those three providers just in the one city is really interesting and kind of paints a picture of the dynamic that those interconnection costs that vary from utility to utility can have a significant impact on the payback into the system. One, where it's basically out, you're paying twice as much as you would just in the monthly fee as you would save, versus one where you probably have a 7-year payback. So it's pretty compelling that interaction point between the customer and the utility makes a huge impact.
Well, it makes the point, like, what are your interconnection fees or costs actually based on, right? So if you have those three wildly divergent models of how you treat an interconnected solar system, that tells me that at least two of them are basing their interconnection costs on nothing, or just on what they want, or on a principle that they want to discourage residential solar, or on outdated technology, right? That's probably the most likely answer. And so this is when we talk about, let's look at the system for real, figure out what actually needs to be done, what the actual expenses are. And I don't know anyone who's opposed to paying them, right? So in many places where there are actual required infrastructure upgrades for solar systems, transformer upgrades or whatever else, we're happy to pay fees associated with, not happy, but we're willing to pay fees associated with those infrastructure upgrades and to socialize that cost across solar customers when they're actually based on something. Mm-hmm. And that's the important part, is can we evaluate the interconnection system and really identify what the actual costs are and apply those and let the rest of it go?
Yes.
So I think, go ahead, Kurt.
I was just going to say, and I was never trying to advocate that, as the solar consumer, that we're looking for a free ride. So
right. Yeah,
I would completely agree with what you're saying. But I think if you're connecting a 2 kilowatt system with a $30 per month surcharge on that interconnection, it's obviously not a balanced.
Right.
You're not providing that cost based on what the real cost is. So yeah, appreciate that and totally agree. And I think a lot of people in our industry are really here for the societal benefit of doing the renewable energy system and doing the right thing. And I don't think that we're trying to, avoid the cost of what it really takes to get there. So great point, Sterling, thank you.
So I think both of you are talking about the financial portion of interconnection and whether that's financially beneficial to the consumer. Do you see any benefit to standardizing permitting for these systems, or because the processes can also vary to get interconnected based on the type of utility and who the utility is? So do you think there's some benefit that we could see from doing a standardized permitting system across the state?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and.
Yes, and. No, I mean, both in terms of permitting at the municipal level and, getting permission to operate from a utility. I don't see much reason for there to be any differences at all. Certainly, consistency in permitting has been the argument in favor of all kinds of statewide economic regulations. And I think that applies in this case as well. There's just not any real reason. There's no technological basis for it. There's no physical or industrial basis for it. Like, there's no reason for permitting not to be the same everywhere.
Sterling, do you think that the permitting should vary based on the size of the system?
Sure. I mean, when you get into the size of the system, then you start to raise legitimate questions about how it interacts with the grid. So obviously, in that case, I think you're asking different questions on a permitting application. But let's be clear about what we mean by size, right? The difference between a 6 kW system and a 14 kW system is not enough to warrant a different interconnection process. The difference between a 16K residential system, which is really big, and a 2 megawatt commercial system, which is way bigger, that obviously justifies a different level of permitting, investigation, and process. But within a reasonable space, I think it can and should be uniform.
Kurt, do you have any thoughts to add?
Yeah, agree with that. And kind of as an engineering mind, I think sometimes if you place bookends on what we're trying to discuss, it can be really helpful in the context. And so, Sterling, to your point, I think if we were to say, all systems 30 kilowatts and below could meet this standardized process through a templatized process and permit plan across the state, would be very sensible. And maybe once you get beyond that threshold where 98% of the systems would fall, maybe then you get into some custom engineering or some requirements if you're trying to do something outside of that norm. But I think helping 98% of the people with a templatized plan that say, hey, as long as we're below 30 kilowatts, can we get utilities to agree that that's not a detrimental system size to interconnect, and generally would apply to these, a standard service panel box at a residence, and not having to recreate, an interconnection point or a main service panel would be a sensible plan that would make a lot of sense in a pragmatic way. So I know Bill Brooks has been an advocate in his years of trying to standardize permitting processes and templify some of the permitting applications that would fit 98% of the systems. And that's something that, he's kind of a mentor to me and a mentor to the industry, and helped to write the National Electrical Codes for Article 690. So just a great man of service to our industry. But I think, he's been working on that path for multiple years, and it's a very sensible plan to have, a standardized approach and a templatized approach. Otherwise, going back to this 2 kilowatt case that I keep harping on, when I started in solar in 2008, even a system that size would have to go through custom engineering to get a single line diagram and enough documentation to the interconnecting utility to make them comfortable. And each system, honestly took like 3 months of engineering and a great expense to the homeowner. Yep. It was a little bit crazy, and obviously those were some early adopters and some passionate advocates for having solar on your house, but the economics were abysmal. So we've come a long way, and I appreciate that. But I think, standardization and having like a template where a homeowner or a homeowner's installer could go through a standardized process. It really helps to avoid custom engineering work, and really reducing those 5% fees that tack onto these systems that make them extremely expensive. So I think that's a great path forward.
There's actually a bill in the legislature right now that would require municipalities above a certain size to adopt a solar app, which would not completely standardize the permitting process, but would certainly streamline and simplify it. So I encourage everyone to call their state representative and ask them to support that piece of legislation.
So you just
3110, is it 3110?
Or is it 3010?
Might be 3010.
Yeah.
We'll look it up, don't tell us on that.
Yes. So that kind of gave me the segue to the next topic. One of the topics at the legislature right now also is ERCOT's ability to see into these systems and know what is on the ERCOT system. I'll start with you, Kurt. Do you all see, what are the benefits or the issues with giving ERCOT more ability to see what is on the system?
Yeah, I kind of have to take the side of ERCOT over like a personal privacy thing, because ERCOT's mission is to run a reliable grid, which I think would benefit the vast majority of Texans. And in order to do that, recognizing that there could be hundreds of thousands of interconnected distributed energy systems, in order to do their job properly and effectively, they would have to have some insight as to what those systems are doing, what's interconnected onto their system, and where those interconnections are in order to properly run the reliability of that system. And so, the only argument I could see otherwise would be, some type of privacy issue or conspiracy issue. I've met plenty of folks in my day in the solar industry, but I think that the voices of the privacy concerns could be mitigated, but I think for the vast majority of the cases, having ERCOT be able to see and or manage those systems interactively. I think at the residential level, having optionality in the inverters, like a voltage control, is not necessarily there. So I think that the opportunities to have ERCOT manage those systems are pretty limited, but maybe to turn off in extreme cases, I think would be something that would be a reasonable thing for ERCOT to ask. And I think they could put some bounds on it. I think if you're talking bookends, if you're giving carte blanche ability to ERCOT to turn off your system at will, effectively your output could go to zero over the year. But if ERCOT could say, we'll limit it to, 3% of the hours of the year that the sun is shining, I think that could be something that people could align with.
Sterling, thoughts on what Kurt just said? Or other thoughts?
I was all on board for the first half. Right? Well, I'm good with visibility to a certain extent. Certainly, I think giving ERCOT any sort of actual command control over people's residential systems is an area I'd be very uncomfortable with.
Okay.
Partly because it's just not necessary, and partly because we're looking at a ADER program or a model of aggregated distributed generation now that is part of our business model, part of a lot of others. So handing that over to ERCOT would not be my preferred solution, certainly. But yeah, visibility, I think if people sign up to participate in a program where they're compensated for energy they're producing and returning to the grid, then one of the things that's a reasonable part of that transaction is that you give ERCOT a little more visibility into what your system is doing so that they know what's available and how much is available. Or your aggregator, and then ERCOT has, whatever that system turns out to be, I think is perfectly reasonable, provided people are voluntarily participating in it.
Okay, so we're going to completely shift gears right now. There's no good segue, really,
Okay.
except for, here's my segue. Not a new renewable, but the legislature is always talking about renewable energy these days, and what is coming to light more and more is the role of hydrogen as a renewable energy source. So Kurt, do you believe that green hydrogen is a potential strategy for renewable energy projects in Texas?
Thank you, Tanya. I do. I'm a strong advocate for decarbonization, and I don't want to go on too big of a soapbox, but I had this kind of question internally about if you had this little Matchbox car in a big aquarium or in an atmosphere the size of this room, and it's putting a little bit of carbon, how big of an impact is it to that room over time? And in the last 80 years of industrial America, industrial world living, we've doubled the atmospheric concentration of CO2, and just some kind of quick math that it is man-made. We consume 100 million barrels of petroleum a day just in the petroleum space, which there's 42 gallons in a barrel, so it's 4,200 million gallons. And each gallon of C7H16 gasoline goes into about 20 pounds of CO2. So if you do the math, we've got 13 gigatons of CO2 from petroleum, and we've got 13 gigatons of CO2 from gas, and we've got 13 gigatons from coal. So you take 37 gigatons into our 5,000 gigaton atmosphere, you end up with something that's like 7 parts per million. We see 3.5 parts per million in the atmosphere. The other half gets absorbed into the oceans. But we've done that for 70 years, and we've doubled the atmospheric concentration. So what I see is a very lockdown case with high school chemistry that man-made emissions of carbon are really the 98% of the problem. And so if you're looking to decarbonize so we don't double our atmospheric concentration again, you really have to tackle the electrical sector, which is about 1/3 of our energy consumption. You have to tackle pipeline gases like natural gas, that's another 1/3, and you have to tackle coal and others that are part of our energy and industrial generation. And so I think solar in the electrical space, that we could argue that we're 5%, 10% penetration in our electrical space, but we've still got, almost 0 penetration in pipeline fuels and other carbon producing fuels. So I think the case for hydrogen is maybe 2x or 3x what it is in the electrical space. If you're really serious about decarbonization. So I think it's a huge potential for renewables. And I think in Texas, particularly where you've got really strong renewable resources in West Texas away from the load centers, and you've got constrained transmission, that we could make green hydrogen, put it in pipelines, which coincidentally, the losses in transmission from West Texas to Houston are about the same as the pipeline losses. So I think it is a viable strategy to think about green hydrogen, especially in the context of constrained transmission. And I'm sorry for the long answer in the soapbox, but if we're talking about decarbonization, I think it's really appropriate to kind of just tackle head on that it is a man-made issue, and it's not really fuzzy math. So.
Thank you, Kurt.
Sounds good.
Great.
I don't know anything. No, I don't know anything about hydrogen, and you do. But what I do think, one point that you've made there that I think is really important is there's really not a need to pit renewable sources against each other, right? Whether it's wind or hydrogen or solar or utility scale solar or residential solar. We need to be doing all of it. And 20 years ago, if you had said the pathway to decarbonizing the grid is utility scale solar farms paired with giant batteries, everyone would have said, no, it isn't. So certainly if someone says to me today, the pathway is green hydrogen in pipelines, I'm not going to say that's not possible. I will say that right now we're building a lot of solar and we should keep doing that.
Thank you. So with that, I am going to open it up to questions. There should be a microphone, and if I could see, I would tell you where the microphone is at, but there should be one coming around. Just stand up if you'd like it and you have a question for these two gentlemen. I think I see it coming up this aisle right here.
We solved it with 12 minutes to spare.
I know.
And Tanya, thank you for your excellent questions. Those were
We have one question.
Hi. I thought I'd throw this one out for fun. I liked the little exchange on difference of opinion for what we will allow our utility providers and controllers to control in our lives, being in a state where we won't allow cameras to hold us responsible for running red lights because we can't face our accusers. How are you going to convince a state full of people to implement some sort of control process over effectively everything that runs our lives now? We're just so ingrained in our electricity. So how do you even begin to do that, convincing, lobbying, whatever else to make that happen?
Money. That's right. I mean, giving ERCOT a little bit of visibility into what your residential system is doing should be part of a process where that system is being aggregated as part of a wholesale electricity resource, which is a thing you should be compensated for. So it's not just a matter of, we're handing this over. It's a matter of making sure that all the available generation resources in the state of Texas are being put to their best use and compensated fairly and according to what people are willing to sign up for. So it is absolutely true that you get a residential solar system, and I think your first reaction is to be like, I don't even want the app for the company that built it. This is mine now. It's private. It's personal. But when you start to look at your home system as an investment and you realize that there are now additional revenue streams for that investment, then it becomes a different question. And I think, the process of building out that wholesale participation for distributed energy resources is going to determine what that value is, and people will sign up at their comfort level.
Any other questions? There's one down here in the front.
Hi there. Hi, I have a question. Y'all talked a bit about infrastructure requirements, upgrades for projects, and we have a policy here in Austin. We have it's called the line extension policy. The person applying for the project that pushes over the threshold that an upgrade is needed, a transformer or a feeder, is the person that pays for that, and then the future folks reap the benefits of that. I was wondering if you guys knew about or had opinions of best practices for utilities, things that we could look into for the future to make that more equitable.
Yeah, I think, nationally that's the most common system, and it's definitely not the best practice, right? This is a good example of where, I think there's a strong case to be made to socialize that cost a little bit. And I think when you can determine, utilities have to share a little bit of information here, but when you determine whether a solar system is actually what's responsible for an infrastructure upgrade, and then you say, we should make sure that everybody who benefits from that participates in funding it. In part, so there's some clarity, right? I mean, there are a lot of places where we have this problem with one utility in Florida where a system will be installed, and it's when you file the permission to operate application that you find out, no, we've got to do a $12,000 transformer upgrade, and obviously that doesn't make sense. And so, like the lottery, the dice roll where one person, the economics of one system just doesn't work, and everybody else, gets the benefit, I don't think that makes sense. I think a reasonable charge on residential systems or DG systems that funds infrastructure upgrades as required by the board is a much more logical approach, and one that everybody's more willing to tolerate.
Yeah, I might add to that. I know as a consultant, sometimes we'll need a specific software to solve a client need, and the software license might be $50,000, right? And so if we're to apply that $50,000 to that one problem, it's kind of a painful expense. And so sometimes what we'll do is we'll approach the client and say, hey, we've got this $50,000 software license that we need to address this issue. We think reasonably over the next 12 months that we could have 2 more clients with the same set of needs. Would y'all be willing to pay a third or half or some value, right? So we're acknowledging that there is a need, that it's largely due to this particular circumstance, but we also recognize that there's probably going to be some follow-on benefits, and we try to come to a solution that's reasonable. And so I can see the utility's point of view that, if this client wants this 6-mile extension to this one property, that they should pay for it. But I can also see a case where there's probable benefits, down the line, and maybe assessing a percentage of that cost might be something that makes sense. And potentially there could be a pool within the utility for cases like this that they could, maybe this one particular instance, there's no savings down the line, but in another instance, there's immediate savings that are 2x, in the 3rd month. So maybe just creating an aggregate pool of those cases could help to soften the probabilistic outcomes in the versus those opportunities.
I always wonder too, in those cases, what are you actually rate basing also, right? Like when you charge a customer for an infrastructure upgrade, are you essentially double dipping because all of your infrastructure costs are rate based to begin with? So I think it's worth a little investigation before we start charging individual customers anything when it comes to grid infrastructure, because it's pretty well accounted for when you get right down to it. But short of that, socializing that cost a little bit, I think, is the right answer.
Great question.
Any other questions out there?
And maybe we could ask y'all a question. Is there a show of folks that are kind of interested in a solar system on their own home right now or business? That are maybe going through some of these? Okay, I see at least 3 hands, 4, okay.
I would have hoped for more.
I know, at first I thought there wasn't anyone. I was like, are we in the right room?
Right.
Did what we talk about, did they resonate with some of the things that you're going through, or?
I live in the state of Arizona.
Okay.
And I can't believe not everybody doesn't have solar on their house. So
Right.
We added a pool, other fun stuff, but I was just trying to find out if we could just, not today, of course, but I just want to run like the pool and the heater, and my wife's got an electric car, so we, run that off a solar panel. And that's, I've just listened to what you guys were saying. It was very interesting. So thank you very much.
Brilliant, thank you. And out of curiosity, have you already installed, or you're still, okay.
We're in the process.
Okay. And can I ask what the size of the systems, or have you gotten bids?
That's my question. We're way in advance. I'm
Okay.
just talking about it. I'm in the microgrid and hybrid energies, but
Okay.
I came out here to meet people and to figure this out. So
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
All right, so we're going to give you back 3 minutes, but don't leave, because after that, the panelists for the final session of the day, Part 1, DER Integration and Program Design, will be up here, and I know they'll do a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. There are other people in the room with us. That would be great. Or if you have questions, we can have more of a conversation. Looks like the timer has started, so it's time to get going. We're the last ones. We don't want to take too long. So this is a really great panel on DER integration and program design, and we have a diverse panel. I have them sitting in order from closest to farthest away from the customer, and so we're going to go down. And can you introduce yourself and how your company is part of this DER ecosystem?
Sure. So as you can see, I am sitting closest to Tiffany. And my name is Courtney Welch. I'm on the policy and strategy team for SunPower. And SunPower is residential solar and storage, EV charging and grid services company. We primarily focus on single family and multifamily existing and new homes. We are rapidly expanding across 49 states in which we operate. We're a 37-year-old, I believe, American company. To date, I think we power 7.5 million homes per year across the country. And we're really focused on expanding access to rural, urban, all income levels, and as well as those that are living in disadvantaged communities. We've made some pretty strong commitments there, which I can talk about a little bit later during the panel. We also partner with dealers. We have a very extensive dealer network. We work with, these are smaller, locally owned, locally based companies that do sales and installations. So that's really where those jobs that are created through residential solar and storage and EV charging are really located close to home where they're actually doing the installation. So they're well ingrained in those communities. We work with 850 of those dealers nationally, and 118 of them are minority and diversity owned, women-owned, businesses, and that's at a national basis. So even though I'm up here representing a large corporation that operates nationally, we also are very in tune with some of those smaller local businesses and speak their language and understand how hard it is to get into the marketplace.
Dylan?
Hi, Dylan Gooch. I'm Director of Business Development for Shell Energy Solutions. So I get to help create all of our residential programs and products and bring them to the market. Shell Energy is a retail electricity provider. So we're formerly MP2 Energy. And our role in all of this is to create the plans for the customers, create the rates, market them in a clear and simple way to them. And we host all the enrollment systems to sign them up on a plan and get their service switched over, submit the switch or the move-in orders to TDSPs, and then also service the customer for the life of their contract with us.
Thanks. Jason?
Excellent, thank you. I'm Jason Ryan, Executive Vice President at CenterPoint Energy. At CenterPoint, we own and operate 13 electric and gas utilities throughout the mid-continent, from Minnesota down here to the Gulf Coast. We are based in Houston, where we are the electric transmission and distribution utility for the greater Houston area. There we have the privilege to serve almost 3 million homes and businesses with electric T&D service. And so we are just the poles and wires and substations. We don't do the other things here in the ERCOT market. That's how we're structured. Our job is to essentially throw extension cords to customers to connect to the grid and enable innovation by other market participants. And so that's what we've been doing as it relates to DERs.
Billy?
Good. My name is Billy Yancey. I'm VP of Technical Services and Compliance at Electric Power Engineers. So I'm the furthest away from the customer because we work in doing those detailed design studies. So we work with the CenterPoints, the ISOs, the municipalities, the TDSPs, as well as the program developers and things to put those, help basically bring those all together and see how they're all going to work out, and making sure that infrastructure is there and things of that nature. So as EPE, we're a consulting services firm. We serve all TDSPs, ISOs, municipalities all across the US as well as international. And we also work with generation developers. So we work with those mid-level guys that are coming in at 9 megawatts or something like that. There are community solar projects, and help develop those, design those, and implement those, and work with those that develop those programs.
Great, thanks. Hi, Courtney, can you speak to how the adoption of DERs has changed over the last couple of years?
Yeah, absolutely. I think first and foremost, it's grown pretty exponentially. And a big portion of that, you've probably heard on some of the previous panels, is related to cost, but also just general awareness. And then another big driver here is natural events. So, Winter Storm Uri in particular, I'm sure I've definitely heard Uri mentioned in almost every panel, and it's certainly in front of regulators right now, still grappling with that. But on the residential side, a lot of customers are concerned about their own resiliency. And so what we're seeing is not just interest in solar. We're seeing a really high rate of customers that are interested in solar that immediately ask about storage, because they understand that that is their resiliency play. It's a way to do rate arbitrage. If they have really high rates, they can have lower electric bills. If they're on a time of use rate, it's really beneficial to them, and it also provides benefit to the grid. So that's been a huge part of it. I'll say that, I think the decision to go solar is a very personal one, and a lot of our sales folks have these conversations around the kitchen table. And it's mostly related to financial concerns and then secondarily to environmental concerns. So I'd say those are really why we're seeing growth and change over time.
That's interesting. So solar is kind of driving people interested into storage. Is there also a correlation with electrification within the home?
Yeah, definitely. And that's kind of a chicken and egg type question because electrification is a fairly new term and solar's been around for several decades, even though it's just recently taking off. But I think that with more and more electric vehicle adoption, people are thinking about how we're electrifying all of our fuel sources, whether it's transportation or within the home. There's a big movement towards all electric cooking, all electric appliances and heat pumps, and these all sort of interplay, and they also result in a massive bump in your energy use in terms of your electric bill as opposed to maybe your natural gas bill. So it is sort of a natural relationship for folks to consider electrification. I think particularly on the policy side, we're all familiar with that term. I would say that, you know, the average customer is a little bit less educated as to what electrification means, but they see these things happening around them.
Interesting. Dylan, so since we have so much more adoption of solar and storage, is there a lot more interest in DER-specific electricity programs?
We are seeing more interest. I mean, you know, I sound like a broken record, but obviously with, you know, the extreme weather events we've seen, we get calls from customers asking, you know, how they can go solar and, you know, have some type of resiliency. So there's that piece. And then also, I mean, inflation, right? I mean, you can finance a solar system that offsets, you know, 70, 80% of your annual historic usage for the next 20, 25 years at a predictable cost. I mean, you can lock that in. So those are, I think, you know, two of the main reasons we're seeing people more interested in these types of these programs. And you know, they just want simple products, something they can understand and that compensates them fairly for their excess solar generation, or as we'll get into, you know, when batteries, you know, hit the market, you know, something simple for the batteries as well.
So you'd say simplicity of the programs is what customers are mostly looking for?
Definitely. I mean, it's important for all of us up here that the customers have a great experience. And so, you know, we have to create a simple product that the solar installers can explain to homeowners as they're talking about payback periods and things like that. And then obviously, you know, we get calls at our customer care with, you know, customers with questions about their bill and why they have this and that. So we gotta, you know, keep it very simple for them to understand.
Are you mostly focused on solar and storage type electricity services?
So we you know, we do have a solar buyback plan, but then we also do have an EV home charging plan as well, where we will incentivize customers to charge their EV in the overnight, you know, the off-peak hours. We give them, you know, free power to charge their EV at nighttime. So, you know, we're looking forward to seeing the growth of electric vehicles. You know, there's a risk as well. You know, they need to charge at the right time of day for us because we're taking on all of that, you know, energy commodity risk on behalf of the homeowner. So that's yeah, it's an important space for us as well.
Jason, we're talking a lot about distributed energy resources and how they differ from transmission connected resources. Can you tell us what's the difference between the distribution system and the transmission system?
Sure. So, and maybe it's helpful to also back up to the beginning of power. So, you know, our company first started powering folks in Houston in the 1880s, and at that time, generation was very close to the customer. Then you fast forward some decades, and we built out an electric grid where the generation was not very close to the customer anymore, right? And you had a transmission backbone that moved the power to the people. And so high voltage, big power plants, kind of a centralized system. And the transmission system was built very reliably with a lot of resilience built into it more and more over time. And then you get to a substation where you take the voltage down, right, and you put the power then on a distribution system. Those are the smaller poles and wires that are in all of our yards and connect our homes and businesses to the power. And that system was not designed for two-way power flow, and it was not designed with as much reliability and resilience in it. It was just that one-way power flow. So with DER, it becomes more important that we remember that, number one, and also then make investments to enable the distribution grid to act a lot more like the transmission grid if we're going to have generation closer to the people again. And realistically, you're going to have generation close to the people, and you're going to have the generation that's far away. You've got generation everywhere now, right? And so you have to design your grid with that in mind.
Does CenterPoint have any specific programs that incentivize DER?
So not necessarily that incentivize DER, but enable it, I guess I would say. And one thing that we are doing is we are spending capital on making the distribution system more resilient. Because if that's where we're relying to get our power, you want that to be a very resilient system. And I guess let me just say what I mean by resilience. It's different than reliability. We have a very reliable grid, even in Texas. We have a very reliable grid. The lights have probably stayed on this whole conference, and they probably will stay on the rest of it too. We don't have a very resilient grid. What I mean by that is how quickly do you get up after taking a punch? How resilient are you? And we have some way to go there, right? And if we are going to be relying on a distribution system that is very reliable but not terribly resilient, that's not an ideal condition for that to be where all your generation is coming from, or a substantial amount of generation is coming from. So we're investing in programs like more undergrounding of our infrastructure. We're based in Houston. Hurricanes hit the Houston area very frequently. And so undergrounding more distribution, parts of our distribution system is key to being more resilient. We've got 60% of our distribution lines underground in Houston. And to give you some idea of that scale, we operate enough distribution lines to go all the way around the world, and all the way around the world more than 2 times. So 60% of that is already underground. For the infrastructure that needs to stay above ground, we need the poles and the wires to stay up in those kinds of hurricane storms, ice storms that do happen down in Houston. And so we designed the transmission grid to withstand 150-mile-an-hour winds. But we've not done that with the distribution system. So we are now replacing wooden poles that will not withstand those kinds of winds with composite poles that will withstand those kinds of winds. They're poles that are made by a manufacturer out of Canada that started out making hockey sticks. So it's a very similar kind of material. They're hollow poles, and they withstand that greater wind. That is a multi-year process, but that's just one example of how we're making the distribution system more resilient so that we can enable the market to use that system for two-way power flow and allow resources on the distribution grid to not only participate in the energy market, but to provide ancillary services. And as you all know, you need that most when you need it most. And we need the distribution system to be working in those high-risk times. So,
thanks. Billy, what is it about DERs that challenges the distribution system?
Well, the question itself is a challenge. I don't know if you kind of heard, I think, but you guys made it a little bit simpler for me in that the challenge comes in all shapes, sizes, and forms. You've got, the socioeconomic impacts and the penetration impacts that you're wanting to go through that Courtney and her team is dealing with. And you've got the program development. Not every program can work in every place and every location. And then you've got the technical side, the infrastructure, you've got the studies, the planning, the wires, everything that needs to go into that. And then on top of that, you've got the controls. And there was a question at the very end of the last session about controls and how far are you going to take those controls? Is it going to start at the house? Is it going to start at the substation and then trickle all the way up the system? So, there's thousands of devices out there now in the existing system that have their own types of controls and setups and things like that. So again, the challenge comes from everywhere. It's a matter of how are we going to prioritize, how are we going to approach it, how are we going to come together as an industry to basically resolve this. And there's been a lot of advances on the technical side with regards to devices and controls, and now it becomes how do we integrate them all? How do we get them all to talk together, optimize their operations, and basically, come to like what was just mentioned with regards to operating the distribution system similar to a transmission system, and where it manages, it operates, it dispatches, and it controls, and basically, going through that.
Seems like there's a lot of changes that have to happen on the distribution system. Do you think that the system is evolving quickly enough for the level of DER adoption that we're seeing?
It's a difficult question, I think, to address, because some places are, some places aren't. There are things that are being put in place now by some utilities to plan for that. There's lots of planning going on, lots of studies being performed, but then there are certain locations that there's just a lot of hurdles. There's low availability of land. You can't build new substations in downtown. You can't pipe new conductors underground downtown. So there are places where it's keeping up, and I think there are ways, like what was mentioning, smart grids and things like that, and smart buildings that can help kind of localize and manage the efficiencies of those loads. And so I think it's something that it's moving, but I think it could move faster.
All right, coming back to the customer. One thing that we know is that solar is getting cheaper and it's becoming more accessible, but there's still a concern about whether or not the lower income communities are going to be able to participate, whether renters will be able to participate. So Courtney, can you talk to some of those programs that are allowing access?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that one of the key things with expanding access for low-income communities in particular, IRA certainly helps. And I'll get into that in a second, but lease and PPA financing options that allow for very low upfront, no upfront cost, which has been traditionally the largest barrier, have been really important products in order to make sure that we can allow that access and guarantee that there's energy bill savings within the first month of signing up for those products. So they get the benefit on the bill side without having the upfront payment. There's an option to purchase towards the end of the lease period, which is a fairly long period. And then to speak to the IRA, which certainly ties in very closely with lease and PPA options in terms of third-party owned or TPO, IRA provides some really great bonus credits, and there's a 10% or a 20% bonus credit in addition to the 30% ITC adder that's been extended. So I don't want to lose sight of that 30% that's through the ITC just for everybody, but there's real opportunities to offer deeper savings in terms of lease payments and pass along that bonus credit to those customers. There's a lot of companies like ours that have made really public commitments to doing more with low-income communities well before IRA passed. SunPower has a 25 by 25 initiative in which we're committed to achieving some pretty aggressive goals in terms of diversity in hiring, but also in expanding our access for solar and making sure that we have a large number of customers that fall within the low-income communities census tracts, and make sure that we're adequately serving them and providing those savings. And then another one of our goals within that particular initiative is to expand the number of minority and women-owned businesses that we work with. So there are these commitments that are going on with a lot of companies like ours. I think a big piece of that is being able to combine the IRA credits so that we can continue to ensure that we expend those resources and get the word out. I think a huge part of that is just simply education and word of mouth. That has traditionally been how residential solar and storage is adopted, and unfortunately, a lot of these disadvantaged communities or those living in low-income communities have been passed over and have not been well educated on what their options really are. And there's a huge portion. I think there's a study around
18 million people that are living in single family homes. And so those are homes that could benefit from residential rooftop solar immediately on their bills. We are starting to see that low income and moderate income are starting to become more and more in the mix as solar adopters. Even before IRA passed, we started seeing this momentum. I think Lawrence Berkeley National Lab put out a report highlighting that there's a variety of income levels and that this particular, we're finally at that breaking point where we're well beyond the early adopters. Yeah, so it's an exciting time, and I think that we're going to start to see more solar access for all, just generally.
That's great. On, I guess, an earlier question, we were talking about electrification. For some of your other customers, are you looking to possibly bundle some different devices?
Yeah, I mentioned before that a lot of customers are interested in solar plus storage. They're definitely thinking about electric vehicles. There's some good, I think I jotted down, there's some really good data points. So 40% of EV owners have rooftop solar, and 80%, and I don't think this is a surprise to anybody, 80% of EV charging is done at home. It's mostly overnight. So there's real strong opportunity to tie solar with electric vehicles to make sure that that continues to grow in tandem and that we're not making policy decisions in silos when it comes to managed EV charging, EV purchases, and the adoption of solar and storage. I think that it's really important to make sure that we do those in a comprehensive manner, both on the policy setting side and in program design.
Great, thank you. It's a lot to cover, a lot of different customers, a lot of different equipment. Dylan, can you speak to how a retail electric provider such as Shell goes about using solar forecasts to construct your rates?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, without giving away the secret sauce, I would say, we have to take a look at what that solar generation profile is like. On the residential side, that creates a unique challenge because unlike the commercial deals, you have historic usage you're pulling prior to serving the customer, and you've got an hourly solar profile. Well, with residential customers, we don't always know what types of customers we're going to get. So you have to find a way to basically predict that. But when you have an idea of what that solar shape is going to look like, then it, of course, changes the customer's load profile. I mean, we really like solar. I mean, we serve less power in the middle of the day when prices are high, so that helps to de-risk our book. But there's also excess solar generation that the customers expect to be fairly compensated for. So we have to take that into account, whether we're going to credit it back at a real-time rate or a fixed rate. There's several factors that determine that, but in general, that's how we are bringing a solar forecast into creating a rate. And then, obviously batteries do help that as well with being able to, shape that load profile a bit more to our liking and to, of course, generate more revenue that we can pass along to the customer, and at the same time de-risk our book as well. So we see that as a very key and exciting thing that's coming into the market as well. Yeah.
So although the growth of DER is exponentially growing, it's still fairly limited. I mean, what will you still be able to do the same calculus in a high DER penetration scenario?
I think so. I mean, really, I think, with the ADER pilot that Jason's working on and everything, we're going to be able to see what those revenue streams are really going to look like. It's just going to be important that we have the proper visibility into capacity that's available in our fleet from those batteries to shape those profiles as we need.
Speaking of ADERs, Jason, you're the chair of the ADER Pilot Task Force. Can you explain the purpose and some of the key takeaways that we're hoping to gather from the pilot?
Sure. So just to level set everybody, the ADER task force, so it's Aggregated Distributed Energy Resources. Most normal people that aren't utility nerds would say a virtual power plant. But so they're the same thing, ADER or virtual power plant. And Texas is really a leader in pushing this concept forward. I had the opportunity last month to visit with Secretary Granholm when she was in Austin for South by Southwest, and we were able to talk for more than an hour. She had a lot of questions, wanted to know what we were doing, very interested in the topic, and you don't typically get more than an hour of time with a cabinet member, right? So she was very impressed with what Texas is doing. So I was asked by Tiffany and a couple others to come to a meeting at the PUC in the middle of August of last year, and they had an opportunity for me to lead a task force of 20 companies to figure out how to make a virtual power plant work in the ERCOT market to provide both energy and ancillary services. And I was told that their timeline was to get ERCOT board approval of a pilot program in October. So I really needed to have all of that work done by the end of September. So 45 days, basically, is what I was given. And so I was like, well, could you please tell me who the 20 companies are so we can get going? So anyway, we figured it out. Our goal was to get off Go. And we as the transmission distribution utility are an incredibly important piece of making this work. But we're not really the market participants, right? So it was really just herding cats to get all the market participants to figure out how they wanted to do this. And then, because remember, I just throw extension cords to people and enable what they want to do. So it really was getting all of those various market participants to come together in how do we get off Go and how do we do it pretty quick without sacrificing safety, reliability, all those things that are also incredibly important. So we decided to launch a pilot program. Phase 1 of it started on 3 January this year after getting ERCOT board approval, PUC approval. And it's for an 80 megawatt pilot across ERCOT that can provide both energy and ancillary services. And we will figure out what phase 2 of the pilot looks like once we got some history behind us. And so there's no real timeline of when phase 2 will happen or what phase 2 will look like. We decided to get off Go, and we won't be bothered by defining what the other phases are because we'd still be trying to do that, right? So the public information is that in Houston, there are 4 megawatts of virtual power plants ready to go probably later this month after they clear all the hurdles at ERCOT. And across the state, you've got around 10 megawatts that ought to be ready to go. So April and May timeframe, actually providing energy into the market. So we're going to get some really good information on, from my perspective, how it impacts the distribution system. What else do we need to do that we haven't done already? And then the market participants can figure out how is it working? How do they need to design their business? And then customers are going to get a feel for what even is this, and do I want to do it? Do I understand it? How am I compensated for it? So keep an eye on that virtual power plant or ADER pilot program because it's going to continue to expand over the next, say, 3 years. And at some point, it's just going to become a normal thing that we do in the ERCOT market. As people have resources at their home or business, we have to figure out how to enable those resources to be helpful in day-to-day of the market, but also during stressful times on the grid. And we need to not strand those assets when we have issues on the grid by including them in load shed. We need to figure out how to make it work, whether it's creating microgrids where they can power little pieces of the distribution system. All of that is going to be dealt with in this task force over the next several years.
Great, thank you. Something that was mentioned earlier is that the distribution system has really been one way for for all of history, going from generation, transmission to distribution to the customer. But now with the ADER pilot, the virtual power plants generally, there's going to be more two-way flow where we can be generating on the distribution system. So Billy, what needs to happen to allow for that flex? I feel like I give you all the hard questions. What needs to happen so that we can have a more dynamic distribution system?
Well, I mean, it starts with pilots like this in terms of just gathering the information and understanding, you know, what's going to happen at that level. But also, you know, standardization, rules and requirements and things of that nature, which are starting to be put in place at the IEEE level in terms of how DERs respond to events, how they operate under certain events, and basically how they can support the system, how they, you know, can we develop a microgrid out of all of the EVs or out of the solar that are there? If we put community energy storage at a substation, how can that, you know, power the rest? You know, the second tier of that is all the controls and the communication network that's going to have to be, you know, upgraded and put in place to make sure that we have access to those devices, or at least access to some of those critical devices, so that they can respond the way that they need to respond during those events to be able to, you know, keep the lights on for some time and continue to operate. So, you know, or, you know, the next step would be is, you know, can some of these devices, the grid edge devices, operate on their own? They have their own controls, you know, for a certain amount of time. Maybe a home can operate on its own before then it needs to be transferred over to, say, the substation level. And then the substation level will then take over pending there are no faults. So, you know, my biggest things that I see is infrastructure first off, just to make sure all of that can happen, whether that's the, you know, the cables and the connection points that are thrown out there, and the communication infrastructure, and then, you know, that overarching controls and integrating all that together.
I mean, this is a question for either Jason or Billy. How are we going to pay for all of that infrastructure?
That's a...
I think it's an open question,
yeah.
right? I mean, so, and I think the PUC is going to have to help answer that question, or the State House help answer that question. And I think it depends on, you know, just if you think about it as regular generation, and not some special generation, right? Customers pay to interconnect generation to the grid because they need electrons to be able to get that service, right? Mm-hmm. So I could argue that this is just additional generation, and customers should pay to interconnect this generation to the grid, because they need electrons for that service. And now the electrons are coming from these smaller distributed resources versus new, larger plants. But that's not necessarily a question for me to answer. I think the policymakers are going to have to decide, is that right, or is some other thing right? And I don't know when we'll answer that question. Part of what we decided in the pilot was to keep it relatively small, so that my costs are relatively small, ERCOT's costs are relatively small, and we can get off go without having to answer this question. But we are going to have to answer it at some point over the next couple of years.
Yeah, no, I echo the comments there and totally agree. And I think there are other initiatives out there. There are, you know, DOE grants that are helping try to perform the grid modernization that I know a lot of utilities are going for, but obviously not everyone can enter into those. Now, you know, a lot of other things have been tossed around in terms of, you know, modifying, you know, rates and programs in terms of time of use and charging for time of use to help pay for this. Also targeted initiatives and programs in terms of, say, when your EVs are charging, you know, if you start charging all your EVs at night, you're going to start having that overload push to overnight instead of, you know, in the daytime. So I think it's going to be a whole, you know, everyone getting together, the policymakers and everyone to try to figure out how are we going to do this, and then also balance, you know, those initiatives and those programs and rates with the actual reliability, operation, and planning of the grid.
Great, thank you. Hard questions. All right, so we have about 9 minutes left. I wanted to open it up to the audience. Does anybody have any questions? A microphone is coming, so hold your horses.
Yes, I was curious what the makeup is of the 4 megawatts of virtual power plants that you're talking about coming on.
Down in Houston, the 4 megawatts, it's a mixture of batteries and other kinds of resources that are largely at residential premises.
So it's mostly residential, there's not any commercial in that?
That's right in terms of what we have received. And again, that's what the market has brought us. So of the 80 megawatts of the total pilot, Houston was assigned about 20 megawatts. So there is still room for some commercial aggregation, but recall on these resources, they have to be under a megawatt to participate. Individual resources have to be under a megawatt to participate. So I really do think that we moved so quickly in the pilot that a lot of times Governor Abbott likes to say that Texas moves at the speed of business. So if you've ever heard him say that, I think we moved greater than the speed of business in this pilot program, right? So to some extent, as market participants were trying to decide what they wanted the market design to be and how it was all this going to work, they were in my task force meetings, not back in the office designing the business to actually do the thing. And so I do think you're going to see, as the companies staff up and recruit customers to participate, that you're going to see a mix of residential and commercial. We just haven't seen it yet.
Any other audience questions? No, everybody's ready for happy hour, I think.
Oh, there you go. You got one.
Okay, there's one question.
Thank you. I'm curious, how does a residential person, what does it look like when they take part in this aggregated DER market?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is to be determined by what the task force is setting up. But I mean, basically there will be an opt-in form of some sort that they have to fill out with their retail electricity provider. And then it'll be up to the provider to make it clear to them, hey, you're going to get this amount of credits on your bill for this amount of capacity that we use your battery for during certain events, and things like that. So I mean, at a high level, that's what it's looking like right now. But
Well, I guess I'm just curious then, for the retail providers, will they be required to take part in the adder?
the retailer is not required to. I mean, they are the ones that enroll the customer into the project, but not every retailer that's on the market has to do that. Not all of them understand, or maybe not all of them want to. So it'll just be basically a select few.
That's right. Everything about the pilot program is completely voluntary.
Yeah.
On all parts of the chain, I don't have to do it as the utility. The retailers don't have to do it, and obviously customers don't have to do it. And so the utilities that have expressed a desire to participate are mostly the investor-owned utilities. I don't know that there are any cooperatives that have said that they are going to do it beyond a handful of them. Texas has more than 100 co-ops. So most of them are not participating. I don't know that any of the municipally owned utilities are participating. So that doesn't mean they're not interested, right? I think I'm gonna watch and see how this develops and then build a business model around it as the market rules are determined, as I see exactly how this is gonna work. So don't take it as a lack of interest, but it's all completely voluntary. I think the market is also not very mature yet. This just started. I think you may see incentives for customers. Instead of paying 12 cents per kWh for power, maybe they pay 11 cents if they agree to have their Powerwall participate in this program, right? You could see stuff, options designed around that. You could get a gift card if you participate, right? I think you're going to see all kinds of things. Yeah, just like you see all kinds of electric plans out there, free nights and weekends, right? All kinds of stuff to get customers interested, but almost certainly all of them would be able to touch something on their phone and say, I want to opt out of this event because I don't want you to drain my battery, as often as you're draining my battery, right? Because that has some cost to the customer ultimately of how often that is done.
Yeah.
So,
I think one thing too is like why you see a lot of reps waiting to see what happens is because, you know, you're gonna have to have a very good understanding of what these batteries can and cannot do. And so, you know, it takes time and effort to figure that out, set up the right systems, the relationship with the battery company, and things like that. So it's a multi-step process to be able to set that up and do it well.
Yeah, I think on the batteries, you know, to provide non-spinning ancillary services, you have to be able to provide that service for 4 consecutive hours.
Yeah.
And so how are you going to stack your resources such that you can provide that service if your customers that have batteries don't have a battery that will go for 4 consecutive hours, which most likely they don't, right? So all of that goes into the complexity of building the business model, then incenting the customer, which is why I said I think we went quicker than the businesses that are going to do all of that have been able to go. And so I'd say by the end of this year, we're going to have a really good idea of the answers to all the questions that are going to be in our heads right about now on how this is all going to work. And I do believe that we're going to prove out that it can be done. It can be done. How do you do it? How do you price it? Right, all that stuff. And then we will be able to expand either the 80 megawatts, maybe expand the types of ancillary services that are provided, which would totally change the economics and probably get more people involved, right? So I'd say end of year is a good mile marker on this journey to check in and see what's going on.
We're all really excited. And the trickle-down effect is that businesses like us, we can't go and talk to a customer and promise a certain revenue that's going to be resulted from participating and opting into one of these programs when that's exactly the conversation we'd like to have around the table to say, you know, there's also this cherry on top. If you are, you know, if you're interested in solar plus storage, there's this additional ongoing benefit by you contributing to the grid. But to be fair, this is definitely proof of concept, and we're trying to figure out what that business model looks like from the sales side too, from sales and marketing, and we can't be sure exactly what we can and cannot guarantee to the customer. So that's what we're working through as well.
Yeah, so DER integration is very complex. Goes from how you sell the resource to the customer, to how you sell the electricity to the customer, to how you connect their resources to the rest of the grid, and how that distribution system connects to everything else. So very complicated. Luckily though, if you are interested in learning more, or asking questions, or brainstorming, tomorrow there's going to be a breakout session where these lovely 4 panelists will be leading discussions to talk through some of these things. So if you're interested or if you have ideas for them, please join tomorrow at 11:15 in room 302. And that concludes the first day of RE Plus Texas. I hope that you found today informative, that you've made many new connections. Happy Hour is starting up now in the exhibit hall, and there's also a networking reception that will begin at 6:30 p.m. over at Speakeasy. Please make sure to bring your badge and your ID. And sessions will start back up tomorrow at 8:45 here in this room, with the first session of the day being Legislative Roundup, State of Play in Texas's Renewable Energy Politics. Have a great evening and see you tomorrow.